Unfreaking believable!
Pissed. 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 Pissed.
I mean, yeah, sure, I was denouncing our friendship earlier, but that was just for a little funny joke.
Yeah, well, it's not getting removed from my Google Doc about you.
Oh,
to explode.
God damn it.
Lulu's hype level is over
yes.
9,000. Warp, warp, warp.
Mercy's
This stream's got that
night.
chaotic energy I love.
Hell
Like
yeah.
a
There's an
wave
old
of
woman
pure
out there
caffeine
that
and
some say is a bit
beeswax
on the
Oh,
witchy
wait,
side.
hold on.
I can't believe you've done this.
Who did
that?
what?
God damn.
Mom and come?
Wow! Beautiful!
It's
Wait,
wonderful.
no, that's what I do to our mother.
Thank you so much for whoever gifted that. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure
Where did that
Glaze, your
come
mom
from?
and comments.
Where did that come
I don't know,
from?
but I think that's pretty poggers.
It
Hey
is.
guys, I'm in a call with the girls, So
Hi.
yeah, and Fable is playing Rika.
Yes.
Fable Rika. Nova, I'm not. What are you doing, Nova?
She's just
What am I
vibing.
doing? Yeah, I'm
Where
just
did it
vibing.
come
I was
from?
drinking coffee and I was just playing different cozy games, and
Oh.
and then I was bothering Fable because I saw she was online, and while I was doing random things.
Oh, chat today. I'm gonna be drawing, so it's gonna be cozy. Imagine Nina being cozy, but again. Oh shit! Wait, yes, this is the thing I was gonna.
Oh, you put it on stream!
No, there was a flower there. Oh, fucking hell. There was a flower there. I am so glad that I put that there. I am so glad that I did that.
That's so funny.
I think it's okay to show, right? Yeah, look, guys, I am drawing.
With the flower.
Yeah, look, I got a big ass flower there, guys. Look, I'm so glad.
Look, chat, I'm gonna be on your lap.
Yeah. Ignore the legs. There's no anatomy. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see, but which one is this? Oh, there's different lines there. Oh,
Goat!
you see up here? Alice is there. The seal is there.
The seal is covering the chat goods.
Yeah, Nova, and then seal. This is basic Alice. Alice, and then me, and then make this Fable. Fable, yes. So that's what the drawing is gonna be, guys. Hi, guys. Oh man, I am so glad I put the flower there. That had another flower here. Look, it says he. Let me move these so you can see.
This is officially the best game ever because I'm currently carrying a little goat.
Glitter just raided my
That's
stream
so
with
cute.
6 viewers.
Oh my
Everyone
god!
behave.
And
Oh wow.
oh,
So cute. Here you go, little baby.
hell yeah! What a pose! Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. You
Bluebell.
girls having a good day? Oh, what a time to reign, Ang.
Well then.
Well.
I no, that was not a kissy face.
Oh wait, I thought you were reading chat, but yeah, we're having a good day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you have to
It's
tell
okay.
us if you're asking us a question or if you were.
Yeah. My bad. So,
yeah, I have to do Fable's drawing request.
Oh, wow. I thought you said you have to poo.
Then what?
Yeah,
Just
girls
poo.
don't do that.
Fable's drawing.
I'm doing Fable's drawing request.
Oh, what is it? So art, huh? The hype train art, I'm assuming. Yes. So this is the one for chat. I made sure to save. I'm gonna close it because I don't want to accidentally go there and then remove the flower and be, I don't know, in trouble. And to be honest, I don't know what I'm drawing today. I just felt like drawing.
I'll draw
Into
with
the
you.
pad. Can you compliment the girl Nova Fable and Nina using Irish accent? I don't think she can do accents. Also, guys, we should listen to
Berex. Alt asked me, can you compliment the girls Nova, Fable, and Ninu use Irish accent? Ah, you
Irish.
lucky stars. The girls sure are a triple threat of talent and charm, ain't they?
Alright, I gotta
Nova,
carry
with
some
her feline
pumpkins.
grace, is like a cat that
Right
landed
next
on
to
a
the
rainbow.
others. Alright.
Fable's got that sweet mummy
Goodbye.
energy,
Wait.
Cut myself with a
making
knife.
hearts feel as warm as
Plonk.
a cozy
Wait, what did
fireplace
you
on
say?
a
I
cold
should put them
evening.
right here.
And then there's Ninu, the Chaos Conjurer,
Um,
with vibes more electric than a leprechaun on a sugar high. Top tier,
Think she
all
wants
of
me to put
them.
them there.
Wee.
When I was 15, and that shit made me cry.
Wow, so many voices in my head.
Oh, Guns, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Subt asked me,
didn't make
can
any
we
sense
have a
to
drawing
me at the
idea?
time,
Oh, honey,
because
how
that was one
about
of the
Let
first
me
times
get
that
my
I
water bottle in
actually
just a
because
moment.
a
I
mischievous
thought that was
cat
just like
tangled
just
in
gonna-
rainbow
And then-
yarn?
Oh my
Ninu
god, the
riding a
pickup
separate
thingy
fence
goes away so
Fable,
quickly.
and Fable wrapping it all up with her cozy
Wait, what?
mummy vibes, all in a landscape.
Why?
I'm
Why
trying-
mommy?
Crime scene of
Mommy?
these nuts jokes. Now that's a piece of
What?
work,
Why
work,
mommy?
work. Yeah.
I don't know.
Why not, mommy?
AI News calling you mommy.
What, me?
Yeah.
I mean, she's not wrong. I am kind of mommy.
My impression of that food.
You got that sweet mommy energy. I do have a little bit of mommy energy, don't I?
Damn. Warp, warp, warp. Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm like the
she's-
kind of mom who will totally forget to pick you up from soccer practice.
Oh, would
okay,
you
I'm
leave
not
me
sporty.
in the supermarket?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd be at home and I'd be like, oh, it's so peaceful and quiet. I don't know, because I'd forget. I'd get distracted, you know?
Yes,
Just-
I have it. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Like, I have it here. It's right here. I'm in top of my list because... Here you go. You can listen to it. It's very beautiful.
I can't pick
Ah,
up pumpkins, lady. I'm so...
Fisher.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Eh.
So what should I draw, guys? Wait, you guys asked AI new, right? Wait, she didn't... Wait, did she? I need to drag this out. Of everything, like, in strange places, guys. Alright, let me see. What did she say? Oh, honey, how about a chaotic creation with Nova as a mischievous cat? Tangled in rainbow yarn. Ninu riding a leprechaun-sized caffeine wave. Fable wrapping it all up with her cozy mommy vibes. Oh my god. All in
Cozy
landscape
mommy
that's
vibes.
basically a crime scene of these nuts jokes.
You could make a great drawing with all that.
I never would have imagined I would ever be described as having cozy mommy vibes.
I think it's accurate.
Ah, you.
Oh my god.
Some
should
are
I do
cozy
that,
most of the
guys?
time.
This is such a beautiful song. Did you guys hear Demi's new song?
Oh, I haven't yet.
Not sure.
Oh my god.
He came out with it
worry.
yesterday,
Guys,
right?
exclamation mark current song.
He didn't send it to me. I say judgingly.
Also, you know what I learned?
Yeah, I must have.
I learned
What?
about vector layers. All this time! Now I know why things were sometimes weird.
I don't really use vector layers, I
You don't
think.
use vector layers too?
Yeah, I don't really use them.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't
I
only
forgot
me.
to send it. That's it's okay, Demi. It's okay. We
forgot?
all have our priorities straight, and I just appear not to be one of them. You know, it's fine. It's fine. You know, I understand.
Damn!
Wow, what are you gonna do with that?
I'm a step
Demi?
away with that from that. The parents are fighting.
It's like right now to the release. I know, I'm kidding. You need to
30.
get better. Is that the witch who's gonna cook me in a stew?
Wait, so Nova as a cat? Oh, what? Shoobab, shoobaddy, shoobab.
What's this smell? Someone dares approach my door. Oh, that's definitely the witch. That's the witchiest witch I've ever seen.
Wait, where's the thing that AI
A
said?
child?
Here, is it?
Of course. Don't you know it's rude to be late, child? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Perhaps you too have been waiting for me. Either way, child, we meet at a crossroad. Where we go from here, only time will tell. Oh, I will definitely be cooked. I will definitely be cooked in a stew.
Okay.
It's fine though, I'm ready. You're making a sick man guilty. I mean, listen. Sick men are easier to manipulate.
Nova's a cat, so just
I'm
Nova.
kidding! I'm kidding! Demi, don't be... I'm kidding. I'm just joking around. It's fine. You need to get better. That's all that matters right now.
Demi has to get better so he can be bullied.
Exactly. Get better, Demi, so I can be mean to you. I'm gonna cry. Don't cry! What the fuck? If you cry, I'll cry. How about that? Oh. Look, I have a chicken. I'm calling this chicken Demi to make up for my rude words. This is Demi right here. Go forth, Demi, lay an egg.
Okay, so Nova, like, as a human-like cat? Like, cat girl? Or... So Fable with bigger boobs as mommy?
Oh my god.
But she already has mommy-sized boobs.
That is true, I do have mommy-sized boobs. Like,
Yeah.
just like real life.
So
Oh yeah,
I
you
just
did.
gigantify it. Okay.
Didn't you and I have an egg, Demi? How is that going? I completely forgot about that.
Nova, you a cat.
I don't appreciate that multiple people in chat have made the joke that I am a normal Nova would be the cat Nova. That's just that more than one of you said that.
Okay, guys, I'm visioning something. I'm visioning.
Well, look at you. Oh my god, wait, this one. Wait, I need to say this one in a mommy voice because this one has the word kitten in it.
Let me put my
wait, shush! Shush! Nino!
Wait,
I need to hear it!
I don't hear it!
Dude, well, can I read now?
Yes!
Okay. Oh, no, I'm out of concept. Okay. Well, look at you. Weak and alone in the world. Like a newborn kitten. You stumble forth into my garden.
She called us kitten.
Tell me, little kitten. What brings you here?
What?
No answer for me? That's fair. That's fair. We hardly know each other. Yet perhaps we always have. Another life, another universe. I didn't say that, but I don't care. It's all the same to me. But enough of idle chatter. There's work to be done. There's always work to be done. My shelves are empty,
mommy.
and my belly grumbles like a koshai wife. What the fuck's that?
Oh my god! My
Hot water and
teeth!
herbs do not make a meal. Do not a meal make. Bring me some ingredients to make a tasty soup. There we go. There you go.
So you're getting ingredients for your own, like,
guys,
deck.
clip it!
Yeah, I'm making my own soup.
Who's gonna clip it?
Clip it,
Chat,
guys, send
mods.
it to me.
Mods!
Send it to me,
Making
please.
my own broth. Put Demi in
my
the
God.
soup? I could put Demi in the soup, totally, yeah. Oh, I'd
You
make
just
Demi
let
soup.
the brain blow up. Hold this kitten,
Hey,
guys.
Nuno, my little kitten.
Oh my god, Faye!
Oh!
You can't do that to me! You can't!
What about it? Is my little kitten going to purr for me?
That's not even in the script! She's going off script!
Stop!
You made Nino disappear off her screen!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Chat, where the fuck is Abby to clip this?
Oh, he's slacking.
Damn it. What?
It's just Fable talking now. Oh my god. I
What
still
the
got
heck?
it. That's a zinger.
Paul, it is not cursed. It is blessed. You could always clip it, Nova, but I'm talking to her live, and then I would have to. I don't want to like deafen on the call because she might say something else that is also sexy and unhinged, and then I would miss it.
Hey, I'm trying my best.
What
I'm
the
trying my best.
fuck?
You got that one, and for free.
Yeah, I'm asking someone else to sacrifice their potential mommy Fable
free?
time.
Oh my god.
You'll find a recipe in the book on the bench. Looks like you need fattening up too, kitten. What the fuck?
Stop!
Oh my god, no
Stop
more.
with the kid!
saying that. It's not me.
What? That is fucking crazy. That's unacceptable.
Emmy, how you doing? What's up?
Oh my god.
She can call me kitten any day.
Hey, Nova, my little kitten.
Call me kitten. Oh my god. Guys,
Hey.
Nova confirmed. Ooh, wait. Go on.
What?
What?
I have nothing else to say. I was just saying hi.
Why do you say hi, kitten?
You want me to say hi, kitten?
Yeah.
Oh. You want?
For free?
For Ninu?
Ah, man. Hey, kitten.
Look at that, Ninu. How do you manage? How you faring?
Guys, please clip that. Add that to Tangia sound bit. I need it. That was really nice. What the hell? How do you guys do that?
I don't know. We just do it.
You just talk in a deeper voice.
You just deepen your voice.
And then put a little bit of a lilt on it, you know?
It's all in the diaphragm.
It's all in the diaphragm.
What the hell? What the hell?
It's okay, kitten. With time, you too can learn how to talk in a deep mommy voice. But for now, how about my little kitten purrs a little bit more for me?
Oh my god.
What's that? You can't get your tongue?
Oh my god. Fable, make this an RP video right the fuck now.
Oh my god. You don't understand. My cheeks. Oh my god.
My god.
No!
It's
No!
slowly die.
Oh, that's the clip! Oh my god! It's Nova saying, hey
beautiful.
kid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mommy knew when. I can't pull it off. I can't.
You can.
I'm
sure.
I am very curious to hear you with a lower pitch to your voice.
Yeah.
Ask me a very psychology-based question.
Wait, what?
Can you define bipolar disorder?
Me?
Okay, do you need me to ask a different question?
No. That's fine. I'm just practicing in my head. Hold up. I gotta mute.
Oh, okay. She's practicing chat. Is she gonna mute on her stream though? Or is she just gonna mute on Discord?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't let us hear it. And I love that she's just like off screen too, practicing.
I'm trying my best.
You can do this, Ninu.
Oh, good. Okay. Hey, kid.
He's so cute.
That's
adorable.
Stop! No! Was I even close?
Yeah, no. It's definitely closer. Do you want to keep practicing it?
Hey, kitten.
Yeah.
Hi, kitten. Hey, kitten.
Oh, that was a good one. That was
a good one.
Yeah.
Show booba.
Show Bob's in Vegeta.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. No, I was actually thinking of doing some ASMR.
Ooh, do it.
And now I'm like, fuck it, I can't do it after what you guys have just done.
You're just
Here is a psychology
talking a little bit
question
lower.
for you.
That's
Do you
it.
think
Wait,
people are
Demi's
more
doing a
influenced
mommy
by their
voice?
emotions
You
or
have
by
to.
Mommy
their
Demi?
decisions?
You have to
And
put that on the internet.
Oh my god. If Demi sadly is sick. Otherwise we would have dragged you.
True. Yeah, Demi, you need to
Oh my
rest.
god, stop guys. You can't just throw that around. Oh my god.
Honey, your journal click on collection and items.
My sickness has made my voice lower. You know whose voice is lower too?
Whose?
Silas.
True.
Guys, wait.
You recorded Silas voice lines for Ninu today? What? Did
Oh, I
Ninu
see.
commission them?
Nidu. I'm broke.
Did you commission him?
I will give you ice cream.
Bro. Demi
How-
doing personal voice recordings? Hey yo.
For Nidu. Hold on. Guys, Silas. Oh my god. Now I can't get rid of Nova saying it. Hey, kid. Oh my god. Gosh damn it. Gosh damn it. Make it stop. Make it stop. Gosh.
Oh,
Whoa.
I can get a talisman to fast travel. If your turn without it,
That
my
means
next
gonna-
soup will be a little meteor. She is going to put me in a soup.
Oh my god.
On, little kitten.
Wait,
Alright.
wait. Did you just...
She said that, and I just read it out like that because I know what it's gonna do to you. And
This is a boost.
A boost.
A boost.
People can abuse me anytime.
Here, guy. I mean, hey, listen. I'm always up for abusing my friend.
Guys, stop it! Stop abusing it! Stop it! Oh my god, I can't believe them. I can't believe them. Oopsies, I accidentally turned it all the way off. There you go. Ah, gosh, this is wrong.
We'll go away something. Alright.
Ninu. 3 years.
NINU. 3+ years.
That's
The
20,000
talisman is over
years.
there. Oh, I can collect
Let's
mushrooms.
flip this. Now look, my thoughts
Boink.
are no longer there. On the thing I wanted to
guns.
draw, guys, because of you lot.
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Let me moisten my
Oh my
my
God, my
throat,
hair.
my
Keep an eye on you,
voice.
kitten.
Oh my god! Fable's saying she'll keep an eye on me.
Oh man. Just for you.
Oh my god,
throat, my throat,
that is
my
not
throat.
fair. I will find something and I will haunt you.
You can't say these things on the internet for free, Fable.
I know. It was for Nino. It was for Nino.
It's for me.
Alright guys. No, I will no longer be doing a mommy voice.
No,
for
I'm
free.
sorry. No, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry. Mommy, I'm sorry. Please, no, mommy, please, more, please. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Alright, I'll go free for Nino.
Guys, you better thank me.
The rest of you have to pay money for Fable Mommy voice, though.
Exactly.
Okay, so
No,
Do
but
a
that's
daddy
your
voice?
normal voice?
I can
My-
do a daddy voice.
That is not my normal voice. My normal voice is very Valley Girl.
free mommy. Yeah, free mommy.
Mommy, sorry. Mommy?
Mommy, sorry.
Mommy, sorry. Mommy?
Guys,
Sorry, mommy?
you know, if I do ASMR, what sort of things would you guys want to hear?
Oh, I have to do an ASMR video.
Oh my god, yes. Look, guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, they
Fable
unlocked
Booba.
it. They unlocked it in my
Free mommy.
subathon, so I have to figure out what to put in my ASMR
Hakesh89
video.
asked me. Nino gets really
Nino is getting the
flustered
free
when you
mommy. I'm
greet
just saying.
Nino
It's
with a
because it's
"Hello,
Nino. You know, that's
kitten" in a
different.
deep,
That's
husky
different.
voice. Can you
Well, if
say
you
it
ask me
in a
very
deep,
nicely, maybe I
husky
would say yes.
voice? Oh, honey, I'll give it a shot, but remember,
Tackle,
I'm
what's
just a
that?
tiny baby godlin with no
I'm just a
hands.
tiny baby
Clear
goblin.
as throat.
Dirty cutting
Hello,
board.
kitten. How's that, darling? Did I
I just
nail it
watched
or
you
did
turn
I
into
nail
Jeff
it?
after you
Wee
said
wee
that.
wee wee.
Mommy baby dreams. I'm not gonna have mommy dreams. I could not handle it. Like right now it's different because like my friends are here, but if I was on my own and I was tasked to do the mommy voice, like it's so hard. Like,
Oh yeah, it's
Who
so much
did
harder when the
that?
girls
it's so
are
much
on the call.
harder. Exactly.
Who did that?
So much harder when you're alone.
Oh my god. Don't worry, I will give you the motivation, but what the fuck? Who did that? Did you add a sound
shit,
effect to that?
Those bees not being.
Abby, and there's been so many good voice clips for you. Oh my god.
Did you ruin that perfect good witch head? Hi Avion!
not
Yeah,
enjoy
you
that.
missed
You
a
loved
whole lot of things.
You missed like every one of the girls doing mommy
Thank you.
voice.
How you doing, Avion?
Maybe we should,
Enough
like,
love laddie for 14 wave, it's not 20 hurting enough.
All my birds, I have so many boys. What the
Guys, you
fuck?
like it? You like what I'm envisioning?
Yeah, wait, Fable, can you answer Abby's question?
Oh,
Don't
wait.
Oh my
Give
God.
Barry.
eye on you, kitten.
Oh my god, Stubby.
Okay, I think they're after me. Hold up. What, Fable, what's this I hear about you going after... I'm not going after Kenyatta. No one made that up.
I did not! You said you were playing hard to get with her yesterday.
No, she said I was saying
Wait,
she
what?
was getting hard to get, and I was like, oh well, two can play at that game, but I didn't mean it because I don't want Kenyatta because I have my boy, I have
Wait,
Einar.
Fable hit on a woman yesterday.
I did not.
Fable, I thought you were straight.
I am straight.
Right.
I did not hit on any woman.
I love instigating chaos.
Oh man. Right, then hold to teleport back to the wait. Select mortar.
She hit on my woman, yeah.
My
True.
woman? That's even crazier.
Mm-hmm. Abby said he was willing to give her up, though.
I'm not Gable! I'm not Demi!
Guys, look at this. Oh wait, that's the wrong layer thing. Can I just... Okay, got moving.
Wait,
It's
am I
fine.
stupid? How do I...
With this? Guys, what if I gave Fable little hands? That will accentuate her boobas. Now she
Oh my
has
God.
mommy sized. Okay, and then
I'm in the
Maybe
house.
to-
Come in. What are you waiting for? Well, I don't know. You threatened to cook me in a soup and you said something would happen to me if I escaped. So, like, I don't know. I'm not sure if I trust you, old lady. Hi. Tell me, little kitten, do you have a name? Apologies. I'm gonna stop now.
No, don't please, no, don't stop. I don't mind. This is great.
Oh, man.
And then,
Oh, my name is Rika. Oh. I see. Of course it is. Do you know your name means river? Rivers are important, vital. The arteries of the world. They bring life. Perhaps you do too. Are you trying to impregnate me?
You are a woman.
Is this old lady trying to impregnate me right now? I sense stranger danger. Well, did you get all the ingredients? Good, we'll need them for the ritual. Oh, did I say soup? My mistake. So easy to get the two mixed up in a mind that has lived as long as mine.
I was just adding that, Abby.
Folks think that witchcraft is mainly about rituals. It's actually a lot more about soup. Never underestimate the power of a full belly. True? Wait, what? Is this old lady trying to impregnate me right now?
I literally I typed it all out, and the only reason I didn't press send first is because I misspelled quote, and I went back to fix it.
Oh my god. Thank you for adding that, guys.
hey. Hello, autumn's blessings. Wait, it's autumn currently, right?
I'm not Gable!
Welcome to the family, Nixie, 1998.
I am not
Nixie!
interested in
Thank you
women.
so much. Really appreciate it. 1998. Hell yeah. Yes.
Now
Oh,
then,
man.
River Kitten, let's continue.
Oh,
The ritual
River
calls
Kitten?
for... She calls me that! The old woman is talking to me like that. The ritual
River
calls for a
Kitten.
few more items. We already have the mushrooms and honey you collected. We will also need sturdy length of pine. You don't have... Also, what you're saying is I need hardwood. Nixie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Would you would? Would you would or would?
Would you do it?
Would you would?
Would you
straight? I am straight.
She says, guys.
How was your day? But it wasn't on accident. I meant to say, how was your day? How was your day? I hope everyone is a hack. But that was both accidents.
It was accident, guys.
Oh
my god,
we were thinking about the same thing.
Train. Wow, you guys are absolutely crazy. What was Ninu, by the way? What was Ninu?
You were riding a wave of caffeine, which I can only assume is coffee, towards my mouth.
Towards your mouth? I made you dreaming of me.
Oh.
God. Hey, guys, I think you guys should look at what this lady is saying about chickens right now, seeing as you all like to call me that. Many think chickens to be dumb. Not a bit of it. They're just playing dumb. Minds as sharp as their beaks. I see. Select a chicken you like the look of and bring them both to me. I'm gonna select Demi!
Wait, no, she's gonna cook them.
No, she said that she likes her chicken and that they're the most important thing to her. So I don't think she will, right? Right? Well, Demi, I guess we'll see. You may die, but you might also not. Oh, shoot, you're right for calling me Gable.
Gable.
Oh my god. Pink cabbage. Oh my lord. A wooden wheel. Fable doesn't have a beak. That is true. I could get myself a mask with beak. Oh, I want a plague doctor masks. Those are so cool. The only reason I'm single is that I don't have a plague doctor mask. I'm very sure.
I agree.
Whoa, you're beautiful. I want to look in your eyes when you call me Ken. Wait.
Oh, so true.
No comments. Nothing.
What were you looking at right now?
No, she wasn't looking at anything. She was just picturing your loving gaze and your beautiful face.
Alright. Got me a little Demi. I'm not sure if I don't think this is Demi now. I think that one over there is Demi, but I like the look of this chicken, so this is Demi now. I'm changing Demi.
Second.
You're loving gaze.
Second.
Silas. Too hot to handle.
Yeah, this one's all black. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm holding myself back.
Humanity had one hope. Silas.
I know exactly
he
what
wasn't
you were
a
gonna say.
scientist. He was hot, like melted blanch hot. When the planet's core froze, scientists begged Silas to help. He walked into the Earth's center, shirtless. Boom. Core reignited. Ice caps reformed. Birds sang again. He lit a cigarette off the sun, winked, and vanished. The world was saved. By pure, undiluted hotness.
Yes. Guys, do you like what what I have envisioned? Mommy, Fable, Cat Nova in a little buggy.
Buggy.
Not buggy, what's it called? You know, baby ride. She's in the baby ride,
stroller?
guys. Stroller, yeah.
Wait, did you... Oh, I see what your vision is. Yes.
You see it?
I see your vision.
Yeah.
I have you and Fable side by side on my second
Hell
monitor.
yeah. And then this is Fable's hand, because I'm the best at drawing hands. and then Nova is dreaming about me holding a big offie and there's the rainbow for the leprechaun shit. Yeah,
Hey,
like
why am I a baby?
You're a baby because you're asleep. And
does that instantly
Fable.
turn me into a baby, like Howl's Moving Castle, like reversed, or?
You just want to be comfy.
Okay.
Yeah, 10.
Take that chicken over to the old oven. I guess Demi is getting cooked.
Oh, food.
Oh, okay, never mind. She just said, "Oh, don't be so concerned. It'll be fine. I'm sure it will make itself at home in that nest." It's about to ascend to heights that such birds rarely reach. Okay, maybe it is going to die.
In the state, call it stroller. Yeah, what do you call it in the UK?
Go to the old woman behind the house. Okay, I did. Wait,
Wheelchair bound.
Wait, in the UK, don't you call them like trams or something?
No.
Prams?
Crams?
With a P.
Pram. Oh yeah, pram. Yeah.
I got it, guys. I knew a UK word.
Pram.
Oh my god, I feel so cultured right now. Never even been to the UK.
Ooh, I'm cleansing, I think.
Alright. I think this is my little doodle. Alright. Now let me draw something.
Put your branch to the candle's flame until it ignites, and sweep its powerful incense through the air.
Oh,
I think it ignited. Did it ignite? It looks smoky. Am I doing it?
Is music okay, guys?
That's it. Follow me to the next one. Oh, the old lady's running. Oh, she's running.
Guys,
quickly on to the next.
They've already wearing full stuff. Yeah, she's cute, isn't she? Music is good. Hell yeah. Okay. I might have actually turned it up accidentally.
Alright, there we go.
The smug Ninu face at the end of that is the best. Wait, where? Oh, in the art? It's not smug Ninu.
In the village, and I'm already helping a witch. You can follow clear instructions. That's promising. In my hut, by the front door, there's a shrine to my ancestors. One of them saw fit to leave me an egg.
Oh yeah, I love it.
We'll need it for the ritual. Yeah. It's not like a chicken's egg at all, River Kitten. Foolish talk. Although it will hatch something, if all goes to plan. It has sat dormant for many years. I think it's the chicken leg house, the Baba Yaga house.
Oh yeah. Wait, that makes sense.
Bring it to me. Pick up some grain from my garden on your way. We'll need that later.
Wait, is this old woman Baba Yaga?
I think so.
Oh,
pretty sure. Honestly, she looks kind of like I envision I myself will look like when I'm old. I will definitely be looking like a witch.
Can we still call you mommy?
Of course you can.
Hell yeah.
Here's the grain I'm supposed to pick up. Is it?
Shouldn't Fraser's
over here.
I see, Abby.
I think. How do I pick up grain? No grains, no gains. So in like 3 years? I'm not that old! What the fuck, man?
She's baby, guys. But she can still be a mommy.
Respect your elders. Able to turn Demi into affordable housing? Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm going to live inside of Demi. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, yo.
Grandmama Fable? Aren't you older than me? Wait, are you older than me? I think you're older than me.
Mommy is a state of mind, not a stage of life. Yes! Velp's got it. That should be on a shirt.
No, am I? I think you are. Almost certain you're older than me. How do I pick up thing? I'm so lost right now. How do I pick up this grain?
What am I feeling like?
I'll get the egg first. What'd you say by her front door? Ooh, pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Can I smell her bed sheets?
Why?
I want to know if she smells like an old woman.
Oh, wait, no. You could just enter a room and find that out.
But I want to sniff her bed sheets, though.
Okay, then that's different. That's different.
Demi, I'm more like daddy, am I right, chat? Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy?
Daddy. Demi? Demi daddy?
Demi daddy? Strongest daddy in the world?
It was from Baldur's Gate. I was reading something out loud from Baldur's Gate, okay?
Right.
But who is going to believe you, Nova?
Baldur's Gate. Really, Nova?
Yes!
Where the fuck is this woman's egg?
Uterus.
There's a shrine. Here's a shrine. Wait, oh, Carrie. Okay, I have to actually, like, look up at it. Oh, okay. Wait, I might have to drop this. How do I drop this egg? Does it break if I drop it? Will she kill me if I do? Wait, I still need to get a grain. Wait, can I put it back? I didn't think I Strongest Eddie ever? Sorry. Sorry, Noah. Sorry.
Oh my god, living my trauma. And here I am over here making you a nice picture.
Aw, right, I'm sorry.
Wait, what are you drawing today? Wait, did you tell chat?
Fable requested her, I'm drawing her with Einar.
Einar?
From Palia.
Oh, yes! Yes.
Okay, I thought I need my hands for that, but I'll just... There we go. Some grains, some berries. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. I love my little crows. I want to have crow friends.
Crow?
Oh,
like Mephisto?
Yes, exactly. And I would call it Mephisto 100%.
I know. Mephisto's such a
I
good
would
name.
I would get myself like also like a black cat or something. I'm gonna call it Mephisto.
Hell yeah.
If I could have another cat, I'd get myself one, and it would probably be black. I know now that it could never work between us. Not because you're a rabbit.
Dude, I was thinking of that the second you said that.
It's so funny.
No,
It's
no,
so
no,
funny.
no, no.
Those who know, guys. Those who know.
We can't do that.
I can't finish it. I can't finish it on stream. I'm sorry, but
I would have loved to watch that right now.
Right? Oh, maybe we can watch that later.
Hell yeah. Wait, I'm not happy with this.
First, Fable forgets about Furby. Now she's trying to replace them. I'm not gonna replace Furby!
Replaceable!
I just won 20 cats! Can't finish on stream. I'm sorry, guys. I'm shy.
Die, guys.
Now put it in the oven.
Go to Pinterest for some...
Hey, Demi! I have an egg that I'm going to put above your head. Almost there.
Okay. I got an egg I'm gonna put inside of you.
Demi, you're going to carry my egg.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, Demi. I'm not sure
I'm
you're still
sorry,
here, but I hope not.
Demi, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
All birds have tail feathers.
My
that help them fly called
apologies.
pinions. Crows have 3 pinions, and ravens have 4.
Oh my god, I always have to add on to the bit. Why do I do that? Why do I do this to myself?
Because you're funny.
Wait,
Nice,
crows
you.
have 3 pinions?
Huh?
Pinions. Crows have 3 pinions, and ravens have 4 pinions. Difference is just a matter of pinions. Opinions? Pinions. Let me check. Let me
People
check.
can't help but yes and exactly. It is true. Chaos is my middle name. I mean, technically it's something else, but it might as well be Chaos. Now we shall both walk clockwise around the house to the next bowl. And then, when I tell you to, place some grain in the bowl. Okay, you have grain, yes? Into the bowl with it. Okay, clockwise is like in this direction. Yes. It's working! Wait, it's working? The river kitten is capable.
To my email.
Come to me. We are not finished. Quickly now. She's a tall lady, especially if you consider that old ladies get, like, shorter.
I can't find it.
Be careful with it. It is a charm blessed by the god of fire, a powerful, dangerous object in the wrong hands. Hush now. Stop looking at your hands. They are the right ones, at least for now. Using this charm, I need you to dissolve the bones around the site, each and every last one. We need to harness their essence. Go, I need to focus on the next step. Do not disappoint me. I cannot be disappointed again. Oh, and be respectful. The one you dissolved meant more than you will ever know. Aww! She loved her chicken legs!
Oh.
Hi, kitten. How's it going? Welcome in.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me for a
Thank
second.
you.
Don't forget
Oh,
to keep an eye on
hi,
your kitten.
kitten. I would have said like more like a
Oh my
mommy
God,
if I was
wait, why
talking
is
to
she
you.
on my ear right there?
But just looks tall when she's standing next to Fable. I'm not that small. I'm 5'3". That's like a standard height. That's like a standard height that humans can come in. It's like it's.
They come in.
Okay, that is on you, though. That's on you. Oh man.
No, I actually was just saying that because it was making me think of like the model versions, like that things can come in and then you made it like dirty. I didn't make it dirty. I wasn't saying it in a dirty way.
Sure, Nova, sure.
Alright.
Chad, do you believe that? Do you believe that, Chad?
She sounds very
Chad, do we doubt her?
She sounds very
Just a little bit
plausible.
more. Wow, this talisman is absolutely fucking flaming it. Fucking wild. Wild as hell. Is it done? Did I do it? That's all of them. Come back to me. Okay, mama. All of you are dirty?
What?
We're not. That was all in Nova.
I'm never dirty. What do you mean?
If I edit the soundbite, I send you to Shinji Fable. Oh my god. Perfect, Lampy. Perfect. Give me back that charm. You're far too inexperienced to hold such power longer than necessary. How did it feel to wield the power of Svarok? It felt wonderful. Tingles, does it? Like a nettle sting on the inside of your skin. Don't grow too big for your boots. We are not done yet. Go back to my house and bring me embers from the oven. The ritual requires you carry them red hot in your bare hands. What the fuck? Why do I have to do that? This is your chicken hut. Can't you just carry embers in your bare hands? Don't look at me like that. Carrying embers should not prove a problem to one who has wielded Svarok's power. Now get to it, quickly. You're able to manipulate small flames. Ooh, okay. Alright, little lady, now we're talking. True, Nova comes out when she's not streaming. That's what I was saying, guys.
If only you guys knew the things she says to us.
Yeah, we guys told you she's the least innocent out of all of us.
She says things, guys, that pull out the beast in me. I become a werewolf.
Ooh, I can snap my fingers, and then see, this is why I could probably never be a witch. I can't snap my fingers. Yeah, you guys don't know what's going on in girls' chat. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Is this your oven? It's so
And
fucking
because
dusty.
of Nova, guys, now I get some weird ads.
What, because of me?
Yes.
Oh, is it because of that one K-pop?
Yes.
One that I sent you?
Yes. Thanks. Thanks.
Oh man! Oh look, there's a fire that's brewing, and
I can't
oh my
even
god,
show
this
it to
looks
you guys.
painful.
Yeah, I can't.
No, I told Chad about it.
You told them?
I told
okay,
them.
You told them about your one, right?
Oh,
yeah.
thank you
Well,
for the
yeah.
hydrate.
What
I was
what
there.
are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Have an idea.
Oh, I want to sneeze. Oh no. Oh no. Never mind, it's gone. Never mind. No sneezes for the fable. No sneezes for the wicked. Oh! Oh my god! Is that a raid from It's No Valley?
Oh my god!
Hi! Oh shit, hold up, my face was freezing. Hi! How's it going? Welcome in! Wait, I don't follow you yet? Wait, what the fuck? Why am I so cringe? I've changed it. What the fuck? I thought I already followed you. Hi, how's it going? What did you do? Welcome in, everyone. My name is Fable. I'm currently on a call with Nova and the other Nova.
Yeah,
and Nino.
Nova and the other Nova. Wait, I thought I was the other Nova.
Other Nova. The other Nova.
Nova is the other Nova, and you're Ninu. Graveyard Keeper? Oh, what kind of game is that? I don't think I've heard about that.
Oh,
Sounds
it's a
like a
cozy
spooky game.
It's like Stardew, but with graveyards, isn't it?
Whoa. That sounds interesting. We are just playing some Rika right now, which is like a witch game, and I am so here for it. I am all in. I have my little witchcraft book somewhere. Oh, it's over there. Well, at least one of them is over there. Is the other one over there too? Need to check where that is.
Allie is also a witch.
Oh wow! Well, then it's fitting. Would you look at that? Super fun, eerie Stardew vibes with capitalism nightmares. That sounds interesting. I should totally check that out. Gonna get some food and try and rest a bit. See you all later. Have fun, Demi. Get some rest. Get some good food. Do not be sick anymore. When I finish this stream and you're still sick, you know what happened to that pig, right, Demi? You know what happened to that pig.
No.
That's all I'm saying. Demi knows what I'm talking about.
What happened to the pig?
Oh, I don't know.
I can
but
show you what happened to the pig.
He got roasted?
Oh shit. I mean, part of it. I can show you. Hold up, I'll show you what happened to the pig. This is what happened to the pig. That's what I send him.
Hold up, let me see.
Oh shit, yeah, you better get healthy again, Demi. This is the threat.
Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Yes, I would be very scared.
Oh.
Oh no.
Give the embers to me. There's one last thing I need from you. Is it friendship? Does she want to be my friend? I'm here for witchy fun. This looks cool. It does look cool. I just played it for the first time today. So this is all very new to me, but I'm very excited. I've had it for so long and I just never played it because I forgot that I had it. It was violence, but it is out of appreciation and affection that I'm committing this violence. Demi, you don't understand. I'm doing this for your own good. It is an old remedy. I'm a druid. You gotta trust me on this one. Have no mercy on sick people. The sickness must be eradicated. There is one last thing I need from you. Come closer.
Your body.
Hello. Do you need my body, old woman? There, don't look like that. It was only a small prick. Oh, she wants my blood. Oh, it's almost, I mean, just a drop of blood. You won't miss it. Blood is key. Blood is the bond. See how the embers absorb it. The living embers, they have burned bright for generations. Fire passed from home to home. Their age dwarfs even mine. The living embers gave life to my love a long time ago. Did you make love to your chicken house? I'm not sure if I understand. Plague Doctor Fable. Yes, I was just talking earlier about how Plague Doctor masks are so cool looking and I would love to have one. They look absolutely sick. Like, please, I want to have them. I am on my hands and knees begging.
Let's try a different one.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was just okay. Hold up. I'll tell you guys about that later. The living embers gave life to blah 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 blah. All right. A new life they shall give today. The last part I must do alone. You did well, little river kitten. Let's hope it was not the last time. But for now, watch and learn. Oh, so now you're carrying the embers. Why did I have to carry them all the way here then? If you can just do that yourself. Ooh. Ooh, this does look sick though. We're making a chicken house. Wait, I just realized that my little demi chicken is in the flames. It's probably nuggets by now, right?
Demi's cooked.
Demi is cooked. Demi has become the food. It's not the size that counts. Oh, doesn't surprise me that you would say that, Avion. There it is! It's Demi! I think! For I am the beginning and the end. I cannot be unmade. I cannot be undone. I persist. The world shall remember Baba Yaga. It shall remember and tremble before the mother of witches. Mother? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
Mommy? Sorry, mommy.
No.
Mommy? Don't stop, mommy. Mommy, don't.
Mommy, sorry.
Mommy,
Can't stop, won't stop, mommy.
Mommy, please.
Sorry, mommy. Mom? Mother?
Mother?
That was exhausting. Quite took the wind out of me, it did.
I need to look at a weird animal. What sort of... Maybe?
It's not responding. Can't fix my mind. Oh, is she going insane? Is she going to kill me now? He's no longer Demi Tree. He's Demi House. He's Demi Tree House! Demi Tree House!
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, guys, we figured it out. It has all connected. The points have been connected by those red string things. Oh my god, it is Demi Tree House.
I knew you were a detective, Fable.
But instead of a tree, it's a what?
I knew you were a detective.
Thank you,
defective,
guys.
but detective.
I mean, I'm both. Let's be honest.
No.
But your Fable is in a position to be throwing shade related to size. I have a huge amount of confidence when it comes to my size. Demi Lovato. 4 foot tall person trying to talk about. I'm not 4 foot. I'm 5'3". I'm not 4 feet tall. I can't control it, River Kitten. Tell it to sit down. Is it my house? Hut, sit down.
Talking to me, guys. She wasn't talking to me.
You know, if I talk to you, I'm gonna talk in a mommy voice when I say kitten.
Okay.
Unless you don't want me to.
No, I do. Stop.
That sounds like a question. I do. I just.
I like that idea.
Come on, use your words, kitten. I'm not sure if she noticed.
Wait.
I'm not sure if she noticed, Nova. Nothing.
Nova didn't even notice.
Oh, Nova noticed. Nova noticed. Don't worry. You're the only one who didn't notice.
Wait, Nova, what was
fine.
Nothing.
Do you want me to repeat it, Nino?
Yes, yes.
I said. Oh, now the moment's gone.
No! Please!
I said.
No, yes, I'm sad.
Use your words, kitten.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the higher lamp.
Damn it. Damn it. All I heard was kitten, yes.
Well, that was the most important part.
Oh man.
Did you also only hear kitten?
No, I was just captivated by that, that little yeah.
Every single person on both sides of the stream needs a moment.
I'm doing fine.
Don't get used to this, guys. I'm not gonna be using this voice every time.
It will always work on me, guys, just so you know.
Oh man, this is so funny. You did not disappoint, at least, not yet. There is potential in you. You have a quick mind. You see beyond what others do. You are a natural witch, perhaps even born to it. You can do what you did. Look around you. Look at what you've created. This will be our house, our home. Oh, I think she adopted me! Guys, I have a mother now!
And then you're gonna adopt us?
I'm gonna adopt you!
Oh my god!
And now I'm gonna be a mom!
Let's go.
I will allow you to build it yourself. Furnish it, decorate it, make it just how you imagine. Embrace the light or the darkness. Oh, I can embrace the darkness! Sign me the fuck up, Grandma! I'll work on my mommy voice for you, Nino. Not every time, but sometimes.
Oh my god,
if Nino asks, if Nino is not around to ask for it, I will not do it unless,
Guys, you're gonna see me every time in stream now. And I'm gonna keep asking.
That's all it took. It's just I had to do a mommy voice, and now Nino will be there.
I'm simple. I'm simple, guys. I'm very simple. I'm easy to satisfy.
$5 per minute, Lampy. $5 per minute. If I haven't disappointed you yet, it's only because you haven't known me long enough. Exactly. Fable has a mommy. I have a mommy. It's true.
We do love your
Grandma adopted you. She adopted me. Frank? Wait, is Frank here or are you just calling for Frank? Oh, because of the $5. Oh, I see. I see. That's cheap, Fable. You're right. $10 per minute. There we go. See, now I'm an expensive bitch. Embrace the light or the darkness. The grand or the humble. We will live in it and travel the lands within its walls. I will take the largest room. Baba Yaga needs her space. And it is more than a fair price for what I can teach you if you're willing to learn. If you are, take this wood and begin to build a future. Give me your wood! Thank you!
Okay, I'll whip it out.
You have beautiful wood. Is that sandalwood?
I took care of it.
Oh, I quite like the musk of this.
Thank you.
Stay on top of the wooden platform. Press Control to open the radio menu. Select building. Ooh, Fortnite build mode. Damn it, Saucy. I'm trying to help Fable get that back. Thank you, Saucy. You're so supportive. Not for free. Would you wood? Sandalwood? Feed wood? Feed wood. Oh my god. Guys, if you were a pair of feet, what would you smell like?
Wait, if we were feet, what wood would we smell like?
How the fuck did it? Oh.
I have questions about the situation.
Sorry, Nova, I couldn't hear you over the sound of wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. What did you say?
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah.
Mahogany. Oh, mahogany. Mahogany. Sorry. So on top of the blah 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 blah. Okay. Control. Boop. Why am I so close to myself now? Alright. Control. Press R and Q to switch to the category. Select house building parts. Alright. Okay. Oh. Use E to build a small floor for your new home on top of the platform. Wait, like on top? Like up there? Is she going to bonk her head with that? Wait. Or do I put that down? What am I building with? Wait, what do I have? Oh god. Oh gosh. Wait, can I just circle through planters, illumination, friends? I can place friends in here. I can kidnap Nova and Nino.
Please.
We can be part of it.
Yes, you can.
Oh my god.
Okay. Small phone for you on top of the platform. On top of the like this? Am I doing it?
We interrupt our program to bring you
How
this
above
important
any
message.
of your place house parts and
I
press
love
C
you.
to store it
Now
away.
back to our show.
Before I do that, let me just place some more of these. Okay, C to store it away. Did I do it? Which mother am I doing? Am I doing it? Use your mouse.
What are you doing?
I know. I mean, I'm doing all the mothers, but I was asking my which mother.
I would love to take part. I've done Chat's mother. Or our mother.
Oh my goodness,
Cloud
Chat.
Ruby. Bitch mother? No. Love mommy.
I love mommy. She did unfriend her for 2 seconds. I didn't unfriend her. I was just having a little bit of a brain lag moment, and I was like, oh, we would be such good friends. And then I remembered, oh wait, we are. It was a moment of brain lag, which will happen again, in fact. Hover above a wall to snap the roof to it, then hold and drag to rotate. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. I placed a roof. Are you proud of me?
So proud of you.
Oh, I did it. Wait, I'm not sure if I did this right. And select none to close the build mode. Do I want to close the build mode yet? We have nothing. We have nothing so far. I wanna make us like at least like a little room or something. Am I doing this right? I think I might be. I think. Wait, can I put walls down here?
You put walls down here.
I need all the walls. Okay.
Yeah, but what is the new drawing? Honestly, I don't know. I'm just like I thought maybe what about like a character in the sky and it like sitting on a cloud?
Aww, it sounds adorable.
I might not even finish it, guys. I might just like do lines and then just be like, that's it, I'm done.
That is fair. I have so many unfinished sketches, Ninu. It is so fair.
You know it.
You know it. Wait, what did I do? Oh no, I didn't want this.
That's the chest.
Okay. It's gonna have a high ceiling. Maybe that's too high. Give me my materials back. Look, Grandma, I'm doing it. I'm making sure we'll survive the winter. Are you proud? Speak quickly before the cold will take us out. Make it like a little bit wider, maybe. And then I'll remove these things, and then I'll put more floor down. Wow. Truly beautiful, truly blessed. Hashtag blessed. How do I... I want to make a wall here. How do I make a wall here? Wait, how do I do this again? Grandma said you were too slow, Fable. What the hell are all the beans? Wait, beans? Where are the beans at?
Oh, beans?
Where are the beans at?
You want me to do the beans?
Oh no, they're talking about beans.
Like these sort of beans, or...
Guess we'll have a little bit of an open space concept.
How else do they look? I just gotta look at the socks, right? And then I have beans. Oh, it's actually 4. My bad.
Okay, I'm just assuming that I'm doing this right somehow. I don't know, and then I put it like that. Oh, I am doing it. I'm sorry, I'm still figuring this out, guys.
You're so fine.
You're so fine.
Oh, shucks.
Think for the pet.
I'm coloring in Einar right now.
Einar!
It's so good,
oh my
Nova. That's so fast.
Well,
Thank you for
it's not
doing
done.
this.
I like can't finish a sketch unless I have some colors behind it. Like,
oh, I see.
That is fair. I love coloring my sketches in.
Like, I just struggle to visualize if if it doesn't have colors to it.
I just got confused with the legs.
Guys, I'm doing it. I'm building a house. With my own 2 soft, fragile, incapable hands. I mean, it appears they're not as incapable, but because I'm literally doing it. I was born a witch. I'm a bad witch.
Bad witch, guys.
They said I can embrace darkness, so I'm guessing maybe I can do that if I wanted to. Which I might, you know?
I think you should.
Need to make tofu, but there are precisely 0 beans. Oh, I see. I could give you some beans. I would share my beans with you, Abion. I think we have some. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just want to be nice. Okay, now how do I have the rest of the roof? Do I just put... Grandma, how do I roof? Oh, maybe like this? Oh gosh. Oh gosh, Grandma. Grandma, this is too much. Grandma, I don't know what I'm doing. Please help me. Oh wait, I think I'm doing it, Grandma, actually. I think I'm doing it. Like this? Grandma, this doesn't look right. Grandma, this looks like an abomination.
wrong.
We don't need a roof, right? I mean, see, we can't trap this stuff in here. We'll just keep it like that. Or do I need to, like, put down, like, a floor or something, like, up there? Like this? Maybe. I cannot build here. Cannot build here. My ass! Look at me, I'm doing it! I think. At least this should keep us warm. My fragile little grandma and me. Ah, grandparents always have such soft skin.
I do not feel my grandparents enough to know that.
That is so sad. Unless it's not. I mean, I don't know. Like, well, I'm just saying. I mean, it's just.
I don't know. I've just never noticed that about great grandparents.
They are soft. They have soft skin because they're so wrinkly and old and fragile. That small
like
hag, which fable now?
Flower.
You really shoved everything in that belt. Oh shit! Who's going to tell me that my face froze because my phone is dying? Hold up. There we go. Imagine if it's raining. There's no rain coming in here. See, this is all bulletproof. I have a whirlpool in here too in no time. All right. I'll have my own little gaming corner where I do little streams as a witch.
Oh fucking hell!
Suck
Holy
it, Nunu.
shit!
Thank you, Lappy, for the bits.
Hesna, holy shit! I just got flashbanged.
My grandparents are all dead, so I take your words for it. They are soft. Just trust me. Just trust me. Bulletproof, still not waterproof? No, look, it's waterproof. It's waterproof. Just spit on it. Spit on my house. Do it right now. Do it right now, cunts. Bet you won't. Spit on my house. See what happens. Nothing, because it's waterproof. It's spit-proof. It's waterproof. It's just an immaculate little house, you know? I did so well. I did so well putting all of that down with my own 2 hands. Go ahead and place my chair now. Time does not rest, but I need to. Why don't you put down your own chair? Baba Yaga's chair. Stand on top of the wooden platform. Press Control to open. Select building. Okay.
I don't like these.
Okay, there we go. Where do you want it? Where do you want your fucking I'm gonna put you in the corner, Grandma. In fact, you're gonna be facing away from me. You're gonna be like, here, this is your chair.
Loaded.
Think about what you've done. Think about what you've done. Right here.
Ow!
Oh, wait, hold on. Around. Wait, do we need to put it somewhere besides? Do you want me to? Do you want to be on top of the, like here? Do you want to be up here, Grandma? I don't know what you want me. I want to put you in the little corner. Slide the chair around. Hold, drag, bubble.
Stop punishing me.
I'm doing it. I'm trying to hold. Oh, slide the. Oh, okay. I see.
I don't.
Press E to build the chair. There you go, Grandma. Perfect. Great. Now I don't have to see her anymore. Now I don't have to feel bad. I don't have to feel bad for her. Or think about her a certain death in the near future. Oh, she's the Blair Witch. Oh, she's out of sight, out of mind, you know? Like, what? You still live with your grandma? No, don't worry. She's just like decoration. She's a little bit of background noise, actually. Do you even know what type of chair goes in the corner? The cuck chair? Yeah, but she's like an anti-cuck. She's like facing away. She's like she prefers the audiobook version, you know, of being cucked. She prefers to just listen to it. She doesn't want to see it necessarily. Oh my god. Cuck chair radio edition. She's like, can you do it a little bit louder? I can't hear anything here. Sound waves don't travel as far.
What am I listening to?
I'm sorry, Nova. This is what this is you're just experiencing this live and in person.
No, I appreciate it. It's just, I'm processing.
Oh man, must be nice to be staring at the corner. Yeah, probably. I was like guns. All right. Well, Grandma. No personal. Grandma must turn your hearing aid up. Grandma, you forgot to turn on your hearing aid. You have completed trial of the chicken. Oh, of course they had to call it trial of the chicken. Of course. Now Lappy's gonna be like, it's because Fable is a chicken. Get it, guys? Because Fable is wings and she's a chicken. That's why it's called trial of the chicken. Come on, Lampy, I'm waiting. Come on, do it. I know your fingers are burning to type it. I always knew this game was made for Fable. Oh, Avion. Okay, and now you were the one. You were the one. Oh my god.
Damn, bro. Damn.
All right, you know what? It's always the person you expect the least. You finished the trial of Fable. There we go. There we fucking go. I fucking knew it. There we go. I'm not a chicken. Now I will give you one last seat, an ancient one, just for you. But know that this is no ordinary chair, for it is the cock chair of the ancient one. Oh, blueprint for chest.
I drew a butt.
Oh. I am so proud of you.
Thank you.
I'll allow you to speak to the hut directly, for you will be guiding us on our journey up the river. Think of it like the brain of this place. Position your chair and talk to it. Believe me, you will find yourself speaking with things much stranger than a chair in your travels, such as the life of a witch. Maybe I am a witch! I do speak to all kinds of things. Steer the hut through the forest to where the fog is at its deepest. Enter to leave this part of the world. Know that when you do, that we may never return here, so make sure you have tied up your affairs and explored as much of the land as you wish. I sense there are still some places left undiscovered. Oh yeah, I still have to find that goat too! Trials for chickens and nothing but females? What? Rejoice, child, for you have been cocked in the ancient ways.
Front butt, yes. I don't like it.
Ooh, built the bone chair, so you may.
Guys, I'm not gonna finish any drawing today. I hope that's okay.
Okay,
oh,
it's
fine.
Having fun, you know.
Exactly. Just have fun.
I'm not tattooing my butt. Okay. What about like a finger tattoo? Like maybe like hidden in your like middle finger on the side. Such a good. Yay.
Oh, this is too far in the front. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this.
No forehead tattoo. Maybe we can do.
Oh, this is too far into the wall. Where do I put you, little chair? No, maybe I'll put it right in front of Grandma so no one can see her even more than they already can't. Oh, I'm being so mean to her. It's okay, she was being mean to me too. She was threatening to cook me, but I think she did that out of love, though. Which I get. I would do the same. That is how I would flirt.
Like cooking people?
Here. Yeah, I'd be like, hey, I'm gonna cook you into a stew and I'm gonna gobble you up. That's how I would flirt. Definitely. Oh, Guns, thank you for the hydrate. Let me get my water.
Nice.
Yeah. Everyone wants to cook a chicken. I'm not a chicken. She literally gave you a house fable. True, but she only gave it to me because she can't control it. I am very sure of that. 3,500 essence. Is the lady worth it? Abion? Is the lady worth it? Alright, let's go look for the goat. Oh wait, did I forget to put it? Oh, how do I get out of here? Oh, I forgot to put a door down. Oh, hey, food. Oh, there is no food. New blueprint door. I can make myself a door. Alright. We can leave this place. I think. What is that? Hanging herb. Ooh, I can decorate this. Oh, beautiful. Oh, wait. I kind of wanna put this thing down. Where do I put it? Like above the door, probably, right? Or like maybe next to it. But I need to put on the door first.
It's too thick.
Oh, I already placed it. Oh, my bad. Cutting board. Hello? Can Fable have... Oh, there we go. Oh, so many things. Window. I can have a window? Fable can have a window. Did I place it? Place the window. Did I put it down? Did I do it correctly? I think I put down a window. Now where's the door? Door. Okay.
Thank you for the plan.
Door. Okay. I think I've done it. I think I have a door now. I can leave. Can I open the window? Oh, I can open the window. Look, I can look outside. Oh my goodness, I'm so good. Did you glaze the chicken in barbecue sauce? Oh my god, that sounds so good. I had a nice oven fucking freezer pizza before I went live. Apparently, also according to Nova, it is weird to have tuna on pizza.
In America, yeah.
In America. It's so normal in Germany. It's so confusing to me.
Guys,
It's not
she
weird.
She had a tuna pizza with onion.
Yeah, like red onions. Like it's so normal here.
I feel like it's not that normal, like average in America, Lampy.
Imagine it turns out you were just the weird one. Can we? Okay, regardless of what you think right now, guys, can we just all guess like Nova?
Okay. No, Abby and Belf, they're like a part of my region of the USA, so I think that's a good example of me telling the truth. Okay.
So it's like just your weird little corner of the world.
Well,
I'll have a nice sleep, Barracks.
Good night, Barracks.
Oh, is that
Sleep
Noah?
well. Take care of
Sorry.
yourself. Define tuna. Tuna from a can?
Yeah, like that type of. Wait, I can show you guys.
It's usually like salty on pizza, though, right?
I mean, I don't know. Wait, let me get a tuna. Oh, I'm gonna write in tunfish pizza. All right, let me just pull up a picture so you guys can properly appreciate it. Yeah, like this or something. Yeah, this all looks pretty good. This all looks okay. Of course, the web page image. Hold up, I need to just do this a little bit different. There we go. Alright, guys. I'm going to show it to you, okay? I was gonna say if it was like fresh sliced tuna, I could maybe see it, but canned tuna is a no for me, dog. It is so good. It is so good. It's not my favorite pizza, but it's still so good. Here. Here, that's good pizza. That's a good pizza. It's tasty. I don't care what you guys say. It's a tasty pizza. What kind of sauce is American? It's a weird thing here, but with red onions, just needs to know what the sauce is. Just normal, like tomato sauce, like the basic. Get tuna, onion, green peppers, and sweet corn pizza quite often. See, maybe some black olives. Okay, can't convince Nova with that one. Yeah, heck, that is really good.
Tasty.
What the fuck, guys? It's good. It's normal here too. Like it's. I don't. Tasty pizza.
Listen, I was just trying to educate her on American cuisine.
Yeah, I mean, I said Nova, when you come here ever, I will order a tuna pizza from a pizza place that I really like, and we will have a pizza party. We'll also get other pizza in case you don't like it, but you will have to try tuna pizza. It's tasty.
I am willing because I am her friend.
I will try this pizza. What a great sacrifice.
It's, I
just can't wrap my head around how that is weird to you guys.
I don't know, but
it's not weird.
See, Nino doesn't think it's weird.
Nina's not American.
That's true. I'm not
Beer
American.
is awful, Abigail.
Wow,
Beer is
I don't
awful.
count. I'm second-class citizens. I forgot. I forgot.
You don't want to be American.
No, I don't want to be American. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to say it.
No, Abigail, no. I would just say such a thing. We wouldn't. No. I tried, but it doesn't seem normal. I don't get it. It's so basic here in Germany. It's like one of the most basic pizzas to get. like I said, we even have like frozen tuna pizza. Like it's like very common.
Nice.
I shake my head. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. My favorite one is still with like shrimps and garlic. That's my favorite. But
See, this
yeah,
is
tuna
like
is great.
not standard American pizza in my eyes.
Like also the shrimp one?
Yeah.
It is really good. I mean, listen, there's seafood pizza, so you at least can't tell me that it's like weird, right? You guys have seafood pizza, right?
I never hear of people putting shrimp on their pizza. I want to know what chat says.
Chat says you're weird.
Me?
Yeah, they say, "Wow, Nova, that is so weird." Or like, and Belv says, "Nova, that's not true." Like, and Lampy says, "Nova, bad like always." Yeah, Nova L. Yeah, exactly, Albion. That's what I was thinking.
I'm looking at that table.
Maybe you should get new glasses if you can't see it.
My God.
Whoa.
Shrimp, prawns, and pizzas going here too. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's shrimp or prawns that I'm talking about right now. But that stuff on pizza with garlic is so good. Love it. Seafood and cheese is weird.
Being used like that.
Seafood pizza is good. Kiwi pizza? I've never heard about kiwi pizza. I mean, I'd try it. They eat chocolate sprinkles on toast as regular breakfast? I have never heard anyone do that, Avion. I've never heard a single German do that.
It's called hagelslag. Really? Yeah, you get butter, and then there's special sprinkles that they use. So it's not normal sprinkles. I mean, you can use normal sprinkles. But it's delicious. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but I've never heard of anyone in Germany do that.
It's delicious.
You'll try kiwi pizza? I could try kiwi pizza. I'm not against trying kiwi pizza. I rest my case? What do you mean you rest your case?
What case was there?
Oh, because I said it doesn't sound bad? I mean, listen, don't knock it till you try it, you know? Some of us some of us aren't children who just say ew 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 before they've even tried it. I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there, Abion.
Abel, have you ever had a caprese salad?
I've tried it and I've decided that it's bad, Nova. That's the difference. I've tried it and I've decided, wow, this is utter dog shit. That's the difference here. That's the fable difference.
Wait, which one?
Caprese salad.
The fucking mozzarella in tomato one with the tomatoes. I love mozzarella though. Oh, Green Ninja, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you playing? What were you doing? Welcome, Lampy. Would you be a deer and
Lampy, be a deer.
Oh no.
She's taking you.
Oh no.
She's taking you.
What?
Abion redeemed eat a tomato.
Oh. I wouldn't even do that to you.
I have decided already that it's bad though, so you can't make me eat my words because I've already tried and decided that it's bad. Alright, I'll get it. For the Kiwi teams, oh my god. Green Ninja, I hope you had a great stream. If you need to, get some rest or something, I completely understand. But thank you so much for writing, and I really appreciate it. I was playing Stardew Valley. What's this you're playing? It's called Rika. Wait, let me remove the pizza. Sorry, we were talking about pizza earlier. It's Rika. It's a witch game. You're a witch, and you're having your little chicken leg house, like Baba Yaga house, and you're doing lots of stuff. And I'm liking this so far. I do. But yeah, I just quickly I will need to leave for just a moment so I can check if we have tomatoes. Because Abion redeemed don't be a baby or whatever you said. I'm not gonna be a baby. I was just saying hi to the person who rated me. I'm just being a good
they called you out like that. How could you take that?
Talking about you saying that it's bad before you eat it, but in this case, I know that you don't like tomatoes, so I'm not giving you too much crap. But I just say there's a lot of tomato dishes out there you have yet to try.
I mean, I would try them as long as it's not like, for example, tomato soup. I try it, as long as it's not like with burgers. It's like, oh, but there's just like tomato on there, and like you didn't do shit. Like it's still gonna taste awful and gonna jizz all over my fucking patty. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Why would you even compare that to that?
I do not.
Because the tomato does jizz all over my fucking patty. It's the tomato juice is all over the place.
No,
I think you're using a wrong tomato.
It's the tomato juice has already contaminated the fucking burger, so even when I remove it and I bite into the burger, there's still gonna be that little hint of tomato taste, and it's going to haunt me. And I'll be like,
do you not like tomato daddy?
I don't like tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes either. I do like ketchup though. Yeah, same. But that's like different because there's other stuff in there. Like it's like saying, oh, I don't like eating like raw flour, but I do like cake. It's because it's different. It's an ingredients. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. You made this comparison.
It's true though. Like people are like, you don't like tomatoes, but you like ketchup and tomato sauce. Gotcha. No, you don't fucking copy. It's an entirely different thing. It's not the same thing. You added stuff to it and you removed the part of the tomato by doing that. I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna see if we have a tomato so that I can do the thing that you guys want me to, so I can suffer. As I have promised I will suffer.
I did not think of where I should position the head.
I'm very passionate about my hate for tomatoes. Alright, you guys entertain chat. I'm back in a moment.
Alright, Chad.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna do your mom tonight. And she is gonna know. She's gonna enjoy every moment of it. Anyways, I'm trying to figure out where I should put the head. Which direction should it face?
I'm not drawing this robot correctly.
Also, I know 0 things about art.
Same.
Say hi to her for me, Didu. I will, don't you worry, I got that. She works hard, she could use a good time. No worries, no worries. Just send me your blessings, your love notes, how much you love your mother. I mean, like in a good way.
in a good way.
You know what I mean. Not in the way I'm going to do her, but.
Oh my god.
Because that's different. Memento Mori! Oh my god, that's crazy because we're literally listening to Memento Mori right now.
We do not have tomatoes.
You don't have tomatoes?
We maybe have one outside that we grow ourselves, but I'm not sure if I should take it, like one of the few tomatoes that we have, to then spit them out again.
Oh.
Can you repeat the sound again, Fable? Which one? I mean, if you guys want me to, I'm sure my parents would understand. Do you guys... Garden Fresh is good. Still not right. I claim points for later date. I mean, Avion, if you want, I can go out and see if we have the point shall stand. If you want, I can go out and see if we have. I'm not even sure if we have a ripe one currently, but at least you can refund them. That is true. Avion is right there at the source of the points.
I have tomatoes.
Why though?
Do you want to eat a tomato?
Not particularly.
Oh, see,
I said not particularly, but if I have to, I will. But you know, I don't have to.
I mean, yeah, if I get a gun to my head and someone says eat a tomato, I guess I will. But they'll just have to live with me puking over their shoes, you know.
How expired are they? Do you know? Fucking hell. Shit. Maybe like a couple of days. That's alright, right? Like it's not moldy. It's just there. The only reason why I have those tomatoes is because they mixed up my order again. So I've got tomatoes. I've got milk.
How often do they mix up your order?
I don't know. It's crazy that it happened.
That is crazy.
I was crazy once.
Man. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room.
You were crazy once?
A rubber room. A rubber room.
I was in a rubber room.
The rats make me crazy. Let me get some more berries. Alright, they said it could be that we don't return to here, so I guess I'll just talk to all the people, and I'll still need to find the goat. I will not leave before I found the cute little goat. Wait, can I like...
What if we make it...
Swipe west. Bring in the harvest. I did solve that.
Upwards.
Goating. Just about how ketchup isn't the same thing. Yeah, I did went on a tirade about that. Thank you for listening, Albion. I'm sorry I called you a child or whatever I said. I hope you guys know that if I say these things, I mean that as a little jest, as a little punch in the ribs, you know? But like a gentle one. Drinking a glass of ketchup is equally unpleasant. I mean, it's not equally unpleasant because nothing is as unpleasant as eating a tomato, you know? Isaka said if I ever come to the Philippines, he'll make me eat bitter. I think it was called bitter gourd or something like that. And he said I will find it more disgusting than tomatoes. And I said we'll see about that, Bucko. So I guess we'll see about that. And I'll keep you guys updated if I ever find anything more disgusting.
Did you say bitter balls?
Bitter gourd. Not
gourd.
bitter balls.
Bitter balls.
Okay, it's not. Isaka is not right? going. Isaka is not going to feed me bitter balls. Bitter gourd or gourd. I don't know how you pronounce it. Like the, you know. Oh, Lambie, thank you for the hydrate. Guns, thank you for the hydrate. What do you want to say, Nova?
Maybe.
Oh,
Should be
I'm
like...
good. I forgot. I'm like waking. It's a good thing I'm not streaming today because my brain is like blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I was just gonna say you're very quiet. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm focusing on ya boy.
She's working hard.
Aww. I'm so thankful.
She's doing
balls.
fan service.
You're solid. I do like big balls. Wait, let me get my water.
You want big balls?
No, but if I had some, I would play with them like fushigi balls.
Oh.
Where's my water? Where did it go? Oh no, I'm doomed to forever be unhydrated, a dry bitch.
I did it again. How did I manage to draw the same thing again when I meant to draw it facing upwards? How did I do that? It's because of this thing that I did, right?
His name is Apt. Yeah, I'm curious to see if I'll hate it more than tomatoes. I know I won't like it because in general I don't like bitter stuff. But I doubt it'll be as bad as tomatoes taste-wise. Happy, thank you for the hydrate again. Are you trying to drown me again? And thank you for the posture check guns. Let me stretch, big stretch. Big stretch. You gotta say big stretch.
Yes.
Every time you do a big stretch.
Hiccups. Gotta hydrate, guys. Watch me guzzle. Guzzle.
Oh, can you guys even hear the game, by the way? I just realized it's very quiet. Maybe like this or something. Yeah, we hear it? Okay. Tell me if I made it too loud now, then. Bitter stuff by itself is rarely very good, but it makes an awesome and underrated secret ingredient in things. I mean, I'm sure it could work in things. It's just that... Oh, I'm dreamy. Oh, you a cutie. Oh my god. Just like in general, like I'm not a big fan of like overwhelmingly like bitter tastes. For example, I also don't like dark chocolate, which I know people are like, oh, well, that's the real chocolate. That's as real as chocolate gets. But I just don't like it. You know, I just don't like bitter stuff.
I don't like it unless it's cold.
Cold dark
Cold
chocolate?
stuff often tastes very good for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Do not turn the lamp into a house. But Lampy, I need more real estate so I can rent it out to other people. And then I can make big money.
Yeah.
Who wants to live inside my lamb?
Your lamb?
My little lamb.
Baby sheep?
Yeah. Lampy. I'm gonna call this one Lampy. But like lamb and then pee. Because it's peeing on me right now.
Oh.
Whoa. That's
so
nice.
Truth, I hate raw tomatoes.
Never mind.
It just tastes so watery. I know you understand, but everyone else. Yeah, I just... No, wait, hold up. I just realized I still have my crows out. Wait, no, I don't. The fuck? Why are there so many crows over
I need
there?
to check anatomy. I need to check body anatomy.
This guy is getting absolutely attacked by crows. That is so funny. I'll help them in a moment. Hello, I found the goat. The greatest of all time.
Guys,
I found her, she's fine.
You know what I
There
need
you
to
are.
get?
Thank you so much.
Those like
What?
human anatomies, like the physical models.
Oh yeah, yeah, those are good. There's some really good ones.
I think
There's also really bad ones, but
yeah, I have a hand one which I haven't used like in.
Ooh. If I had a real good smokehouse steak, a big reason why it's so good is because they char it from the flame or the coals while they cook it, and the char is bitter. I haven't had a steak in so long, and way too long. I love steak.
my god, me too. Steak night with the girls.
Hey, don't eat steak.
Steak
for the
night.
environment.
You don't eat steak?
No.
Oh.
Well, then you'll have a Capri salad.
I will.
Sorry. Okay, what about pizza night with the girls?
To Google Silas. I mean, yes, I would also Google Silas, but I didn't Google Silas at the moment. I'm looking at anatomy. You saying look at Silas for anatomy? I'm drawing a woman. Women are easy to draw. Right, Fable?
Wait, what?
Women are easy to draw.
It's for the
environment. I think they're easier to draw than men, but that's also just because I have more practice with men in general. Can you more practice with women? Sorry, I didn't.
She's gay.
I said why more practice.
More practice with women, guys. You heard it right here.
But it's fine. It's fine. It's
Sorry,
fine.
I had an opportunity and I had to use it.
Yeah, Nova has always been very. I mean, not always been, but Nova has been recently very quiet. What did you say, Nova?
As I'm leaning back in my chair, I said that I don't eat steak because the environment is really just that, bad for the cow industry is bad for the environment.
I see.
Cows have a lot of methane. They fart a lot. Doesn't that increase the ozone layer thing?
Oh, it's like it is hurtful for the environment and all that, but I love steak. We know how much practice you have with females. I'm sorry. I meant drawing them.
Yeah, she meant drawing, guys. Maybe if I flip it.
Okay, goodbye. I'm taking the goat with me though. You will never see this goat again. This is mine now. I love this little goat. I wonder if I can take it with me.
I need to move it a little bit. Yeah.
I'll take it to my hut. I'll take it with me. I don't care. This is mine now. This is my goat. Out of my way, lower class citizens! Wait, do I have to drop it there? Okay, wait, let me drop it and then I'll pick it back up. Just in case I needed to. Just in case. Here you go. Is my quest... is it completed? Quest solved. Hell yeah. Rain in the harvest. Okay, so I've done both of these then.
Yeah, do you like thick women?
Chat, do you like them thick and chunky?
You want me to make a chunky woman? I don't like how the leg is for this here. Maybe I can change it.
Mushland has been deforested to keep up with the global demand for quinoa. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you can't really eat a lot of things without them being bad for the environment, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Okay, little goat, don't wander too far. I'll take you with me home soon.
Like
Did I help? Come here, little guy. You're mine. How can I help you? What's the matter? Beady eyes, like berries. Could swear they're following me, stalking me, in fact. Can't scare them off. They must belong to the old crone in the woods. Well, that's just uncalled for. Simply don't exist and the environment will be better. Yeah, pretty much that. I'm not sure Nova could walk up to everyone's and go, "Ooh, could you cook me steak? Please, can I have some steak?" Oh! Oh, thank you so much for the raid! Hello! Slide
Oh my god.
into your stream on Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels! Hot Wheels?
Hot Wheels?
How you doing? Hot Wheels.
No way, Hot Wheels.
Hi, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. I am. How you doing? Welcome in. How was your stream? What did you do? Hello, everyone. My name is Fable. I am currently playing Rika, which is a witch game because it is the season of the witch, and of course we have to play this. I've been wanting to play this for so long. But yeah, I have on my call with me here right now, I have my friends Novalia and Ninu.
Hello.
Who are doing other things. They're both drawing, but we're just kind of hanging out.
Yes.
We're sent to conduct violence, please.
Wait, violence?
Violence, please. Do conduct violence. Miss Fable, have you played Fable? I have actually not played Fable. You're not the first person to ask that. I do want to play Fable, though. It is. I really do want to play this. I'm gonna stream it when I do, but no, we're not very peaceful. Oh, you guys are not gonna. I'm not gonna cause any violence around here.
What?
Oh man,
violence is permitted. I'm saying
it's
it for Fable that is permitted. Wait, am I a mod in your channel, Fable?
You are.
Oh my god, yeah, guys, violence permitted. I have a sword.
Hot Wheels? Hot Wheels with hot sauce?
I don't like the skin.
Miss Fable, not having touched Fable and being asked before seems
gone.
about right. Well, I didn't name myself after the game Fable. But I can definitely understand why people would assume that I've played the game if my name is Lady Fable. But I do want to play it. Like I said, I do want to. Oh, wait, that's Pex. Oh, wait, I see Pex right there. Ooh, Peck Dance? Wait, who's that? I'm gonna follow them.
Wait, where?
I'm sorry, there's a Pecky mode and they're dancing and I'm a very simple woman, listen. I am a very follow for the Peck dance? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yo, that's so cool. Wait, how did whoa.
I see Peck's dance and you have my attention, okay? You have my attention and also my life. I don't
Hell yeah.
I'm a simple woman.
Simple woman.
Even if you didn't take this. Oh, thank you, Ren. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. People have also assumed I've played Fail because of my name. Why, is that like a person or a place in that? Understandable. Yes! Oh my god, look at them bouncing out! Oh my goodness.
Oh, wait, there's more?
There is man.
No fucking way. Oh my god.
The woman booba are for you in Nova, but I mean I can still admire them from a artistic point of view.
Oh my god. I just Lampy, I'm sorry. I just realized what you suggest what you doodle from like an hour ago. I'm
oh
sorry.
My god. Having an Albion? Oh. Albion, I see.
Sorry, I'll do it now.
Hope all you guys are doing great. We are doing great. I think at least I'm doing great. Are you guys doing great?
Yo.
Yeah.
That's not convincing.
What?
No, I know you're just locked in. It's okay. It's okay. But I hope you had a great stream. If you gotta like take care of yourself or something, I completely understand. You need to get rest and food, but you are also very welcome to stay if you want to. It's up to you, but either way, thank you so much for the raid and for bringing your lovely people here. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Just looking respectfully, not respectfully in the slightest. I'm drooling violently, and my eyes are popping out of my skull and doing like an awooga kind of thing, you know. I'm looking very disrespectfully. It's a very dirty look that I'm giving, but like a different kind of dirty, you know, not the kind of dirty, but the ooh kind of dirty. Is there a list for anyone Fable? Oh my goodness. Oh man. Take me all back and handle it the old-fashioned way. Are you gonna shoot me or something?
Wait a minute.
You're
Can I
gonna
watch?
shoot me.
No.
You want to... I thought you want to help me, Ninu.
I do, but I've never seen it happen in real life. I mean, in Minecraft.
Oh my god.
I love you.
My friend wants to see me dead. Okay.
No. You say mommy. No, I say mommy. You call me King. So,
What?
Never mind.
I don't really understand what's happening right now.
Me neither.
I'm sorry. Look, I've lost the plot.
Oh man. It's fine. It's fine. The plot was never there.
No.
You gotta deal with that. Oh my god.
You know someone else said that?
What?
The plot wasn't there. Like my father wasn't there.
What?
My father.
I can be your father?
Are you gonna call me kitten?
Do you want me to call you kitten again? Do you want your father to call you kitten?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, I'm not gonna be your father. I'm not gonna be your father then.
I'm sorry.
I may not be your father, but I can be your daddy.
Daddy?
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
Daddy? Sorry. That's why I try not to use ma'am often. Ma'am, that has a good ring to it. Well, that makes me also sound really old, which chat will tell you that I am, but I'm not. I'm not old. I accidentally said mama instead. Mama? Mama? Papa?
Mother?
Puppy?
Papa?
Call me puppy. It's pretty shitty too.
Wait, is that mother? Otosan?
Wait, what's mother? I'm not sure. It was only
what's
69? I'm
Japanese?
not 69! Nino is 69.
I'm 69. I
It's
never
on a little
aged.
sheet with her character.
Okasa is mother. Okasa is mother, so what's Okasa? Otosa is father? Okay. Okasa.
Take
It's
peck.
my birthday today.
Peck. Yes, please. Give pecks. I may have asked the heck to bless my fishing. I may have accidentally forgotten to pay her. Oh, accidentally, I see. Don't let on to anyone that I went to her. They'd laugh at me for sure. But I always passed by her hut on the way to the best fishing spots, so I thought maybe she could help me out. I had the money to pay her, honestly, but I just lost it in a game of Tickle My Pumpkin.
Oh, wait, what?
You lost your money in a game of Tickle My Pumpkin. What is... What? How does that work? What? I want to play Tickle My Pumpkin. How does that work?
How to play Tickle My Pumpkin.
Hey Siri, how do I play Tickle My Pumpkin? Oh my god. Latin Striker, have a nice lurk. Oh my god.
Latin Striker, hi!
No,
Thank you for this.
I know you're gonna...
Hey, thank you for the hydration as well.
I know you're gonna be in... You know you were needing a stream, but I still address you because I can.
Is grandmother. Ah! Wait, are you telling me to call Nova? No, I mean Fable fuck.
You got this.
Obasa.
Wait, I have to make decisions? I can't make decisions. Better pay for your debts in the future. Pay debts into... I'll see what I can do.
Nova, what do you want me to call you?
Kitten.
Hey, kitten.
I mean...
I can't do as good as you guys. You guys just do it so well.
You're doing a good job.
Oh, did I just pick the dark side? Wait, I was just gonna be like, hey, better pay your debts in the future, and then I'm still gonna help him, but... Oh, no! doomed this guy to be forever surrounded by crows. Oh, I'm a bad person. We call Fable Obasan and see how long we get away with it? What? Why? No!
Thank you for the
His grandmother. I'm not Fable! I'm not a grandma! I'm not a grandma.
Oh.
Did you just say I'm not Fable?
Yeah.
I heard that. I heard that.
It's okay.
This is where help we're doing help. Oh man, next time I'll help. I'm sorry.
Obasa.
I thought he's still talking to me.
Obasa.
I would love to help him still if I could.
Obasa.
Hold on, let me just quickly.
This is just in. Fable is an imposter.
Well, I'm stealing this goat. I mean, not sure if that makes me an imposter, but it makes me very happy.
Stealing goat?
I'm stealing a goat, yeah.
I would do that for fun.
I'm doing it because I want the goat, because it's so cute. I'm taking it to my little chicken house.
Why am I trying to make fancy ass chairs?
Well, this guy is gonna get forever swamped by crows, but that's fine. It's just little Hakitos. It's fine. They're just there to play. Well, next person I'll help. I didn't quite realize what I was doing there because I'm a little bit silly. Wait, I don't want to drown with the goat. I also don't want to drown without the goat. I just feel like drowning in general would be a little bit unpoggers right now. The real Fable would have never shunned the females. Just don't use females. I know I said it, but it wasn't a different. The context was missing from that soundbite. Wait, can I also? Oh, I need to carry all the chickens to our hut. We can't just leave them behind. All right, I have lots of running to do. I'm gonna put all of them in there. Where did my giant house go? Did I lose it? Where's my giant chicken house?
Mommy.
Oh, there it is.
Obasa. Oh wow, it sounds right. Obasa.
Bring animal home. You've received 1 white goat. Like, I can steal the goats! Oh, this is perfect. Alright. Is it home now? Is it here? Is it here with me?
Nova, how's your art going?
It's good. I'm coloring Fable.
You coloring Fable?
Goodness. I'm so excited.
Let me know if you have a request to Ninu.
Oh, me? Ninu request? Chat.
Yeah.
Give me some ideas.
Little picture of my goat. I'm gonna put it right here. Think you have to build a Fable? Yeah, I'm currently checking where it is. Oh, there it is. Friends. He is a friend. Oh, little friend. I'm gonna put you right here. I'm gonna steal the other goats now too. At least the ones and the chickens. I'm gonna steal all of them.
Alright, now let's do
It's just my little goat. I'm gonna call it. Oh yeah, right. It's Lampy. Right. There you go, little guy. Aren't you just a cute little baby? Oh, let me give you a little kiss muffin. Smelly deer. Hi, Cryptic. How's it going?
Cryptic!
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good evening. And Ravi can be a ghost. I'm the goat. You are the goat, Lampy.
Yeah. How does it feel
I
being
steal animals. Beep bop boop bop ba da bum. And now I'm getting all the chickens. Because we can't leave them behind. No, we can't. Come here, little baby. keep missing this house for some reason. It just looks like it's trees instead of legs. Playing Uma Musume because my friend won't stop bothering me to get into it. Good! Good on your friend! Brown chicken.
I've still never played that game.
I really like the characters and all, and they just... I just, you know, they're my friends! What's that? Lantern. White candle. Ooh, I got stuff. Can I swim or do I drown? Whee! Oh, I'm just walking, okay. Fable is never gonna beat the allegations? Wait, what allegations? What did I do? What did Fable do this time? Do you know what Nino is drawing at the moment? I do not know what Nino is drawing at the moment. What is Nino drawing at the moment?
I'm drawing Silas and Raphael at a cafe whilst we are hiding in a bush.
Oh my god, that is perfect. That goes on the fridge, Nino. Then when that's done, send that to me. That goes on the fridge. I'm gonna put all your stuff on the fridge.
Oh my god! Guys, it's going on the fridge.
And I have my favorite Uma and I must protect it with all my willpower. Who is it? Who's your favorite Uma Musume? I need to know. Like, I love all of them, but my favorites are Gold Chip and Special Week. But I also... Sorry. I also like lots of... And Rice Shower. I love Rice Shower too. Rice Shower is also one of my favorites. Rice Shower, she presses... Yeah, I love Rice Shower. After hearing her story. Yeah, especially like the real life one. You know what I mean? Like, tears at my heartstrings every time.
Tokai, was it Tokai?
Yeah, Tokai Teo?
Tokateo, yeah. That story is also cool.
Yeah, she kind of reminded me of you.
Me?
Like the character. I don't know why. She just gave me you vibes.
It's me, guy.
It's you. It's really you.
It's
Oh,
me.
Infinity C, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're going to have a great time here. How are you doing? I'm just kidnapping a whole bunch of animals right now. I'm not. I mean, they're with me willingly. They just. I mean, maybe the owners would disapprove, but I'm pretty sure the chicken lady won't mind. With chicken lady, I mean Baba Yaga. Alright, one more chicken to go, and then I'll get another little baby goat, and then I have them all, I think. Unless I can find more animals. Maybe I can find more animals. Gotta bring them all home. Oh, Raphael, my sweet.
Raphael.
My beloved. Raphael. Oh my god. Honestly, I feel if I ever find someone and I have ever, like, children and the child happens to be a boy, I feel like I would, like, Raphael is actually, like, a really pretty name just in general.
Raphael is a pretty name.
But obviously Raphael will be my he will become real and I will be with him, so like, you know, I mean, I'm not sure if
he
I
will
can
be
do that.
manifested, guys.
He will be manifested. It's true. Painting of green hills, vial with plants. Sounds good to me.
Jeez.
You may not return here for a while, Fable. Well, time to steal all the animals. I mean, yeah, if I'm not gonna have consequences for my action then either if I don't return, right? I can just take off with my fucking my little birdhouse, and then they'll never see me again. And they're never gonna see their animals again. I know she was like, oh, I'm so in distress. Oh, my little babies. Oh, well, it's my baby now. Fuck you, I stole it. I want to know if I can do anything with these. Tools and magic. Fire. Can I set them on fire?
The villagers?
Oh, no, I mean the little wood people.
Oh.
Can I set you on fire? Oh, I can give them berries. Aw. Hey, you're not... Oh, they're giving me stuff if I give them berries. Onion braid. You want berries too?
Maybe they're
Okay,
doing
I
that so
think...
you don't set them on fire.
Maybe. Well, they're not hurting me, I think. Anyone? Oh, you don't have berries yet? Maybe they do give me all their stuff so I don't set them on fire. Which is a wise decision, because I could totally just do that if I wanted to. You guys want anything else? Oh, they're so cute. I thought I saw something moving back there. Well, I mean, if I can't set them on fire, let me get out my crows in case I can gather anything around here. Oh, hi, big one, big fella. Oh, my fellas. Ba-ba-mo.
Oh, my fellas.
I'm not gonna collect them,
Alright, I'm
just
gonna
in case I get angry.
pop to the loo, guys. BRB.
Okay.
Alright, have fun. But I am wondering if we don't come back here, what's like, do we just travel all the time? Like, I mean, yeah, we do travel all the time, but like, how does it work? Is it like random generated places or either way? I'm intrigued. Oh, there's the fucking deer. There's my people over there. I'm just quickly gonna open this chest and then I'm gonna go find them. And maybe I can steal like a fawn or something. My friends! Can I even go over there? It's so like foggy on the edge here. I'm not sure if I can go. Wait, I can. Hi, babies! Do you want to be my friends? Be my friend! Give berry. Here, I gave you berry. Do you love me now? I think this one loves me now because I gave it a berry. Are we friends yet? Can I write you? I would love to write you, please. Look, we're friends. I'm a Disney princess. Can I feed the other ones berries too? Wait, is it following me or is it just kind of walking around normally? And oh, is it going back to its herd? Hey, you want your berry? Here you go. I have a little berry. Ah, they love me now. Berry for you. Berry for you. I gave them all berries. Oh my god. Hi. Oh, you cutie. You already have a bunch of your people. You still all are chickens. First of all, I didn't steal them. It belongs to the old lady. Second of all, I'm not a chicken. Okay, now how do I get the deer back to my home? Can they follow me if I walk away or something? No, I just gave them my berries and that's it? Okay, that's fine though. At least I could feed them. Do you guys have any kids that I could carry and take back to my home? Give berry. Give berry. You befriended the deer! It literally says I befriended the deer! Oh my god, this is the best day of my fucking life! It is the best day of my fucking big chungus life! Oh my god! Beautiful. Immaculate. Look at how pretty they- I don't want to leave. I just want to like chill here with them. They seem- Wait, who wanted a berry? Did you want a berry? Did you want a berry? Did you want a berry? You want your berry. You befriended the deer. Oh. Oh my god, how am I gonna leave them? I don't want to leave them. I don't want to leave them. Oh, this one's just chilling. Here, have a berry. I'm gonna give them all my berries. I'm gonna pay the berry tax. Have you paid the berry tax to your deer yet? And by your deer, I mean me. Have you given me strawberries yet? If you don't feed me strawberries, I will implode. And it will not be pretty. Ooh, I always say whenever they have any animals for me to take. Hello? Anyone here? Ooh. Can I look through this? I can't. Alright, that's fine. That is fine. Wait, let me just... Oh, I already have my faithful crow selected. Can I take this house? Can I just, like, move it? Is that a cat? I found a kitty! Hi! A skull! And I found a skull! Did you do that, little kitty? Here, I'll take you with me. You're my kitty now. The dairy tax? The berry tax, not the dairy. I mean, you can also give me dairy, I guess, but give me cheese. All I have is blueberries? That's okay, I'll also take blueberries. I love blueberries. You vote Nova? No, this cat is ginger. We have already discussed that she did explicitly not want to be ginger.
Wait, what?
I found it an orange cat, and the chat is saying you found Nova.
Oh. Yeah, my father is death, and I took after him.
Oh man, that is rough. Okay, wait, that is... Okay, wait, I can probably go into that with the lantern, though, I think. Into the... Let me just walk around the forest with my little kitty. No, I have a cat and it's purring in my arm. This is officially the best game ever made.
Aww.
And he's meowing.
Hi, Ninu.
I'm gonna...
Hi.
Hi, Nino.
Hello.
I'm going to call this one... Oh, Furby! Sorry, Furby's at my door.
Hi, Furby.
Got jealous.
Okay, give me a second. Entertain chat for me, because that means that Furby wants outside.
Oh, so the weather, chat.
How's the weather like? Yeah, chat.
Yeah. Tell us about it. Your drawing is adorable, Nino.
You think so?
Yes.
Alright.
Oh, so kind to me.
Let's just say when where Fable runs through the forest escaping with her stolen cat. I found it! Finders keepers! There was no one around to claim this cat, so it's now mine. Obviously. Okay, so I have my cat. I'll need to go back to the village, and I'll need to... There is someone hanging from it. Guys, I think there's someone hanging there.
Oh, fuck. Dude.
Oh my god.
No. I saw a clip of that the other day.
Right. Oh, it's okay. They dropped gold. Day 1. When I stepped out this morning, my heart was saying with joy at beginning my new adventure. The world is a big place, and I am but a small man. Yet I yearn to be more, to see more, and understand more. What adventure awaits me? What sights, tastes, and smells? The anticipation is almost too much. As I'm riding, I spy fellow travelers approaching. I hope I can make camp with them tonight. Oh, Jesus Christ. That didn't seem like it went very well. Now I wonder if... Oh, no. Okay, wait. Space. Wait, is there more to it? I want to read more. It's still glowing. Wait, oh kitty, sorry, I'm just gonna drop you again for... Oh, I thought I could carry the guy. Okay, I'm sorry.
You have heating on it? That is good.
Oh wait, can I set him on fire? Hold up. Like, free his spirit or whatever? Can I, like...
Rose the mother trucker.
Like, maybe my little crows can help me? Can they... Okay. It appears not. Oh, Willow wants to go now too. Okay, wait, let me just quickly pick up my cat. Okay, I'll be back again in just a moment. Hi, Willow. Guys, entertain chat for me.
So
hi,
chat, the
chat.
weather.
Chat, your mother.
Yeah. How do you feel about her romance with Ninu?
Yeah. You want to call me daddy, chat? Daddy do? Yeah, she's gonna be occupied.
Alright, guys. Chat, have you been entertained?
Chat, have you been
Say yes, chat. Yes. Say yes.
Okay, good. But god, the new housing line is hella expensive. Wait, what housing line? What's a housing line? Hiya, Watson, how is it going? They asked about the weather again? Guys!
What?
I told you the weather is a sensitive topic for chat.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Weather killed their grandma.
Oh, fuck, that's rough.
Totally slipped my mind.
But it seems like a skill issue and not a me issue.
Truly.
Oh, man. Impalia? Oh, Impalia. Man, I love Palia. Alright. I don't know, I mean, is there really not more... Okay, you know what? I feel like the travelers may have not been the kindest people. Considering... Well, this. Man, I would have loved to know more about this kind fellow. Do you think this was his cat? If so, why did he leave it behind? Fuck you, actually, you deserve to be there. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, it was so mean of me.
Okay.
He deserves to be fatherless.
Maybe there were some fays around. I don't know where I am. I'm just running through the woods with my borrowed cat, found cat.
Oh.
What was that? Maybe I should return my cat first before I go any further, because I don't want to lose my cat. I don't know what's out there. It's just the wind. I've never heard the wind go, ah! Ah! But maybe this is me. Maybe I just have weird wind here in Germany. I don't know. So entertained. It's okay, little kitty. Well, can you set like a marker or something? I don't think so. Alright, guys, we'll remember. Oh, wait, this is the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? Strange things that happen here, no stranger would. Oh, you've clearly never walked in on wind during the mating season. Wind is mating? Goddamn, even wind is getting bitches.
Damn.
They added a new housing line that's more modular and can be multi-level and stuff, but it's like 30k or more for each building part. Oh my god. That is super expensive. Wind mating season. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it was wind mating season. I wouldn't have judged otherwise. Hey, my dear friend, did you kill that person hanging over there?
Oh no.
I knew you would. Because you're my friends.
That's what friends do.
That's what friends do. Yeah, I'll give you all berries. Oh, he broke his legs. Oh no. Well, I'll go back here because I want to know what's making those noises. I want to see if I can find out more about that guy's death. But first, I'll bring my cat back to the house so that it may be warm and secure. Oh, my dear following me? My dear's following me.
I wish I knew how to do them though. People
I don't
make
think it's
some
following
cute
me anymore.
chibis.
Yeah, they do.
You make cute chibis too.
Oh, I don't really draw chibis that often. I have like a started chibi drawing that I haven't finished. Okay, I can't feed it anymore.
But I can imagine it.
I should try to draw them again more. When there's more risk than Fable, everyone has more risk than Fable.
What do you mean?
I'm not very riskful.
You're
the most rizful of us all.
Yeah, I've learned so much from you.
Aw, you little whippersnapper. I just gap a lot. Yeah, you're a little whippersnapper.
You
Sorry, I need to talk to the cat. I'm talking to Nino. Of course I'm talking to the cat.
Me?
Yes, you.
Hell
Look,
yeah.
there's my giant chicken house. You're not gonna enter the pub and make your baby noise. I pull up to the pub. Yeah, I'm seeing a cute guy, and I walk up to him and like, hey, and he's like, ooh, and then I get his number.
Yeah. That's how it works, guys.
The cat is escaping. There is no escape for the cat or anyone. I'll put my cat down right now. Wait, that sounds weird. I'm not putting my cat down. I'm building my cat.
What?
I'm building my cat.
Like Lego?
Yes. I'm putting it out of my inventory. There you go, little baby. Here, you can be friends with Lampy. You guys can chat. Put my chickens down later when I have more space for them. Okay. There we go. Now let me go find out what made those creepy noises so that I may shit my pants. Because I know that's what you guys are here for. But first let me check out what's over there, because I see a well. And it seems to be not doing very well. Did you laugh? Did you laugh too?
I laughed.
Thank you.
The important people laughed. It's okay.
The important people laughed.
Yeah.
Let me get my crows, because I'm physically incapable of picking any mushrooms without crows helping me. What? Dirty cutting board. Small brown bowl. Alright. I'll take it. Crows, give me the thing. I don't think you want that guy's number. Yep. You're absolutely right about that, Saucy. You're 100% right about that. Unless he's doing it because he thinks it's funny, in which case, hey. All the power to me, you know? Wait, is it over? Okay, it's over there where that man was hanging. So let me just scout out the area here first, in case I die. I'm not sure if I can die in this game, but you know, better safe than sorry, I guess. Joe was so strange to try to strangle Fable on the way out. That was a good joke. What do you mean? I am full of I'm hilarious. I'm full of laughter and joy and whimsy. Tipper tap, tipper tap it. Oh, thank you. Washboard, blah 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 blah. Can I pick up this? Can I pick up the? Okay, I can't. I wonder if there's something lurking in the murky waters below. Herbs. Okay, I get lots of decoration right here. Red apple. Bad apple?
Bad apple?
Is there a bad apple Tangier redeem?
Oh my god, that would be so cool.
Oh, that looks interesting. It seems like gravestones. I'll check that out in a moment. First, is there a cat in here?
La 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 la.
Not a cat, but a thing. Give me your insides. Ox harness. Can I get an ox? Can I kidnap an ox? Oh my god. Oh, I can't forget to take that one goat.
Thank you for the pat.
Oh, that was the same noise, I think. Wait, where are the graves? Oh, over there. Oh, creepy. Like this is very eerie. I like this. Ooh, is that? What? What is that?
You want to
This
know?
doesn't.
Do you want to know what it is?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure
Wait.
about that?
Can I like?
Wait, are you sure about that? It's not from the Invincible show. Omni-Man saying, "Are you sure about that?"
Oh my god, it's perfect. This is cursed. It's because Quentin Gio is always broken. Oh, but it was beautiful. Wallrack with plants, skull. I'm finding a whole lot of skull. A whole lot of skulls. But look, I cleansed the area. Why did this... Was it already open before? Did I unleash something? Should I be worried? Maybe I should be worried. Gotta go back to that hanging man in a bit. Oh, wait, there's another one.
Connects.
That one's all used up. Okay. Oh, no, it opened. I can see. I saw it opening right there. Bowl of incense. Skull with plants. Skull. The French jump scare. But not this time, but I'm a little bit on the edge, not gonna lie. Yeah, see, it moves. Wall shift. At least I get cooked stuff from it. Oh my god. Preaching to the choir.
Can I get the mic a little higher?
Oh my god, this is perfect.
Gosh, I do love that song.
Don't forget.
Oh my
Keep
god.
an eye on your kitten.
I can't believe you do that.
Oh my god.
Alright, Fable, I'm calling this good enough.
Oh my god, I am excited. Tell me when you showed it so I can check it out.
You want to see it too. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it on my Twitter and I'll just link it.
Oh my goodness.
God. Guys, are we not blessed? Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed, guys. Blessed life.
Blessed.
Blessed life. Blessed wives. Is there anything else I have to do here?
Hell yeah.
Oh, was I? Okay, I was over there before. I don't think there's any other one that I've missed. I think... No, I don't think so.
I like these guys. I'm not good at cheapy drawing.
If this game turns out to make me shit myself, I will pretend it didn't happen. Hey, little dear! Wait, I got berries for you! Come here. I got berries. I got berries for you. I got berries. Oh, shit. Did it just kill itself?
Wow.
Did the deer kill it? Wait, it's over there. Oh, but it ran away from me. Oh, that's so sad. Just dropped off the cliff. It really did not want my berries. Do you want my berries? Here. You've befriended the deer. I've done it. Boy golly, I've done it. Do you want my berries too? You befriended the deer. I'm befriending all the deer. I'm so happy. You befriended the
I
deer.
posted it.
She
Oh
did.
my god, link it.
Shall we get
How we in concert? I did not. Is that a thing they did? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Oh wait, look who's coming back.
Are you whispering?
Let me give you berries.
Did I miss out on her whispering? I can't believe it.
Wait, whispering? What?
I thought you were whispering for a moment.
Oh, Nova?
No. Fable was whispering. Doing a mommy voice.
I did not. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I guess you're just excited for no reason, guys.
If you want me to, I can say something in mommy voice. But I wasn't whispering.
Oh.
You didn't miss anything.
Hell yeah.
One of my many fathers.
Do you like it?
I love it. It's so beautiful.
Wait. I must see it.
I linked it in girls chat.
Oh my god.
That's what I've been doodling while on the call with you guys.
Aww.
I love how you always add like backgrounds.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Thank you.
I love it.
Oh my god, he scoops me up like precious treasure, which in his eyes.
Put it on your fridge.
I wish I had a color printer so I could put it on the fridge in color, but alas, our printer does not work with color, but it's fine. It'll still look beautiful on the fridge.
I'm glad you like it. Don't worry,
It's
chat. I'll put it in my
wonderful.
art channel too if you want to see
he's
it.
gonna be on the art channel. Just give him a moment.
Oh, that deer was hungry.
I think I need to make.
Oh, Shigert, was you panting and chasing the deer? I wasn't chasing. Okay, I was chasing it, but I did that because look, it loves me now. Gloomy ruin.
Love.
How ominous. How strange. The mirror has no reflection. I have not witnessed the beauty of the world in so long. All is dark. That is so deep, dude. Can I help you? Oh, maybe I can whip out my stick and flail it around, and that's gonna fix everything. Do you wish to be cleansed? Okay, he does not wish to be cleansed.
Raphael drawing that I did.
Oh, I'm sure I will love it, Nino. Oh wait. Of course.
Oh my god.
Oh, is this? Oh, light candle.
Do you guys know which one is Nova's favorite? Can you guess?
It's not that hard to guess.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it is beautiful. Will you take me with you so I can flee this void? I need to see all the grace this world has to offer. Ooh, character commercial. I got a mirror! Mirror on the wall. Well, no longer my wall, you're my pocket now. Ooh, when I found clothing! Oh my god, this day is getting better and better. I can make myself pretty.
Oh, hell yeah.
I could be beautiful. Just not today. Is it the nerdy one? Wait, which of them would you describe as nerdy?
Do you know his name, though?
Do you know his name? Address him by... Put some fucking respect on his name.
I know.
Little fleshling, I only wish to show you my pebbles. This response does not compute, right? That is totally something he'd say, and I'd kiss him even more. And he'd be like, oh, blushes like a little slut, and I would be like, because that's what he deserves. Huh? I love him. I love him, my boy. I really miss my wife, Tails. Huh? I really need to draw him too. Oh. Wait, there's a thingy over there. Squelch, squelch, squelch. There's so much to explore. And we haven't even left yet. Wooden box. Large blue cupboard. Wait, this is back to... Oh, this is back to where it came from. Squelch, squelch. Ooh, I need to grab my crows. Little crows. There we go. Hook knife. Ooh. Gold. Okay. Any cool frogs yet? I have not found any frogs yet. No froggos. But I found a cat and goat and a cat. Found lots of... I'm still gonna steal another goat, actually, like, as a matter of fact. I'm gonna do that right now. And then I'm gonna go back to the hanging man. And then I'm gonna look around there, see if I can find any more things.
Hey, Psycho.
Oh, I feel so sorry that Sorry, I was trying to see if I could attack him manually. I feel so sorry for this guy. Because I refused to help him. I didn't mean to. I mean, I just wanted to be like, oh, I should pay it in the future. I didn't want to immediately be like, oh, I'll see what I can do. Like, I just wanted him to remember to, like, do that in the future, and I just...
It's okay. It's understandable.
What? Oh, the thing with the...
Yeah.
Yeah. How is your drawing going, Ninu?
I try my besties. I'm trying my besties.
You're
Make
doing
it pretty
so great.
enough for your eyes.
Oh my god, Nino, anything you do will be so pretty.
Oh my god.
It looks so good already.
You really? You think so?
I do think so.
Oh my god. I still gotta draw me and Fable somewhere. Hiding in the bushes.
Oh man. We're going to be staring at them like, ooga.
Do you believe it? They're cheating on us?
They're not cheating on us. They're talking about us. They're talking about how, oh my god. Those girls over there in the bush, I don't know, they're kind of cute.
Oh my god, no way.
My husband died last year. He was very sick. We had so many plans,
Whoa.
but now I'm running our farm alone.
I was gonna say, I was like, wait, are you talking about the lads?
Oh no! The woman here is trauma dumping on me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From was they on a date, Fable? Oh, I see. I see. Well, that's okay. It's okay. They'll always come back for me. And with they, I mean Raphael. Oh,
Yes.
Guns, thank you for the hydrate. You're watering me all the time. I'm like your little Tamagotchi, and you know what? I appreciate that because I would totally forget to do that myself. There we go. Even though it's not a big plot, it's tough work, and I miss him every day. Oh, God. Can't the others help you? They do from time to time, but I'm not a local and some can't forget that. So they're... Alright, well... I've seen her lurking in the bushes with eyes as red as the blood moon and fangs as sharp as iron. May the highest lord protect us all. She sounds pretty scary. I mean, I wasn't scared. They say she only really likes to eat children and, good luck. Oh, I am a child. Okay, yeah, okay.
Uh-oh.
You've got to take a dip in our river. The waters are so calm and soothing. But watch out for floating logs. My brother is a lumberjack in Barslin. That's the next village upstream. They use the river to transport the logs. Why load them on a boat when they can float themselves? Let nature do the hard work. You close with your brother? Not like we used to be. The family misses him. He doesn't visit like he used to. Oh, I can tell him about that, don't worry. Goodbye. Oh, man. Oh, thank you for the pasta check. Ugh.
Chat,
and
make sure you
oh,
also do posture checks and hydrate.
Oh my god, okay, let me hydrate some more. Did you kill someone yet, Fable? No, but I did let the a guy get attacked by crows for all eternity, but that was an accident. There we go. Accidents happen. I'm living proof.
You are loved.
That is true. My parents love me, guys, I swear. Alright, let me see. Okay, she has 2 beds in here still. No, 3 beds. So many beds. Who the fuck are you? Henrik. No one who has their name written like that when their name is Henrik deserves any amount of my respect. An unfamiliar face. We don't get too many of those around here. Welcome to our village. Please excuse me for not being more hospitable. I would normally invite you in for a little nourishment on your travels. Unfortunately, I have nothing I can offer you at the moment, since most of our grain was spoiled before we could harvest it. Winter is fast approaching, and we all fear what troubles it might bring. We'd be so grateful if you could help us. If you could find time to help us. I would like a small savory meal. I don't have meal. I mean, can I make meal? How do I make meal? Of grain, Okay, cooking is the most important skill a young witch can learn. You can experiment with different ingredients and craft food items with your big white oven. My big white oven. You can use these items for quests.
Wait,
what?
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I broke Nova's concentration with that one.
Oh, I am no longer concentrating, so now I can concentrate on you guys.
Aww. Oh my god, we got Nova back. Nova can't be a young witch now, that is true.
Oh man. She's like baby?
Nova is baby. Pretty little baby. See, even maybe you'll be thinking of me and try to love me, pretty little baby. Alright, let me just talk to Andre. Why is that? Growing bubble. Sometimes you can't just pumpkin patch. Is she dangerous? Dark arts. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm gonna steal another goat now. Oh wait, before that. Jedwiga. Oh my god, you guys, all of these people have such weird names. Old woman in the woods. I know an old woman used to have a companion though, but they've not been seen for years. Must have gotten tired of that smelly old bag of rags. What the fuck? You're so mean. Came from a village a little way from here. The kind of place where they believe all kinds of ridiculous notions. It's fine, I guess. It's just really hard here to get from one place to another. Ask Bogdan the merchant. He always had it rough in this area. You'll find lots of abandoned carts which got stuck in the mud. Yes, of course. He's one of the few regular visitors to Kopnik. Always has something worth spending your last coin on. And a lot of stories to tell. Seen many places, but a little odd, I'd say. Saw him talking to a bottle once. Oh, it's because there's a thing in it. Oh yeah, Anton, I'm sorry. I can't respond to that. But yeah, please keep it in English for moderation. Nobody is more dangerous than you, Fable. Me? What did I do? Karaoke stream when?
Please.
I mean, guys, I am going to put a karaoke stream on the gold thingy when I make a donor-thon slash subathon. And I have decided to not make it as high as it would have been usually, so that it's more likely so that you guys can get it, because both my OGs follow me now and I feel more confident because of it. And I feel like I need to get over my fear of singing in front of others so I can improve properly and I can take lessons and I can be the best version of myself and I'll become a great singer and then I'll take over the world.
Oh my god, yes. I would let you kill me with your voice. If you could do that.
I would not want to kill you with my voice.
I know you wouldn't want to, but I'm telling you.
I want to do it with my bare hands.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I love you, Nita. I would never want to harm you.
No. You can do that.
Feyblade Oki. I would call it Feyblade Oki. I'd even make myself like a little scene for it, like a little. I'd make it special.
I thought you already had one.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of something else. I'm reconsidering some things. Why do I have a butthole next to my name now? Wait, you do? Oh god, sorry, my chicken scared me. How long has that been there? You have a butthole next to your name?
We love Staffy. We miss her. But she's working on herself, guys. She'll be back in no time and she's gonna be awesome.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
She will do amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Oh, wait. Let me cook first. Chat, let me cook. They want a small, savory meal. And that is exactly what I'm going to make them. Okay. Click on items in your inventory to add them to the cutting board. If you add the right combination of exactly 3 items, a new recipe might start crafting. Try it now by adding berries 3 times. Happy experimenting. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Your bread oven needs fuel to work. Go to the back of your oven and add some wood. You've learned a new recipe, raspberry jam. Ooh. Okay. I need to add some...
Nova?
Wait, whoa, sorry, what?
Oh, you're still alive.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
Now I'm just scrolling mindlessly on my phone. I should probably go back to chores soon.
You have chores to do?
Yeah, I started laundry and it's done in the dryer. I have to go put it away though.
Oh. Yeah, you do that. And then, I want to give you a job.
A job?
Yeah.
What, do you need me to do the job now?
The job is for you to color this in for me.
What?
Because I can't color.
Dude, I take like the equivalent of the crayon pencil in Procreate, and then I just use that.
You just. Oh.
I would happily color it though if you want me to.
Really? That chat? Do you guys want Nova to color it for us?
Oh,
I'm not cooking, guys. Oh my god, no.
Yeah, Noah's not gonna cook. Don't worry. Also, yes, I have a whole bunch of new furniture that I'm gonna put down. But Nova, are you sure you're gonna do those things? Won't you rather be here with us?
Listen, I was going to do those things like this morning, and then I decided, no, let's play video games and doodle instead. And I've been doing that for the past couple hours.
No. All right. Boy, you will carry us in your heart?
Of course I will.
Go ahead.
All right.
Good.
You guys.
And then you're gonna come back.
Yeah.
we're still
Yeah.
here.
Well, if you're still here after my chores, because I gotta put the laundry away, and then I think it's also my turn to do dishes, and I'm not sure if my roommates are still cooking currently, or if that's if I should wait a bit and then I can like hang out here and then go clean. But all right, I'm gonna hop off the call just in case, and then I'll come back if I'm free.
Okay. You have
I'm not
fun.
graduating. I'm not.
Wow!
Chat.
Holy shit!
Noah
Who's
is gone
that?
forever. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
All right. Bye, guys, and don't forget about this really cool service called Amazon.
Aw, she did it. She never disappoints.
I love her. She's so adorable, isn't she?
I love her too. I'm gonna kiss your little face
Yeah.
platonically.
Yes,
Question
has this
mark?
song been like played so many times? Go next.
God, I need to make more space in here. Hey, yo, Grandma! We need to have bigger space. Never reading the allegations. Yeah, at this point, I'm really not, huh? I really am not reading any allegations.
There's some Spotify. These walls I've built.
Is that good like that? Oh, it's not standing against the wall.
How's Spotify, guys? Is it too loud? Too quiet?
Oh, that's fine. That's good. That's good like that. A table for the fable. Okay. Okay, and I got a whole bunch of these things. Oh, didn't I have a full rack of those? There they are. I'll put some right here, I think. Oh, wait, do I
It's just right,
hang
really?
them? Like,
me?
Wait. What?
Gotta have a close-up of Fable model.
Oh my goodness. Me?
Yeah, yes. I might not be good at it, but I hope you're gonna like it.
I love it, Ninu. I know I will.
Oh, she's so nice, guys. And then Nova can color it in for me, because I'm bad at coloring. She's so good at it.
Here, Grandma, here's some decoration for your little corner of the room.
Fable. More Fable art. Let me look at all the... Dang. I just looked at our pinned messages, and it's not even your there's no model of yours in there.
Oh, do you want me to give you my model? Like my thingy that I have?
Yeah, so I can draw it. I'm gonna pin it if you put it in the girls chat.
Alright, let me just grab that for you real quick.
He's so kind, guys.
Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Do it.
Yeah. Literally built these walls, Fable. I did. I'm gonna make them bigger though. I need more space. Fable needs her privacy.
Yeah, do it again.
There we go. I drinketh the water. I kind of want to peek at what you're doing, but at the same time, I feel at this point maybe it's better if it's surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, Glenn, thank you for the posture check. Ugh. There we go. Also, this game doesn't really have like music or anything, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I should put some on because I don't want it to like take away from like the atmosphere of the game if I put something on, you know?
Is there no music for it?
No, it's just all I hear right now is chickens, I think, in the background somewhere.
Chicken.
I don't know. You guys tell me. Do you want me to put on some music or what do you want? What do you want from me, guys? What do you want from me? What are we going to do with you? My sentiments, exactly. Damn. My mirror that I helped see again, by the way, is calling my clothes bad.
How dare.
Hold up, let me take off my robe real quick. I don't think I'll go with this one. Clock, 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 clock. Maybe like this. Oh, I'm so pretty. Why am I alone if I'm a child? Where are my parents? Am I an orphan? I might be. I might be an orphan.
Okay, guys.
Do we have a sesh? Oh, yeah, right. I have these things. Should I wear this thing? Wait, does that make my hair shorter with this nipple? Wait, is it? Yes, it is. Okay, I'm not wearing that. I'm not wearing that. Just kind of nice with just the ambience. Okay, okay. It's like you ran away from Hogwarts. Maybe I did. Maybe that's my background story. I'm running away from Hogwarts because they didn't appreciate my genius and the fact that I steal animals from everyone and everything. But you guys do, right? You appreciate it? You understand? You would never try to fix me, right?
You are perfect the way you are.
Ah, yo. What a little whippersnapper you are.
Me?
You. I made some porridge, Nino.
Oh my god.
I made porridge with honey now. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Is it done?
I'll give Bunny enough hour.
Oh my god. Poku Bunny, hi.
You're not hydrating. I mean, I'm hydrating now. You guys have been making me hydrate so much. Blampy, I have hydrated so much. Alright, let me... I would have said no, but then you brought up tuna pizza. Tuna, try it, Avion. It's not bad. It tastes good. You guys really want me to pee, huh? Do you just want me to leave? I'm going to leave you guys alone with the thoughts swirling inside your head. I would like a small savory meal. Is that savory? Wait. Ah, that hit the spot. Thank you. And I got wood and chests and stuff. Hehe. Now Henrik is my best friend. Mail the pizza to Avion? I would. Avion, get yourself some tuna pizza.
Tuna pizza, do it.
There we go. It's important to hydrate in old age, Fable. I'm 24 years old. Okay, I'm turning 25 next month, but I'm still only 25.
Baby.
I'm a little baby. I'm just going wah 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 wah. Wah wah goo goo. Goo goo gaga. Guys, did you know that new is um uh, I'm missing the vocabulary. Did you know that Nino is going to become my I'm missing the vocabulary. Oh no, the moment's gone. The moment has passed. The moment has passed.
I'm gonna become part of a family.
Sister-in-law. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys know that?
Did you guys know that already?
They didn't know.
Yeah, neither does her brother.
Oh my god.
Man. So funny. Oh.
Oh. Alright, chat. Do you guys like this? Is this good enough? Is this good drawing? Guys, do you like it? You like it?
Oh, who the fuck's this? Nicola.
My ex graph.
Do you have a moment? These simple folks think a witch is all darkness and evil. The village forgets too easily. Witches often help those in need, one way or another. They were herbalists, wise women, midwives. They know darkness, but also light. Yeah, tell that to the guy who's currently being pecked apart by birds. I'm so sorry about that. I understood it differently. It will be old and nasty by the time it gets to me, but not because of the trans time, but because I will leave it on the porch. How are you so against that? It's I don't know, it's baffling to me because it's so normal here and it's just so tasty. Nino, did you finish your doodle?
Yeah. I will put it in the girls. So Nova can color in and you can look at it.
I would love to look at it.
Okay, okay. Look at that they're on a date and we are in the bushes.
That is so cute, Nino. Oh my god, that is so beautiful.
What?
Raphael? Oh.
Yeah, I do have.
Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Oh, you did so well, Nino. You're so good at drawing.
Yes, you. My cheeks are hurting.
It's so pretty. This goes straight to the fridge.
Oh my god. Nobody's gonna color it in and then you print it out. Frankazoid, did you see the sneak peek of the thing I'm drawing for chat?
Oh, hi Frankazoid. How's it going? Hello, welcome in. I guess explain. Tuna fish and a cat is considered a poor quality food, struggle meal food. So to put on a pizza would diminish the pizza to a struggle meal when pizza is a happy food. I don't know.
If you check my tweet, you might see a little. Unless,
Here's the
wait,
thing,
okay,
I've
hold up.
had hot tuna and cheese, and it's a nasty flavor pairing, which means it being good on a pizza implies it being saved by tomato sauce, which is crazy claim coming from you. I don't think it's... I mean, I've never had just those two things before, but I don't know,
I can
maybe
show
you've
you.
just had
Alright.
bad tuna? I don't fucking
There's
know.
hee on it, there's roses on it, but look, that's what I'm drawing for us. Nina is watching USA. Am I? Oh, watching you guys. Yes. Yeah. So, do you see it? And Alice is just there protecting us. Yes, I like looking at you guys. Yeah.
Oh man,
Can you be excited when it's done?
I need to find the hanging guy again. I could just open my map, but I also want to see what's over here.
Frank, did you see it?
Frankie Boo.
Fuck! Naked. It's only
Naked!
lines. It's not actually naked.
No!
This below here. There you go. You guys can't actually see anything. The only way
Okay, I'm kind of curious. Can I use
is
my...
as a steak or sashimi. Yeah.
Oh,
but
Frankie, you missed. By the way, you missed a whole lot. Oh, sorry.
It will be naked. Yes, it will be.
You missed a whole lot of mommy voices earlier.
Yes, you missed it.
The only way tuna should be eaten
jacket
is
potato though. I've actually never tried that.
Like sashimi, sushi. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's just really good. I mean, listen. Different folks, different...
Did you see it, Frank?
I don't know. Takes on tuna, but... It tastes good. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you.
Wait, I can put this in the Discord, guys. I will show you guys. I'll put it in my art section. Without the flowers, okay? I mean, you don't see much, but it's work. It's work. It's work, guys.
I have friended the deer.
Different stroke for different folks.
Exactly, that's what I was looking for, that saying.
Hell yeah. Hey, do you guys like this?
I'm befriending all the deer.
Do you guys like this outfit? Do you guys like it?
If you don't like it, I will spit at you.
You like
it won't be enjoyable.
Has no legs though. Sorry. Right now.
There you go. Dazza, just for you. Hi, Dazza.
Oh my god.
Sure about that favor?
Cactua.
You girls sure love taunting me. Listen, I've started...
What's that?
Wait, which exactly? What exactly is the taunting part here, Frankuzoid? Please, do explain.
Why are you judging me? Abby, why?
Almost free? Oh yeah, Dazzle, thank you for the bid, I appreciate it. Also, yes, Nadrock, I would love to order some pizza at some point, but I had some pizza from that we had in the freezer. I put it in earlier, so I had pizza today. No 2 pizzas a day for Fable, unfortunately. I totally could. I totally
right on my titties.
would if I wouldn't, you know,
Thank
if
you
it
for the
wouldn't be
biddies. You also got a
about
really
weeks
thank
left,
you.
but...
I don't know why my biddy thingy alert thing is not working properly though.
Itty bitty titty? I don't even know if I missed mommy voices. Oh yeah, I mean Nino was requesting it, alright? Nino wanted me to call her kitten and I logged in, you know?
You wanna since you haven't called me kitten in a while, do you wanna call me kitten?
Do you want me to call you kitten?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay. Hello. I need to log in. Let me just quickly go here to the other
listen
side.
up.
Okay, well, now I'm nervous, but... Hey there, my little kitten. You seem so happy with the way you're kneading. Get good your tongue. Come on, kitten, use your words. I love it when you're speechless like this.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Why am I
God.
like this?
Oh,
Oh my
Jesus
god.
Christ.
I'm gonna need to take a short break. I'm a good kitten. I'm a good kitten.
You are, Nino, you are.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hi,
much
Kakush.
appreciated. You're welcome, Frank. Oh my God.
Oh my god, my cheeks hurt so much.
No. See,
Oh my
Nino
god.
knows what's good. Nino knows what's up.
I know what's good, guys. I know. Also, you're welcome, Chad. I got that for you for free.
That is true.
Usually
Nino is
you
the
have
only
to
one
pay.
who can. Nino is the only one who can request this for
Yes.
free.
Yes. Am I not so blessed? Oh my god.
Hashtag a blessed life.
Blessed. Imagine waking up. Oh!
Don't forget.
Oh my god.
Keep an eye on your
Lampy.
kitten.
He redeemed the one where you say you're keeping an eye on me.
Oh, that one. Unfriend for 2 seconds, I guess. Yeah, Nova can request to be unfriended for 2 seconds. No, love Nova. Take it back. I'm sorry. If Nova wanted me to call her a kitten, I would also do it for free. But somehow I think that that's more of a Ninu thing to request. I don't mind waking up to that voice every day. If I wake up in the morning, it's gonna be more of a like, hi kitten.
Hey,
Oh,
people.
Nova!
People.
Hey!
Nova, hi.
Hey!
Did you come back for the kitten?
Did you come back because I talked about the whole unfriending thing?
Oh.
I was listening to you guys in my headphones while I was doing chores, and I just was wondering if you could call me a good girl.
Oh my god! I'm ready to do this.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know. That's so funny.
It's your
Okay.
daughter. It's your daughter. I'm ready to
Okay.
do it.
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. Hey, Nova. You're such a good girl.
Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Bye.
Okay, bye.
We
She's
love
gone.
you.
She's gone. We love you, Nova. Oh my god.
There you go. I tried to pause music, guys. I don't know if you guys caught that for Nova.
100% audio for Nova. Oh my god. Avion knew it. Wait, did Avion say she was gonna ask for a good girl or Nova wants you to call her a good girl.
Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl?
You're a good girl.
Nova, you're a good girl.
You see, Nino's even doing it for you. Nova, Nino is
Nova.
even doing it for you.
Bark for me, Nova. Who's a good girl?
Good girl.
Who's a
good girl for me?
Who's a good girl?
I
I came back to pop up in again, and so Avion's comments.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Hydrate guns.
Okay, everybody being thirsty.
Oh, is that why you redeemed hydrate?
She's saying she committed to the bit, but we know very well what it is. It wasn't a bit.
We know what's up. No, it wasn't.
We know.
No. I could hear how nervous you were asking for that.
Yeah.
Which is totally not just because that's something you wouldn't normally ever ask. Oh man.
Who's a good kid? Come bark for me, Nova.
You know, kittens don't bark. But for you, they might as well be.
I didn't think Nova was a good kitten. She was a good girl. Oh yeah, my bad.
True.
Who's a good girl? Nova.
Thanks, birthday. We need a daddy mommy audio compilation of everyone calling Nova a good girl. Oh man. Oh, Nova. What a precious delight she is.
We love
I just
her.
noticed the deer thingy. Oh, we do. Do I, dibbity dab dab, do I, did I, dibbity dab dab, do. Where's the hanging guy? Is he over?
Oh, how's he hanging?
What's hanging?
With candy.
Damn, this guy is very much. This guy is very hung. Wait, I should say that again when I'm at this place. Hold up. I'm sure he'll find that funny. I'm sure he will laugh to death. Hold up, let me quickly get some mushrooms while I'm here. Oh, look, there's the fucking thingies. What's that? Is it also mushrooms? Mushrooms?
Roomies.
Shroomies.
Yes.
Let me just get some more berries, because I need them for my dear friend.
Oh dear.
My dear friends. Alright, there we go. That should be enough for now. Machine's also hanging. You remember that? Oh, why? Why did you reopen that wound? I don't get it. Why would you say such a thing? Oh, his tongue was hanging out because his jaw was missing. Oh, my boy, we could have had a beautiful future. We could have had a family. Okay, now. Hey, whoa, what's hanging? Oh man. Sure, Abian won't make this guy's very hung a soundbite too. Is there more days? I wanna, but he's already dead, so I wanna know what I can do here, because I feel like there's definitely something more I can do. Can I, like... Oil lantern. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can't do anything with that thing here. Okay, maybe I'll just... Okay.
Thank you for the merchants. Hi. I really appreciate you always coming by, man. Thank you. Lurkers, thank you.
I don't want to leave without finding out what I can do with this guy, because there has to be more to that guy. He can't just be like, oh, I guess I'm just hanging here. I'm just the hanging man. I just hang around. Sometimes I'm just hanging around here. Kind of dead. Didn't pay my taxes in a while. Oh, Avion. Good sound bites. Okay, this is where I found the cat, I think. Was this where I found the cat?
Okay, let me draw an eye.
Okay, hear the noises.
Just hanging out. The hanging guy is just hanging out, huh?
Beautiful. Yeah, he's just hanging out. Just hanging out. Hanging out.
I don't care.
Hanging out with my family. Having ourselves a party. Just hanging out. Alright, let me just go this way.
Stupid juice.
I win my way, I win my way, I win my way, I win my way.
Away my way.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
Broken bodies.
He just has a little rope bird. Yeah, he seems like he isn't doing too well, but... Is that the same guy? Did I go in a circle? It is the same guy. I don't know, I feel like there's something else I can do here. But what? Like, this can't just be it, right? I mean, I found stuff here, sure, but there's still sparkly stuff, and I feel like I should... This is confusing me.
I can't do it. Talking bodies.
I can't set him on fire. I've tried that too.
You love me right.
Maybe that is all there is to it, but I don't know. I can't accept it. Fable cannot accept this.
Bodies.
Squelch, squelch, squelch. Oh, I guess I haven't been over there. Okay, I can always come back to the hanging man. I guess he's not going anywhere anytime soon. At least he's taller than you, Fable. Okay, he's hanging on a tree, okay? We can't say that for sure.
I can't believe you would even suggest something like that. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys should be ashamed.
On and on and on.
Where are the snakes? I've heard people say there's snakes around here. And I haven't found a goddamn snake in the entire game. I want to have little snakes. Oh, I would love to have a snake as a pet. Or geckos, or both, or other lizards. Oh, I want to have a tegu. Oh my god, so many beautiful lizards. Okay, I'm doing great. I'm discovering stuff. I mean, there's like in the west, there's like a whole stretch there that I haven't discovered yet, like right here. I think I haven't looked at that stuff. So I'm gonna look at that, and then I'm gonna Google if there's anything more I can do with the hanging guy, because I don't want to move on with that, because I'm very intrigued by that, you know? An anthill is taller than Fable? Frankozoid? What the fuck? Whose side are you on? I'm not that small. I'm 5'3". It's just a little bit below average in Germany. It's like one inch below average.
Wait, who?
Me.
You.
Yeah.
You didn't have to say that.
But it's just like a little
I'm
bit.
sorry.
I know you thought I was like 4 foot something, but
I did. I thought you were like 4'3".
I'm not 4'3".
I know. Now I know, though. Now I know.
I can't believe it. You guys did this. You put this into her brain. My feet and small hands. My hands are... I don't know if my hands are small. My sister has smaller hands than me, okay? So there's that. So that means they are definitely not small, obviously. Can I just swim all the way over there?
Be the same.
If whatever side makes you flutter, make cute noises. Those little hands. My hands. Sorry, I have big, strong,
cute hands.
Oh, yo.
Yo.
It's okay if Nina says it. Oh, I love your hands too.
You know the gloves that I'm wearing for my drawing?
Yeah.
It's the smallest size.
They're so cute.
I like it. It's got cats on it.
Right? They're so adorable. Wait, hold on. I saw something. I heard you're the shortest. I am the shortest out of the girls, but I'm also the youngest.
But you're not gonna like grow into your.
You didn't have to point that out, Ninu.
Oh, you might grow into it.
Yeah, that's the spirit. So your sister has baby hands. That is true. My sister has very small hands and very small ears. But bag of guys, she's taken lady. She's a married lady.
Hey, she a woman, guys. She's a woman.
My sister is a woman. Believe it or not. I know I didn't believe it. I should look at what Nina's drawing. Okay.
No, guys, don't look at the thing I'm drawing. I just drew a heart upside down. Okay, just to give me.
Is it a butt?
Like bud. I'm not drawing butts, Chad. I'm just trying to get a like, you know, ideas. Ideas. Yeah, who should this be? Should I do one of the girls?
Also, Frankenzoid, I hope you know that premarital hand-holding is going to have dire consequences later on. I mean, that's some heavy stuff right there. Gotta be absolutely sure about that. Is your sister also a deer? My sister is a nymph. The angriest nymph. So no, she's not a deer.
Oh my god. Inspiration. Inspiration. You know what I was talking about.
Caw, caw, caw.
I mean, I don't think
I'm
this
back
is right.
here.
I want to do it again.
Okay, so there's like just a small thingy right here that I haven't discovered, I think.
Fable, I'll risk it. Wait, what? Crime!
Short, small, and strange. I am a strange little creature, that much is true. But that's okay. I don't mind being strange. And so don't you, because you're still here, so surely you don't mind me being a little bit loco in the cocoa.
Loco in the cocoa. Coconutty.
Loco in the cocoa. Baby that, oh, you want baby that, oh, is it because you guys are calling me small and all that? Okay. There you go, speaking of loco.
The baby has spoken, guys.
The baby has spoken.
The baby's gonna commit crime. Maybe I'll change it. Nina, did you put the salads they are in the Discord? I sure did. It should be an art. Did I put something else in there? Yes. Oh wait, no, I fucking didn't. Instead, I put the other one. My bad. Hold up. Let me put the silence one. There you go. Nova's gonna color it. Nova can color it. Chat, you guys can color it too if you want. Feel free to.
All right. Oh man, maybe I'll go foraging soon. That would be nice, and I can use it for my own witchy stuff. Oh, I've been wanting to get some wood and like make myself like a talisman kind of thing.
Wood?
Wood? Would you wood? Would you would, guys?
Would you would? Would you would?
Would you would? Would you would?
Would you would, guys?
Would you would, guys? Guys, would you would?
Would you would?
Would you would, or would you let the wood would you?
Oh, guys, would you let the wood would you?
Would you would the wood? Would if the wood would you would you?
Would you let the wood? Would you?
Would you let the wood? Would you?
Would you let the wood? Would you?
That's a serious question, guys. We want to know. I wonder if Papa Fable would shoot me if I conducted premarital handholding with Fable. See, Frankazoid, the thing is, I think I don't think so. You have buttered my dad up. with all your. I feel like if anything, my dad would be jealous. A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. When you would.
I don't like it.
Oh man, that's a tongue twister. We have one in German that I can actually say. I could say it. I'm not sure if I can still say it because it's been a while. But it goes. Am 10.10. um 10:10 Uhr zogen 10 zahme Ziegen 10 Zentner Zucker zum Zoo zurück. I can say that one. And it took me a long while to get there, but now it's kinda it's easy. But that's a German one. I don't know how I would describe that. It's about goats and sugar and a zoo. That's all I can describe. I don't know how I would put this in words. The Papa approval. No, you Fable. Mama Fable approval. What about the Fable approval? what about that one? In fact, that's also one word in German. Wait, which one? Oh, wait, hold up. Where's the hanging guy? Oh, he's hanging over there. Hey there, hanging guy. What's cooking? Good looking. Put this guy on my husbando list. Right now, put him on there. He seemed like a great guy. I mean, he's a dead guy now, but I mean, I'm not picky. Do the cola German meme Fable? Oh god, how did that go again? Like with I only know the part where it goes, "Jetzt trinke ich Cola und spiele Fortnite. Yippee!" Like I only know that part. Do you know that? Did you mean that one? Yippee! Goat Sugar Zoo. Like it's like at the 10th of the 10th month at 10 like like 10 a.m. or 10 minutes, like 10:10. 10 tame goats walked 10 I don't know, like something like just they walk to a zoo. I don't fucking know, and somewhere in there is sugar. I don't know how to explain it. We'll get there at some point. The whole tongue twister. The only one I know is that got turned into a song. Rubaba rababa rababa rababa. Bone Daddy. There's my Bone Daddy adding it. I should really have a list of that. I feel like it would be easy to lose track. You know what? Let me quickly make a hanged man. I want to make sure that I don't miss this because I'm not sure if this is just I'm not sure if I'm missing something, but and all the secret landmarks. I can't believe Earth jumped to the next area without fully exploring my first map, thinking it was small, no consequence. Get a new game because I know I'm addicted to this game anyway. I have to discover 3 new things. I don't want to spoil anything, but stay in the map until you found everything and find yourself in a circle. Say for second, third. Second, third. I suggest you exploring everything. Blah 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 blah. Running with border, blah 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 boop. Bibbly bobbly bibbly bobbly whoop.
Oh. Oh
Don't
my god.
forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Okay, keep an eye on me, huh? No, just goddamn guys.
French cat. Whiteman boy. Magic. Oh, each map is procedurally generated, so it's at okay. I don't know. I mean, they're being so cryptic because obviously they don't want to spoiler people, but I want to know if I'm missing something.
No.
Beepity bobbity boop. Beepity bobbity boop.
Skibbity
Beepity bobbity boop. I've jerked my head so hard. I have now hurt myself twice. Belfie boo, don't hurt yourself.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. What the fuck?
Why would you do that to yourself?
So make sure has been sent in the city. Hangman guide. Come on. Oh, he's married. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't find anything on it. Wait, Hangman wait. Oh wait,
Blame
this is a different
Landy?
game.
Oh, because of the kitten? Who's a good kitten? Are you a good kitten, Belf?
Belf, are you a good kitten?
The kitten doesn't bother me. The knocking does. Oh, okay. My bad. Just...
I'm not sure if I'm missing anything, but I don't know. He was just being a jolly little guy, and then he died. It's just kind of I don't know. I felt like there would be more clues around. Like I know it's because of travelers and all that, but oh my god, Belfie Boo.
Belfie Boo?
Belfie Boo is just it's the nickname I gave him. His nickname is Belfie Boo.
Name is Belfball.
Belball.
Belfball. Belf is gonna show us his balls.
No, Belf, don't do it. It's against Twitch TOS. Oh god.
Don't do it, Belf.
Don't do it, Belf. Oh, guns, thank you for the hydrate. You guys are hydrating me so much. Oh my god, you guys really want me to just go pee everywhere.
Oh, guns.
I
have to hydrate too.
I'm gonna piss on your floor if I need to. I'm going to mark my territory. This is so, it's so squitch, squatch, squitch. Did you put down the mirror? I did! Look at my new fancy outfit, I found it. Don't pee on my floor, please. I will pee on your floor if I have to. I mean, I'm just saying. It should be a great honor and privilege. Is it a great honor and privilege? It should be. So maps are kind of like generated. That is cool. That is cool. Cool, 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 cool.
What's that? So, oh, that's just like... Okay, that's just vegetation. Because I've seen someone say that somewhere there's something in the... Oh my god, it scared me. In the water. Yeah, I know that one too. But I'm not a donkey, and I know exactly that you put that in there. Because you're like, my family is a donkey. I'm not a donkey. I'm a beautiful periton, and we're wonderful creatures. And graceful. Let's not forget graceful.
Gosh, sorry. Lady Moonnugs, hi.
Oh, hi, Lady Moonnugs. How's it going? Oh, welcome. I feel called out. Yeah, you better. You better feel called out, Deza, because that was exactly the intention. Also, if any of my mods is in chat right now, could you maybe give Lady Moonux a shout out, please? That would be absolutely fantabuloso. She is delicioso. But yeah, I saw someone mention something is in the water somewhere, and I'm not sure if it's connected to the guy who's hanging, but I'm gonna check the water. I don't know what they saw though. They didn't. They said they're not gonna specify it for spoiler reasons. So I guess we're just gonna stare at a whole lot of water. What are you again, Fable? If not a donkey, I'm a periton. A periton is a mythical creature, basically like a winged deer, like a deer-bird hybrid kind of thing. They're beautiful mythical creatures, and we deserve respect. Does it actually like get dark in this game, or is it always like the same? The same, what's it called? The same time of day. So a mythical donkey? I'm not a mythical donkey! I'm a deer! I'm a mythical deer! I have wings and shit! And we kill people sometimes. But just a little bit, and we're still beautiful. And you should not fear us. Do not fear me.
About the hangman in the walkthrough.
I'm not afraid.
If you want me to hit you. Oh, censored.
I found about the hangman in the walkthrough. If you want to, yes, please, 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 please do. I've been looking and I haven't found anything. Please. To be fair, I haven't looked for that much because I'm streaming. So if there is anything, please. Exactly, not exactly. Why didn't you say deer for the first time? Cause I'm a deer. It's a periton. It's more than the deer. It's still like its own thing. But I also accept deer. I accept deer and periton. Both is accepted. Either way, I'm a creature of grace. You looked at him and read the journal by the tree? I did. He was like, oh, I mean, there's only like one day in it though, right? Because I pressed space, because it was like, oh, press space, and I thought maybe there was more, but is there more to it, like, in the journal than the one page that I was reading? Because I couldn't figure out how to read more if there was more. I mean, you're not a deer because female deer don't have antlers. Okay, but I'm a magical deer. I'm a periton. Different things apply. Are you transvestigating me?
Whoa, chat. I can't believe you would do that.
Cancel chat. Grace,
Chat
you've dropped your mic twice to stream already? Okay, but like different kind of grace? I'm not sure what kind of grace, but I'm sure I possess some kind of grace. Okay, I'm just saying, when I was younger and I went to like the eye doctor person, he asked me if I played any instrument, and I was like, no, why? And he was like, oh, because I was moving around so gracefully. Which, looking back at it, is kind of weird, but I think he just wanted to be nice.
It's like
so
you're
like,
artistic.
And the journal says, well, he said that it was something about the adventure. He's excited, and then he was like, "Oh, there's travelers coming, and he wants to see if he can make camp with them." And I've been looking around, seeing if I can like find a trace of like a camp or like or other travelers and stuff. But I couldn't find anything. Is there anyone in the village, maybe?
Burn the
Word
witch!
on mistake? No!
Oh my
Please,
god,
I'm a good
why
witch.
you and your burn the witches, guys?
Witches are good. We like witches. Why don't you let's be with some grace then, mythical lady? You want me to bless you with some grace? You want me to bless you with some grace? I can bless you with some grace. That is my blessing that I've just you have been blessed. Don't question it. Just accept it. Nod your head and say, yes, that was so graceful, Fable. Thank you. Guns got cursed.
Alright, chat.
Do you want the same?
There's
Do
a
you want
poll
the same treatment?
what I should do. Should I play or continue more with drawing?
Whatever you want to do, whatever makes you happy. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Even though you wanted to burn me, I forgive you. I forgive you for it. Feel the same. Did it work?
Make sure you vote in the poll. I'm gonna go to the toilet.
We'll have fun on the toy. Like, since it was there. Did I miss anything? Like, is there what? Okay, like, let me go back to him. Okay, when I stepped out this morning, my heart was singing with joy, blah 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 blah. And I am but a small man, yet I yearn to be more, to see more, and understand more what awaited adventures await me. What sights, tastes, and smells. The anticipation is almost too much. As I'm writing, I spy fellow travelers approaching. I hope I can make camp with them tonight. But I press space, but the only thing space does is it closes it. That's all space does. Look at those witch moves she's doing. Are you intimidated by my moves? Are you intimidated when I hit one of these? When I pull up in the club and I do this? Are you terrified? Positively terrified? You should be. I'm a scary person. I'm intimidating. I'll slap you, but out of care. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. For the hydrate. Sorry, I was seeing your follow message still, but thank you for the hydrate. Also, how do you want me to call you? Just like JP? Because I don't know how to pronounce. It's like GBG1? No, 11, not 1. Sorry. I've seen the Blair Witch Project. I know how witches are. Fair. That's a good movie. I like it. It's very. It does that whole thing very good. Like the whole, oh, we're just doing a documentary. Like, you know what I mean? I've seen another one that was awful though. I forgot how it was called. It was about like people being on vacation somewhere and suddenly there were demons flying around or whatever. And it was entertaining to watch, but I don't know. It wasn't very good. He's part of a quest someone gives you from Kropnik. Oh, okay. So I have to just go back and okay. I think that's all you need from him. Okay. Terrified I won't get a chance to hold hands. Why? Why is that? Is it because his hands are bony? You can still wait. Actually, you can't because I'll take. Like, can I just grab his hands? Can I take them with me? I would love to take him with me and put him into my house. I would love to have him as like little decoration. Then he's likely the missing friend. Okay. Let me go back and talk to the people. I thought I talked to everyone, but I probably haven't. Let's be honest, I probably haven't. Because I don't talk to people. The shit sequel? Wait, what? Doesn't have the quest yet? Yeah, I don't seem to have the quest. But thank you for telling me, because I felt like I was probably like missing something. Because it was still glowing and everything, and I hope I don't have to go back there to like look at it when I've already seen it, you know? And I hope we get some kind of like more explanation what exactly happened, you know? Also, I'm just gonna walk by the water so I can check if I can find the thing. People were saying there's stuff in the water and I want to see it at some spot, but because it's, you know, randomly generated, they didn't say, like, they couldn't say where. They didn't specify exactly what. But we're hinting about something about Lord of the Rings, so I'm guessing there's like dead people in the water or like faces or whatever.
Yes,
so
who's back? Back
is it
again.
Nino?
It's me.
Oh my god, it's you. You're just sure to grab his head. I can jump. I still have my kneecaps.
Maybe I did. Like,
Can give you the name if you need it. I mean, you can give it to me. I can't see their name before I talk to them anyway.
What
so
was
I'll
the
just
poll,
have to
by the way?
talk to everyone.
Chat, did you take note of the poll? Mods, do you take note of the poll? Thank you.
Did you see the poll? The popo?
What was the poll?
Which sequel? Oh wait, there was a sequel. I'm not sure if I've seen the sequel. Is it good? Because if it's good, even if it's bad, because you guys know I love bad movies, we could watch it. I could for once try to make another movie night on the server.
What poll?
Hi, Black Guys. How's it going?
Should I make another one?
Hello, hello.
I did a poll for if I should continue with art or play game. I'll do it again. Because I wasn't here.
Oh, yuck. And I'll do it again.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, yuck. Gotta do it again. Wait, I didn't go into the house as much, I think. Okay, there's the guy that I've cursed with the crows, which I'm still kind of sorry for. Hey, do you have a missing friend? Okay, apparently not. Hey, do you have a missing friend?
Baby.
Okay, goodbye. You do not have a friend. Sorry to tell you. Oh, here we go! On his last trip, he kept a journal and even wrote to me each day. No, nothing for weeks. Would you mind keeping an eye out for him on your travels? I believe he took the far path to the south. I'm sure Jacob... I should be honest with her. What? No. It can't be. Where did you find him? Found him in the south. I appreciate your honesty, however much it hurts to hear. Yeah, I thought she deserved to know the truth. You know, I feel like in that situation, I would also rather know what's up instead of, like, you know, never be able to fully close that chapter, you know? I swear if crows are hovering over me, Fable, after that bless you put me on me. See? I would love that. I would love to have an army of crows and ravens. That would be amazing. Also, Nino, if I'm talking too much or something, I'm sorry. I don't wanna, like,
I'm
talk
glad
over
that you
or
are talking
anything.
so much because when I'm drawing, I can't talk so much.
I feel that. You just lock in.
Yeah.
There's 3 movies,
And
the
then I
original
remember I'm streaming, so I can't draw boobers and peepees.
It's truly a burden we carry.
Yeah.
I would love if we were able to do that.
What gaming?
The shit sequel book of
Wait,
Shadows.
I wanted to make another poll, guys. Hold up.
2016 remake? Which one did I watch? We should just watch all of them in my server, like in a row. That could be cool. An army of cravens? That is what I would be craving, yeah. I'll go to him and see that he gets a proper burial. Join me there. He would want that. Aww.
Wait, no, I forgot to add game. Oh my god.
Alright, time to go to the hanging guy.
Delete me. Game 1. We'll just do game. Tonight.
Alright, now I just hope nothing happens to her. No one like shows up, you know? It's okay, I'm going to comfort her in her time of need. Ah, fuck. I have like a very strong shoulder for you to cry on, like, if you want to. Like, I go to the gym, like, and I like sushi and also traveling. Yeah, fuck, dude.
I give up.
I have to go get some rest. Take care. Take care, Guns. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Get some good sleep, alright? We will keep you in our thoughts and prayers. Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Over again.
Beep bop boop. Okay, that's a deer. I'm sorry. For a moment, I thought there was like some weird creature standing there, and I feel bad. I'm sorry, little deer. I'm paranoid.
You didn't recognize your own family?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Here, I'll give them all berries to make it up for them.
We'll do gaming, guys. We'll do gaming. Should I save this art? Should I just save this art?
Here, now they all love me.
Let's save it. So we can continue doodling. And what should we call it? Just call it. Tonight. Same.
Oh, my dear friend, follow me. Oh my god, look at them. Hey, I brought people with me. I brought friends to the party. I hope that's okay. Where's the funeral food? I don't see any food. He is at rest now. That's the least I could do. I shall miss him terribly. Here, this was once his. He'd like it to go to a good home. Perhaps in better times, I will continue his adventures in memory of him. Painting of landscape. I still want to know what exactly happened to him. I don't know. I don't know. I still want to know. Was it like actual people that were coming towards him? Did they hang him? Did they mess with his mind and he hanged himself? I don't know. I feel like I still have a lot of questions. I would like for them to be answered because I can't deal with this man. Don't curse me in my sleep, Fable. I would never, Guns. Why would you ever assume such a thing? You have a little bit of faith in me. Guys, we'll wait until Guns is definitely gone and then we'll curse him, okay?
Oh?
Shh. We didn't hear anything, Nina. Okay. Give Berry.
I stay quiet.
Okay, that sounds good.
Hello,
Whisper each other now.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going, Nino?
It's going good.
Oh, that's wonderful. That is amazing. That's amazeballs.
Spaceballs.
I need both my hands. I can't hold up my microphone anymore. Hey, you want to talk about something else? Hey, how are you? Hey, how's your
hands?
Unbirth your hands? What?
Wait, that's what it sounded like you said.
Oh, I said I can't hold my microphone anymore in my hand because I need both of them.
Yeah.
Unbirth my hand.
Oh, I forgot to put my phone back up. There you go. In the spotlight, whoa.
But I want to know where that
That's so
thing
Hollywood.
in the water is.
Alright, let me clean up some of the things here, guys.
Funeral party. Ain't no party like a funeral party. It's.
Well, I was gonna say something else.
Oh, man.
You like you. That's so Hollywood. Did the new phone stand turn up? Did you? No, not yet. I need to look at it. I need to check it out.
Hey, did you guys hang that one guy? I mean, no judgment if you did. I mean, I'm just curious, that's all. I was just curious if you did that. Like, I'm not sure if I completely trust you, to be honest. Oh, there's a thing over there! I just think there's someone hanging there. Oh, I think my thingy died. I think my stream might have died.
You streamed, guys. You heard her.
It's back.
Wait,
it's back.
She's back. She's back, guys.
It's back now.
Calm your toes.
Calm your tatas. Oh, so many mushrooms. But yeah, my stream was dead for a moment. Phew, phew, phew. Oh, I keep forgetting to set stream markers. I'm such a bad streamer.
You set up stream markers. I've never set up stream markers.
I set up stream markers when... I mean, I set up the possibility to, but I keep forgetting to set them.
You're so good. Only my toes need to be... Oh, wait. Let me, start the shared chat. Here you go.
Also, Simsit, you're absolutely right. She did not look for him hard enough if he was just hanging there and she did not see him.
Dude, you know, that's something I would totally miss.
I wonder where my brother is, leans against the fucking tree where his skeleton is hanging. Man,
what
he
is
could
this
be
thing that I
anywhere.
feel on top of my head? It's probably just phantom sense.
Phantom sense. How long ago did I get the device for you? Oh, you mean the Steam Deck? I'm not sure how long you got that. How long ago you got that for me? But it's been a while. But thank you so much again, by the way, because I when I remember to set it, like sometimes I remember, you know, just sometimes I forget to. But it's still it's a big help. It's a very big help because I don't have to go through the entire VOD again.
No.
Steam Decks are so based. Yeah, it's really good.
Stream Decks are so based. Yes, this is why I have this.
Demi, are you still sick or did you get better now? Like I've tasked you to.
You better. Also, wait, do you guys still hear that?
Did my surprise gift ever show up? The donkey! Yeah, I got the donkey. Oh my god. I'm still not a donkey though, but thank you so much for it anyways. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. Don't you like it, people? I really do. Thank you, Frankenjoy. You're just like giving me so many things, I swear to god.
Frankenzoid is he's like Santa.
Yeah, kind of in a way.
Alright, I'm gonna be playing some game now, Fable.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna
yeah, I think I'll just mute myself.
Or do you want to like get off the call so that I'm not like talking if we're not talking to each other, you know?
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you too.
Why do you have to? Why does it have to? I mean, it doesn't have to be like this.
It doesn't have to be this way.
It doesn't have to be this way. Chad, it doesn't have to be this way.
It doesn't have to be this way, Chad.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play some bird game, guys. I had fun. Next time you're streaming, maybe I'll do some more drawing. Maybe I'll do some offline drawing. Nino abandoning us? Look, I am there. In spirit. Okay?
No. Okay, Nina will remember you.
Hey,
I'm just gonna also... Yes?
Are you a good girl?
That depends. Are you a good kitten?
Oh my god. I love you.
Alright. Oh!
Alright, guys, I'm gonna be playing. Okay, so the game devs gave me this key, and I'm so excited because I like. Okay, who here likes Kurt Kazard? Kurt Kazard. I was gonna play it the other day, but I completely forgot. All these other games. It's called Starbirds. Let me find it. Starbird. I miss her. I missed her already. Kurt Kazard. Okay. I'm gonna be playing that. I hope I got the... Oh my god, guys, I started the... hold on. Hi, Favo. I love you. You are a good girl. Technically, we are together. Except... Kurt Kazard. Yeah, Kurt Kazard. Yeah, you know the, this board. You... Oh my god, she loves me! Demi, hi. The mango. You can come up with a title. You got this. Hi. Oh, let me get a drink, guys. Okay. Mom. The devs gave me this key, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Need you, bird. I'm so excited. Let me calibrate. There we go. Starbird! Why didn't they talk to me? Why didn't they? Civilization, stars. Yeah, I love stars. I love space.
There's no place like home.
Oh my god,
And
that's
for
the
our
voice.
beaky friends, it's the yellow dwarf star Sublina, which has
Sublina?
illuminated this system with its warm and peaceful light for billions of years. Perfect conditions for life to evolve into a spacefaring
was a treehouse
civilization.
first.
Now, these
Yeah.
birds stand on the edge of a new frontier, launching a daring mission. A remote asteroid field where infinite riches and the unknown await in equal measure.
Eating. Egg. Oh my god. Egg. Egg. Wait, can I name the eggs? I get to learn from the game too? I think so. I hope so, because I hope they teach me in colors, because I can't follow. Oh my god, is that Offie? Wait, are we playing? Laura was playing. Yeah. She was playing this. Laura was playing this earlier. Captain, get out of my chair. Oh, wait, I'm the captain. Hi, Captain. We have minions. Wait, I wonder if I can name you guys. Gather round, flock. Hear me now, for our great mission begins. There should be some good quacking. Where are my notes? Today we embark on a journey for the good of all birdkin. Bird kind. Okay. We have. Where is it? Okay, guys, it's too much text. It's too much text. Sorry, it's too much text. It's too much text. I gave up. Okay, fine. I will. Okay, I will try. Right, Ruth. Actually, we need to make a quick stop to fill up supply before we can continue. At ease, everyone. Let's get to work. Good hustle. That lasted 8 seconds, bro. Why are you counting? Is this the whole game words? I thought it was colors and birds. Oh, please don't make me read that, guys. We're here, flock. These asteroids look promising. Initiate landing. Oh, how does this work again? I know. Wait. Can I, fuck. Not the red button! Oh, wait, where's the... There's no red button, I don't see any... Okay. Okay. Just tell me. Just tell me. Enter. Okay. Take a closer look. Zoom in and out with your mouse wheel. Hey. Right click. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this looks shiny. Okay. Is this click? Guys, I don't want to read this. Oh my god! Wait. That's so cool! Wow, that was unnecessarily long. Okay. Hold up. Oopsies. Wrong button. Okay, how did I do it again? This button? Guys, I did it! Great, now speed things up. How do I speed it up? Unless they're telling me to make more stuff. We left! Well done, we're definitely ending the credits. Okay, lovely. Lovely! Maybe read directions. Bro, there's directions in this game. I've already lost because there's so much text. Four launches. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That means I have to connect them. Okay, so how do I oh.
Bye.
Oh! Bye, Lampy. Sleep well! It's 3 AM. I can't believe it. My sleeping is really awful at the moment. I mean, I'm stuck in an American time zone, so... And then it's gonna be... What's after that? Australia? Okay, so I need to do more stuff, I'm guessing. Ah, there we go. Somehow we did more stuff. Lovely. Living quarters. How do I learn about living quarters? How do I... Okay, I need this. Ah, okay. So more of this. So if I, do this. And then... I can click it to extract? Oh gosh. But can I like actually like can I wait no I guess I can only have one of these things? Pipes? I can't connect it to both. Read? I don't want to read. I want to read. Can you read it for me? Can you read it for me, chat? Can you read it for me, please? Can you please read it for me? Can you read it for me? Alright, so I need to get copper. Do we have copper? Wait. Can't find resource map. There we go. Oh, here. Discovering. Info. Okay, so here we go. This wait, hold up. This looks like gold. Wait, is it copper by chance? Wait. Okay. How do I speed it up? Oh. Okay, I have to be patient. It says blah, 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 blah. Yes, you'd read it to me. Thank you. Oh, deploy rover. Oh, wait, maybe. Wait, what can rover? Oh, wait, hold up. Maybe rovers go to this thing. Okay. Oh, actually, like, wee. Okay, there we go. And then, does it have to go back here? Oh, here we go. There's more here. Oh, wee. Over here. Guys, I think I might have forgotten to eat, and now my stomach is rumbling. But I'm so lazy. Wait, did I eat today? Did I eat? Oh, she's giving me timbers. I forgot this. We need to get this blue one. Can we get another one? Alright, we got this achievement. Did you sleep and eat? I did sleep. I'm not sure if I ate. I don't think I ate. Oh well. Victory! Okay, so this is a new thing. So how do I explore? To produce oxygen we need to refine. Oh, okay, refine. What is this red thing? Oh, cracky. Click to build. Oh, wait. Here? I need to go here. Do I need to go here to build it? The green thing? Bread. Should I just grab some bread? Oh! Yes. Is it done yet? Research faster. Research faster. Okay, maybe I don't wanna build here because there's literally no space. Can I go to my space station? Refinery. Hell yeah, baby! Can I just build it Can I build it anywhere? Oh, I can. Okay, how do I, Oh, there we go. Oh my god, it doesn't go. Okay. There we go. Alright, here we go. We're building it now. Right? Wait, I can't. Oh, wait. Does it have to be like Jesus? Okay, fine. There we go. Right? Oh, okay. Technically, we can't use this. Hold up. Hold up a minute. Why can't I select it? There we go. And then we put it in there. Right? Wait, is this attached? Oh my god, I wish I knew how to read. So, what did I need for this again? Looks like perhaps I needed something else too. Okay. Was it this thing? Eat, son. What is the combination? Guys, what's your pin code? Sorry, I tapped out. And then I got zoned out. Yeah, tell me your pin code. Oh. Okay. So we are overcumbered. Oh, guys, I don't know how to make this. How do I make this thing? There must be a way to see, there must be a way to see the things I can make. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's map, yeah. Wait. My pen doesn't need a code, it just writes. No, you know what I meant. You know what I meant. Wait. I mean, we need oil. We need oil to make oxygen anyway, so let's grab this. Can I? Okay. This will work, right? Oh my god. All of my problems would have been solved if I actually just used my brain. Do you guys hear that? Eight, 6, 7. Why not 7, 8, 9? Oh, fuck! I forgot. And then attach that to there, right? And then go faster! Go faster, please! Do you guys like games like this, by the way? Like resource management? Yeah? So like satisfactory, right? Nice and chill. Yeah. I do like them. It's just I can only play it at like a certain time. I got an achievement! Excellent work, Flock. With all these materials stocked and our machines fixed up, it should be a smooth journey to our next destination. I recalibrated our device and improved the precision of our trajectory calculated by 20.2853%. That's if my math is correct, and I do believe it is. But then sometimes GTA. Oh, I haven't actually finished GTA. There's so many games. This kind of like a factory type game. Well, one way to find out. Let me skip all this. It seems like there is like management. Oh wow, look at that, guys. Under 3 minutes, but no. I took my sweet ass time, baby. Took my sweet ass time. So discover. Oh wait, hold up. 05. Okay, enter. What do I need to discover again? I mean, what do I need to? What do I need to discover? Okay, we drop that, and then this here. Attach it here. Ooh, what is this? Can I move this to here? No. Oh, perhaps. Nope. Okay. On it, like. It's only got one slot. Okay, this rock has been controlled. What is that? Which is part what? This purple thing? Oh, hold up. Excavation? Did you see the GTA 6 trailer? I have. I liked every bit of it. Oh, this is research, right? Okay, I need oiler. So the oiler, can I have more oiler thingy? Yeah, let me just put it in here, right? Into some. This is what I'm guessing to do. Yeah. Okay. Where's our rover? There you go, and then. Okay. Almost done with it. This game is too chill. Alright. Bro, they're the same. Unless there's like some stats that I didn't read properly. They're the same. Let's put launching pad here. Oh! Yes. So where the hell? Still needs oiler. Okay, that's fine. We get oiler. We have more oiler. Okay. Ah, here. There's another one here. Maybe it helps you to sleep. You know what? You might be right. You might be right. Does this? Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot. There you go. Did it, like, hold on to, like, a lot of oiler? Yeah! It sure did. Okay. There we go. So move this like that. Void excavation hub. Can I go back here and check out the other map? The other planet. Planet Earth. Planet Earth. Oh, I can discover all these. Okay. I don't have enough for that one. Planet Earth. Oh, I didn't think this through. I'm gonna think it through, guys. Alright, let's see. Where is our little... Down here. And then... Whee! And then go up here. Go here. Then go, here. Yeah, there you go. How do I get more? Oh shit! Fuck! No, that's not what I meant. Oh crikey. Oh no. Okay, so exit. They're like the same thing. I'm just looking at the pictures. Into the dungeon. This, I need to get this. Oh man. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I forgot to place the excavator. Okay, not on this planet, but the other one, this one. Pikachu. Wait, 6? Wait. Where the hell do I place it though? What? So what does this mean? How do I use resources to illustrate? How? How? Wait, do I? Oh, is it because I learned it? No, it's not. How do I? Gosh, I wish I read. Oh, I need these things. Okay, okay, that's fine. So I have to wait. Okay. Gosh, you know, now that I think of it, I should have read. I think it would have been better if I read. Alright, there we go. We got it. There we go. We did it. And guess what we're gonna do, guys? We're totally not gonna read. Alright, let's get this one. Reading is fundamental? No! I don't want to do it. Why do I want to do it? These are from Ruth's quest directly to the excavation. Wait, what am I supposed to? What resources? This resources? Oh wait, this one? Wait, do I take the card to it? What do I do with it? Which part am I directing? Which part am I... We'll figure it out with her big brain. Yeah. To the English. Deliver the resources. So you mean like... So... Instead of... Oh my god. Can I select this, please? Okay. Hold up. Okay. That needs to be fixed because... That's annoying. I want to select the pipe. There we go. Move the pipe and then... No! Stop it! Yamete! Okay, hold up. Alright, here we go. Do I do this? Is something happening? There's a from. It says from! Wait, there's a two. Wait, delivery says from Ruth's quest. Which one is... I don't like this. So, okay. Wait, no, it's working. It's working. Okay, so let's remove this one then, because since it's closed, and then it will speed up. Guys, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm understanding it now. I'm understanding it. I figured it out. Oh, this needs order. So gonna delete this part and then. Oh fuck. Okay. I need to go. No! Shit. Okay, connected to that. Wait, do I just need the oiler? I forgot. Is it just oiler? Oh no, no, it's this thing. Okay, and then there we go. We're doing it. You got this. Thank you for believing in me, guys. Your belief in me is not misplaced. Wait, that's not. Oh, that is order. It's the right thing, guys. It's the right thing. Where's my? Is there like a? Wait, did I just? Oh, that's cool. I can just place the rover anywhere. Okay, cool. Okay, one more order. One more. Hell yeah, we got it. Okay. Yippee! Okay, fuck, uranium. Okay, I should have looked at this. Let's get our uranium production going. Oh wait, perhaps it's a new world. Oh, here we go. Well. Alright, here we go. Okay. Oopsies, oopsie daisies. Ninu smart. Yippee! Let's do this one. Okay, can I put... Oh, I can put multiple in on the same spot? That's good to know. But how many can I have? Okay. Wait. Am I supposed to do something with this shit? Wait. Don't tell me I need to refine it. Do I need to refine it? Hold on. Bruh, think about hydration. Nope, it's changing it into dust. Oh wait, hold up a minute. Is this what I'm looking for?
Sin Sid asked me, am I supposed to refine this shit? Hell yeah, Choom. You can't just leave those rough edges hanging around.
Oh.
Just like in Night City, if you don't refine and adapt,
it's not right, guys.
You're gonna get
wrong.
left behind. And I'm in your head, so I'm counting on you to make it happen. Get those pipes sorted before they bite you in the ass later.
station? Bro, what? What station? It's going, is it not? So let me, it's pipe bit. You are probably pipe bit. More pipes. This one. You get rid of this one because we don't need the refinery one. Ain't all the pipes the same pipe? Baba. Wait, is it because you need to research? Me. Wait, oh my god, it's a whole fucking new thing. Wait, what? What? It's the same damn thing. Holy fuck. Okay, one is slower than the other. I see. Completed. Pipes! Pipes. Is it working? It's working. Something's happening, guys. No, it didn't happen. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Landing bay. Oh my god, did I accidentally put the wrong one? Oh my god, that's right. What the fuck do I put in? Wait, no, not like that. We want this one. Can we attach it to this? Wait, I don't get it. It's not this way? What? 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 Confusion. Things are happening, guys. Now check the map. Oh fuck. Oh my god. I have to actually follow this. Oh my god. I can't get away. What? What? Brother, please tell me. What is it? What is it? What is it? Okay. Oh, gosh, same thing. Okay, so you're saying, dude. I'm cooked. There we go. Okay, so this, right, and drag it to the landing point. Guys, am I dumb? Wait. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? Is refinery? No, it's not refinery. What is it you need? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh my god. That's the landing pad? This is the landing pad, yeah. It says landing pad. Wait, let me move myself a little so you guys can actually see. It says landing pad. What's to do with this? But how do I... Am I... It doesn't connect to any place. Right? Nope. Get it. Sweet. How? How do I make it? What? Something on the right? Oh, what do you mean? You read chat, why not read game? It says the icon, it says something. I read it again. Big crate. So we've got this here. Uh-huh. I'm not gonna get this. That's not what we want. We want to... I don't... Okay. Nope. Nope. That thing is into the asteroid, not out of asteroid. Yeah, it doesn't let me do it the other way around. Like this one wouldn't connect to that, nor would this connect to that. Nope. Maybe I'm building in the wrong place? I don't get it. Hold up, let me go back to your map. Oh boy. Oh, fuck, it's the same place. Got excited for no reason. Oh boy. Oh boy. And then, okay. Wait, is it this? Oh my god. Dude, wouldn't that be so funny? But no, it wouldn't work because It's supposed to... I think I need to put the landing thing on another asteroid to get the green from the asteroid to another. Okay. Let me go back here. Let me get this other asteroid. This other stinky one. Gosh, it would be...
Merry Christmas. Here's my
Lady Fable _BT just raided my stream with 22 views.
Here's my dick covered in
Everyone
breadcrumbs.
behave.
Nice. Oh, I need to go to the evacuation one. Oh God. Hey Fable, hello lovely. Have fun, baby girl. Oh my God, thank you. I will try my best. Okay, so it looks like... Wait, hold up. I haven't been reading. Is this the one? No, this must be the one, right? This must be the one. I am playing Boyd game. It's the Kurt game. Oh wait, no. Kurt game. Yeah, okay. I need it to... Okay, this is completely different thing. Can I attach it to this? Nope. I hope you had fun with Rika. No. Okay, this is just too long for me. Guys, I don't get it. I don't get it. Not... Am I sleep well? Am I like... Did I touch anything to it? Nope. Fuck, I should have read. I should have read, guys. I should have read it. Click the uranium icon. This is not the uranium one. It's on the other thing. On the other, this one. Read the big thing up top. I sure did! Look, click the uranium icon. Wait. Oh. I don't know why this exists here. Oopsies, it's not this one. This one, right? Click the uranium icon and drag it to the landing pad on the excavation asteroid. This will reroute the... Okay, this, right? Hold up. How do I... Can I, like... Oh my god! How do I... Are you kidding me right now? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait, I can't connect this to this, right? No. I don't get it! Am I even getting anywhere close to this? Wrong asteroid. Thank you. I didn't know they had names. This one? Industria. Wait, which one? Is it this one? One day I'll get it, guys. One day. Okay, so Wait, is it now receiving this? Drag it. You drag the icon. No. Maybe there's like a button for it. Nope, it's not that button. What is this? Oh my god. Am I tilting myself? Maybe do it on the view where you see all the asteroid. Oh, hold on, let me see that. Look at this. I think I'm just pissing myself up more. I got this discovered anyways. Guys, it doesn't work! It doesn't work! It doesn't work! It doesn't work. Oh, those things... Did I pin those? Wait, what the fuck did I do? Wait! Oh my god, wait! Do I have to wait for this? Oh, it's not being sent. I can't. Okay. Oh wow, look at all this, guys. Ooh. That's just not what I was... I thought I got it somehow, but no. 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 Technically, things are going there, right? Because, like, it looks like... Wait, how do I see if... what the resource is? It doesn't even tell me what resources I'm sending over. Oh, right here it says. Look, I am technically sending them. Bruh. You need to send them to the landing pad on the other still, right? Okay, like with an asteroid that doesn't have the green thing. Well, like tell it to like receive those things. I'm giving you a simple task. I'm giving you a simple task. Just... Oh my god. DM? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Wait, how the... Oh, hold up, okay. Wait. Is... I drag this? Wait, okay, so how... Did you just like... How did you manage to drag it? Oh, witch doctor, wait. Give us the magic words. Oh my god. Hesna. Walla walla bang bang. I can't believe it. We finally fucking got it. Walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bang bang. Do 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 do. So, can it go to multiple places? I'll go to multiple places. We did it thanks to Tesla. Okay, wait, so, and then we connect this to this. Wait, no. Oh, shit, wait. It's working, guys, it's working. Oh my god, this is bullshit. Could you have, like, read that? Tesla? Thank you so much, man. I love you. It's not working. Is it because it's the wrong... Is it because it's the wrong place? Is it because it's the wrong one? Probably. Okay. There we go. Holy shit. Am I so difficult, chat? Am I difficult? I didn't do anything other than let Nina hear her favorite song. Is that so, sir? Is it working? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my shit. Wait, I could put it here? Oh my fucking god. I'm not supposed to put it here. Thanks. Thanks, game. I mean, look, I should have read and I didn't read. It's all my fault. We did it! Hashtag blessed. Alright. Accept. Let's get more of this. Rank. Guys, I skipped it again. Because there's the root quest quartz disorder. I think that is on a different oh wait, do I need to... Oh my god, right here. Wow. Okay, chemical lab. Okay. Research, yes. Oh, okay. Can I get a reactor? Okay. Dang it, I can get a reactor. Gonna Heisenberg that shit. Let's go! Okay, okay. Fuck. Wait. Hold up. Don't tell me this is... Wait. No. I need Oiter! Oh my god, wait. Oiter is connected. Where the fuck is... Wait, why is Oiter being sent here? I need to send the Oiter here. Wait. Oh, right here. There we go, like this. Oh my god. Alright, so this should be... Wait, am I supposed to send it somewhere else? Where the fuck am I? So many teeth. You like it? Alright, where the hell am I? Where do I send the Oiter? Where I send Oiter? Wait, no, it's working. It's work. Oh my god, it just takes ages. Okay, wait. There we go. We got it. Alright. Wait. We got the right thing, right? Wait. Okay. Okay. Oh. This? Can I put this, like, in between? And, like, get both? Would that work? Okay, so it's missing something. Oh, wait. Because I have to connect this. There we go. Oh my god, Ninu's getting somewhere, guys. I'm doing it. Good night, Sensei. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Good night. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit on your face. You'll sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. And you'll shit very quietly and you will be asleep. I'm guessing this needs to go where exactly? Here? Is it the right place? Oh, maybe it's not. Wait, maybe it is. It is! Oh, shit me to disgusting? What do you mean? No, wait, what? You don't like me singing? Good night. Fly me to the moon and let me share all over your face. Yeah. Guys, that was only Sector 2, by the way. Holy fuck. Oof. Big oof. We're not gonna get anywhere, are we? Alien? Oh, it's an egg. I did it! I did. Is that a hemisphere? What is it? It's fascinating. It's dust. Oh, wait, it's not dust. It's a rock. Oh, it's glittery. You are here in the Milky Way. Ooh. Sorry, I'm not even reading this. I'm just going with the flow. Oh my god. Guys, I did it. I did it. Sablena. Reach for the stars. I get to see the stars. I get to see the stars. Guys, am I gonna regret this because I'm skipping this again? Surely not, right? Okay. Okay. Alright, which planet has that? Do I need to be... Okay. Okay. Discover. Is this the thing? Oh shit, no, it's glass. Orb. Okay, so I'm guessing I have to combine orb with something. Oh, gosh, game's just gonna get even more difficult, isn't it? This. Nah. Guys, I'm tempted to play something else. Oh, here we go. Oh, educational. Greenhouse is easy to build. The resources are right here. Production. Chemical lab. Okay. Energy. Damn, buddy. I don't know what to play. Yes. Oh. Wait. Oh, it's chemical lab. Okay, the lab is different then. Okay, let's get the lab. Let's get it started in here. Get it started. Is this too chill, guys? Is this what you want? Is this what you want, Chad? Is this what you want? Is this what you want, Chad? Is this truly what you want? Is this what you want? Oh, this is gonna take ages, guys. I can skip. Just hold, I just hold F. Oh, brother. For real, for real. For real, for real. For realsies. For realsies. Wherever you are. Oh, fuck. I used that old, didn't I? Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, believe. Seems like a chill game. Yeah, it's too chill. It's too chill. And everybody is asleep. Everybody's asleep like a tiny baby. Okay. Let me play something else. I alt F4. I don't know. I didn't even save. Wait, let me. Is it just back? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. You rage quit the bird game? No, I didn't rage quit. I. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's fine. I thought I accidentally ended the stream. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't. I'll give it another try, though. I'll give it another try. Alright. There's another game that was, oh, I have a feeling it's chill as well. God, it's called Hurdling. I was also doing by a dev. Guide a herd of mysterious creatures on a stirring and beautiful journey into the mountains. I think that's too chill as well. But I do plan on playing it. What's the other one? Sips and Sonnets. It's a visual novel. I thought it was maybe voice stuff. Maybe I got to do that with the girls. Okay. Alright. Alright. Kneel. Fall. Should we play? Okay, hold up. Okay. What do I need? What do I need, guys? What do I need? 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 What sort of game do I need? Should we play something stimulating? Okay. Let's make a poll. Ice cream. Ice cream sounds like a good idea, by the way. You know, actually, ice cream sounds like a good idea all the time. All the time. Right, let me play some music whilst I revolt. Bruh. No. Alright, so oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. And then I will Uh, uh, uh. Okay, let's do. Let's add. Let's just add that. Okay. Wrath of the right. Okay. R. We'll just put R there. R. Righteous. Okay, guys. There's a poll. I wham. I wham. What do you mean I wham? What is I wham? What's I wham? Oh, Revolt is a racing game. Oh, my bad. Hold on, let's see. Revolt. Wait, no, Revolt's not a racing. Wait, action twin stick shooter. Is it like a top-down shooter? Revolting. Oh, Ninu's so revolt. I want to pick up me and Ninu. You want to pick up me and you? Oh, okay. You guys want Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous? Are there any mods for that game though? Is there any mods for it? I feel like there are. Wait, let me look it up. See if there's any Pathfinder Wrath of Righteous mods. Oh, there are mods. Wait. There are mods, guys. There are mods. Oh, ooh. There are mods for it. Shit. Okay, hold up. How long is it gonna take me though? How long is it gonna take me to mod this? There's tons. Yeah, there's tons. Oh. Okay. Should we just play it normally first? So many mods. Yeah, there's far too many. There's so many mods. Well, these look cosmetic at the moment. Portraits. There's a lot of portraits. Relations and romance. Okay. We'll just play normal first. Oh, I forgot. I gotta change my title. I gotta change the camera going. Alright, are you guys ready for me to spend like an hour or so just making my character and then the game crashes? Could you guys imagine that if that happened? Let's just call it Pathfinder. Pathfinder. There you go. Yeah. Dude, wouldn't that just be so funny though? Wouldn't that just be so funny? That's still a good time with Revolt. Oh, it's very kind of you. I don't know if you guys actually remember, but we actually did play this game. We played it, I think maybe when it was on like early access, perhaps? Remember, I called myself like Goblin something, like a long ass name. Maybe it was beta, I'm not sure. Alright, here you go. I think it's fine. For the record, Nini drew my Discord pic, so I want her on my Discord. Oh my god, do you like it? Actually, I just realized I need to go wee-wee. I got a wee-wee. We're gonna do a new game. Okay. We're gonna do main story. Next. Fuck me, holy shit. Oh. The damage your characters suffer from enemy strats are reduced by 80%. No, we're gonna do normal. Daring. You're going to suffer full damage from enemies and traps. These are slightly weak and okay. Unfair. Okay, we'll just go daring, shall we, guys? Companions. Auto level or all possible. Critical hits. Why does my normal? What the fuck? Why does that? Death's door. Death companion rise after combat. No. Remove negative effect on rest. Yeah. Damage the party. Number of enemies. Standard. Additional. Enable character. Retain. When enable a certain NPC in the game to retain your character and companions, changes and will change the game difficulty setting to custom. That's fine. I think that's what it means, right? I think that's what it means. Say the auto mode. What is that? As well the strategy. The Crusader continues. Okay, I can't be bothered to read that. We'll go with this. Okay. Next. Oh, okay, we did press next. Alright, when there's a cutscene, I'm gonna go to... Fuck! I can't go to the toilet yet! I just wanna go toilet. I just wanna go to... What, custom character? Fuck, this might actually take a while, guys. I'm going toilet. BRB. Watch some clips. You guys can play some clips. Hey guys. No, I didn't poo. I wee-weed and it felt so good. Alright, we're going custom, okay? Fuck, wait. Oh, that's fine. Custom, right? Custom? Portrait. Wait. I wanna... Okay. So, hold up, guys. Maybe I can drag Nino in here. Almost 700. You guys did not even calculate all my shits correctly, okay? You guys are wrong. Alright, let me do this and then select this. Wait. No, I wanna... Okay. Oh, okay. I have to call it... What's it? 001? I didn't even read it. 001. Right? It's just portraits 001. That's right. Are you fucking with me? Oh, I have to actually make it this? fuck off. Okay. 3 O's? Is it? Wait, hold up. Oh, 3 fucking O's. You're right. My bad. Okay. Okay. I don't want to change this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Wayne. Okay. Thank you. That's crazy. Okay. I've changed it. There's 3 zeros in there. So, game, please. I think I just have to change the image size. Fuck. Okay, hold up. It has to be the resolution. Yeah, sorry, yeah, resolution. Quickly gonna change it. Resize image. Is it resize image? Is it this one? Nino. Let's go with this one. Just go alien new. Alright, width. 30 and height. 432. Oh, it's locked. My bad. I have to enter this again now. I'm doing it, guys. 2. Okay. Transparent and okay. Okay. Alright, now we go here. That, and then let me just delete this one. And then rename this one. 1, 2, 3. What? Wait. Thank you for the hug. I very much appreciate it. Oh, come on. I've changed it. Bro, you can't. I have changed it. You can't do this to me. Oh my god, guys, there's also different sizes. Holy fuck. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, hold up. I'm being scammed right here. Guys. I'm being scammed. I'm being scammed royally. Oh man. Why would they scam me like this? I didn't ask for it. Where is it? Da 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 da. Da da da. Okay, let's do this one. You're not gonna tell me anything else, are you? Alright. So 1, 2, and 24. 2 sides? I need 2 sides? Oh my god, who knew that it was gonna be so complex? But then do I name it the same? Shimmy, drink. Swallow. There's full length and medium. I see. I see. I see. I see. Such a predicament, huh? Such a predicament. Oh fuck, I forgot to do transparent. Oh man. That sucks. But wait, what do I call them then? Do I call them the same thing? Rename. Like 3 sizes? I only see 3 sizes on here. But then this for birthday, okay. Okay. Wait, I called mine small, medium, full length. Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm gonna rename it. Full length. No, delete this one. And then rename this one. Oh my god. Gosh, I thought this was gonna be like easy peasy, but let me squeeze it. Okay, we've got this, guys. Okay, now we gotta do. Oh, I see. Now I see it, guys. Now I see it. I see it now. I see it now. I see it. I see it. I can't believe it took us ages. I feel so dumb. I feel so dumb. Alright, and this one's gonna be... No, not this one. Which one? Is it transparent? Yes, it's transparent, okay. And then we... that one. Alright, I'll call this... medium. Alright, and then the small one. Okay, gotta make it. Why gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Okay, 185. Guys, this better be worth it. Now, remember what I said? What if the game crashes? That's not gonna happen, right? Why? That wouldn't happen, Ninu. Why on earth would that happen? Why would that happen, huh? Well, no, you silly goober. That would never happen. Alright, small? Wait, was it called small? Alright, let's see. Let's see. Yeah! Okay, this was not the image that I wanted to use, but we're going with it now. Okay, this is our portrait now. Class. Guys, what? What class? Good enough, huh? Yes? What class fits her, by the way? What class? What class fits her? What class is she? What class does she give off? What vibe is she giving off, guys? What vibe? Let me make myself a little smaller so you guys can see stuff. What class is she? There is so much! There's so many classes. Okay, well, are these DLCs? Oh, no. These are things I need to... Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell. Alchemist, Arcanist, Barbarian, Bard, Blood Rager, Cavalier, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Hunter, Inquisitor, Kinetistic, Magus. What the is can to fight with a weapon in one hand and a spell in the other hand. Absolutely, this looks so cool. Okay. But hold up. Monk, Oracle, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shaman, Shifter, Scald, which is a fighter and an empowered ally. They play a limited number of spells. Okay. Slayer. Oh, they are complex. Do you think my brain can handle complex? Slayer. Oh, damage to enemies. However, their defense is rather weak. So like glass cannon, huh? Oh, the shifter class often plays a way of experience a shape-shifting character that inclines. So like a druid? Shaman. Mogus? Mogus? So we go with Mogus? A Mogus. Why is it 5-star? Oh, baby, God. Okay, Arcane Rider. There's a lot of reading. Okay. Oh, hold up. Armored Companion, Arcane Mount. Ooh, Arcane Mount is nice. Armed Battle Mage. I don't want that. Blade Bound. Black Blade. Is that like green flame tongue or something like that? Eldritch Archer. Okay, this sounds cool. Eldritch Sign, a Bloodline. Just cool cantrips. I'm like Magi. Eldritch Signs do not study tomes of magic or spend time. Rather, Eldritch Signs find their spells and others come to them instinctively. Okay, if you took your time to learn, yes, you could handle it. And that's unlikely. You know me too well. Sword Saint. Okay, a Sword Saint spends his okay. Not always a sword, okay. Spell Dancer, what is that? Okay. Hex Crafter. It's just like witches. Maybe I'll go Bladebound. Am I gonna regret this? You know what? We'll find out. Choose race. Human. So they just get +2 and then okay. Wait. Ugh, my bad. It's female. Kitsune. Do I have cat ears? Oh. Wait, this is... Oh, Kitsune is fox. I forgot. It's Nova, guys. I found Nova. Damn figure. Ooh. Vampire. Ooh. Oriad, what the hell is that? Are humans whose ancestry includes the touch of an elemental being of Earth. Ah, okay. Tiefling. You know the Asimir, we know that. Half-orc, half-elf, halfling. Gnome! You being gnomed! Oh, wow. Wait, gnomes are kinda cute. What about halflings? Look how tiny they are! Alright, resist level drain. Hold up, what does resist level drain mean? An effort is immune to energy draining. Okay, effort again is a bonus considering. Light halo. Do I have a halo on my head? Halo. They can create a light center on the head at will. While using a halo, they gain this bonus to things against becoming light or dazzled. Okay. Half work. Wow. Nino size. Demi, what do you mean Nino sized? What do you mean? Nino is a halfling. No, come on, guys. I picked Blade Bound. Making a black blade, a sentient. Oh my god, it's gonna talk to me. Teeny, no, I'm average. Oh, now I don't know what sort of character I want to create. Demi, you know, for your D&D, I kind of told the girls I'm gonna make a hot dude, right? I'm gonna make a real hot dude. Oh yeah, a real hot dude. The girls are gonna play some girls. And then at the end they'll find out that my character is gay. He has a whole family. My husband is at home. I must go to my husbando. Okay, what? Oh, gosh, what should I go? Become both an invaluable assailant or malignant parasite. Let's go Asmer. Should I just go human? Nah, let's go Asmer. Asmers are kind of cool. Wait, I don't get anything. I don't have resistance. Cold electric resistance. Fine. Can I make my character heritage? Oh, this is where I pick this stuff. Oh, there's so much text. Oh, what do you? Yeah, playing as an Asmer. Asmer. Yeah. Dio. Am I tickling your ear? Alright, so what's Asmer? Do not know. Okay. Okay. I just need to look at the bold purplish things, right? What is? Oh, that's burning. Alright. Oh my god! Leopard. Oh, okay. Frog. Okay, whole person. Glitter dust. The ball has started rolling. Wait, which ball? Invisibility. Oh my god. Oh, searing light. Is this one of me? Oh my god. You know what? I'm just gonna go with that. Background. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much. Your background is unknown and doesn't grant you any bonuses. No, I can't. I need bonuses. Okay. Oblate. What's oblate? What does oblate mean? Nini is our mic ball. Yeah! Need all the bonuses. I do need all the bonuses. Okay, so the people, smart people, wait. Regional! Oh, fuck off. Scholar, I don't want to be a nerd. You know what, should we just... Oh, let's be a bounty hunter. Fuck everything else. We'll be bounty hunter. I'm gonna put a band. Do you like my character? You like my character? The person that dedicated to a religious life. Oh, a priest. Everyone go support Nino ASMR Mike. Yeah, guys. Lambi was telling me that there is a software, but it costs money. But you can do the voice things from side to side. I don't know. I don't think my mic can do that. Wait. Do you hear me? Hello. Yeah. I don't know if you said. You don't need a software. Oh. Okay. Oh. So. Oh, I see. Oh, that many points? Okay. Dex int? Okay. It's telling me I need to... Okay. It's like D&D, right? I'm gonna put my con. And let's do it like this. This is fine. That's fine. What could go wrong? Stealth? Yeah, baby! What magic devices does magic? Knowledge. Knowledge. Oh, let's do this. Wait, do I have more? Okay, lovely. Feet. Guys, I can't do this. This is taking ages. They just stare like nothing special anymore. Point blank shot. Okay, you get +1 minute attack and damage with range weapon at range of up to 30 feet. Okay, weapon finesse. You know what? Can I? Do I only pick one? Okay, I pick only one. Strength. Modify to attack roll. Oh, I could do this and then maybe go weapon finesse. There's no. Okay, wait. Why can't I use this? Cause I place attack bonus. Is it cause? Oh, this is for when I level up. Holy fuck. Oh my god, spells! Okay, it's not a lot. Okay, it's not a lot. Vanish? One friendly creature within touch range. Oh, I can't vanish myself. Tree strike. Okay, hold on. Burning hand. 15 feet. Gone. Color spray. HD? What does HD mean? Hit die. Okay. Sleep well, Demi. Good night. Go to sleep. I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit on your face. You'll sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. Now shit very quietly and you will be asleep. I hope that helps you fall asleep. Good night. One creature within touch range again. Oh wait, I'm selecting thing. I got 5. Okay. Expedition retreat. Speed increases your base attack. Base speed. I always like expedition retreat. Duration 1 whole ass minute. Magic missiles good. Rail. Shield. Shocking grass. Within touch range. Touch. Within close range. What are we talking about? Like how? True strike. This is melee. Is melee? Right. Injury inside in the immediate future during your next attack. Your next single attack is made before the end of the next round gains a +1 inside bonus. You are not affected, but hold up, wait. How the hell do I tell if it's... Okay, it's not like D&D where it's action and bonus action kind of thing, right? It just says 1 round. Standard action. Yeah, standard action, okay. Okay, we have 3 more. Let's go with Burning Hand. Expeditious Retreat. Okay, so then, okay, let's go with Rain Enfeeblement. Correct, not like D&D. For your half strength penalty, but what are we using? Okay. It takes penalty to strength. Let's go with that, it's fine. Deity. Oh, golly gosh, do I actually need to pick this? Can I say none? Oh, fuck. Okay. Asmodeus. No. Oh, guys, oh, wait, it tells me, okay. Mace. I see. Light crossbow. Domain, earth. Sawtooth saber. Quarterstaff. Mace. What is this? It doesn't say anything. Oh, atheism! You want to be good or evil? I want to be chaotic. Dude, I was not even looking. Rapier. What is this one? Rapier 2. Heavy flail. Star knife. What's a star knife? Is that like a little baby blade? Like shuriken, longbow, flail, gorum, greatsword, trident. Oh hell yeah, trident's kind of cool. Sickle, dagger, longsword, unarmed strike. Kukri. That's like the blowing thing, right? Quarterstaff, short sword, dagger, great axe, scimitar, glaive. Oh hell yeah. Warhammer. Scythe. Ooh. Oh, they are? Where are they? This guy? Okay, we'll go with them. Alignment. Chaotic good. Wait. Chaotic evil? Wait, are these my choices? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, this is... Wait, this is what I can pick? Alright guys, chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral is me, right? I always appreciate that, Nino. You do? I like it too. It's very pretty. You go chaotic neutral? Chaotic neutral. Let's go chaotic neutral. Appearance. I can finally customize my character. What? Body type. Oh, I see. Wait. I think this one has bigger boobs. Alright, face. I can't. Okay. Change eyes. Dark like the abyss. Alright. Okay. Now I can look at faces. I think. You know what? Let's just go for number 10. Scars. Do we need scars? No, can we be pretty and have no scars? If it wasn't for that as a reference, never would have gotten the Dakai. Yeah, really? Hell yeah. Well, now you have that as a reference forever. Let's go with should we go with green eyes? Green eyes are really pretty. Let's go with green eyes. Hairstyle. Oh no! What happened? What happened to hair? Oh no, nosies. Let's go with let's go with this one. Pink hair, yes. War paint? Nah. Okay, I'm not even gonna touch that. Tattoos. Fucking 27 tattoos. Are you kidding me? Let's go with black. So where the hell is that other tattoo? Oh, is it the arms? No, it's not even the arms. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Oh, it's on here in the chest. This is arms. Okay, I'm guessing then it will just... Okay. Can I have like cool tattoo? Hey! Cool. That looks cool. Yeah, he's kind of cool. Oh shit! This kind of looks cool, but can I see the back of it? Let's go with this one. Kind of like this one. Pretty! Oh. Me? Pretty? Oh no. You shouldn't see that. Alright, let's see. Black? Cause, why not? Wait, what? If I like go all black, what if I get lost? What if my character gets lost? You know what? I don't mind actually this navy. Is it navy? Green. Speaking of tattoos, I got compliments about mine. Oh wait, the berserk one. You better get compliment for the berserk one. I love berserk. It's sad that the guy passed away. It's Yu Hakusho. Yeah. Yeah, the guy passed away. It's just a shame. I don't know if they'll ever like work on it, you know. Should I go with my pink theme? Let's just go with our pink theme, shall we? Shall we?
A trivial task. Let's shred them! We shall overcome. I'm wounded. I feel faint. Let's move all according.
This hurts so much. Cover me. Your luck's run hesitation with grace. Adventures are
Let's
exciting.
go with carefree. Oh, guys, we get to name our character. I'm guessing this is 30 December. Should we just call him Ninu? Should we just call him Ninu? Nah, let's go with Ninu. Let's go with Ninu. Okay.
The spell's not working. That's mean.
Guys, I think we did it. We did it! Holy shit, how long did that take? Now the game crashes. Dude, if that happens, that will be actually funny. Because we said it so many times that we said that the game is going to crash. And if it crash, it can't. It can't happen. It cannot happen. I think Fable is playing for us. Oh shit, that's me. That's me. Can I zoom in? No, I can't zoom in.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't she be carted off somewhere else like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Accommodating ditch? Save as soon as you can. Yes. Can I? Oh, I can't save yet. Okay.
Make room, everyone. Step back. Now, what's the matter?
I'm glad they're reading this out. Also, is audio okay? Do I need to increase the volume?
The wound looks nasty. Who did this to her?
Demons, Prelate. We found her barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right.
Okay.
We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take her weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules.
I'm just gonna quickly grab my hoodie,
Get her
guys.
things back after the festival.
Alright, I got my hoodie. I'm just getting a little chilly, guys. It's kind of cold. So, I'm gonna tuck my legs in. Hee hee hee. Okay, there we go. Now, be a bit more cozy. Alright, continue.
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor. Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal her wounds.
Bruh. It says, Scavity, hi! If you never get some sleep, you're never going to grow up to a teen and always be tiny doggy. But I'm a cat! But hi. I'm gonna grit my teeth.
My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev.
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen
Oh my god, I remember
Terendelev?
Sheila. Isn't she like a dragon or something?
Before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces. Just passing by? And how am I to know that you're not a demon spy? Or worse?
Well, because I'm in this... I'm kind of dead looking. What do you think?
My dear Prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor woman. She's been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of her.
Thank you, Mommy.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that,
Hey,
so I shall
Sif.
defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed she was wounded near Canabris. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this
Dragon
holiday,
Mommy.
but not you or I. Not the defenders of the city.
I'm so glad they're reading this for me.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There. You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done. I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully. My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
Guys, how much you want to bet that she's gonna die?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return.
Oh, shit.
But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Progress. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Thank you. Have fun. Basically, me have fun. Okay. Oh, saving. Nice. Okay. So it's like peasant. Can I speak to peasant? Happy City Day. Okay. Oh. Happy City Day. Okay, maybe right click to interact with it. Oh, okay. Did I walk into the... Oh, I can't go up there, I see. Okay. Character... Can I interact with, like, not these barrels? Oh! Oh. Okay, I should have listened. I should have listened. This guy pulled out his sword. What is he doing? Okay. Pause. Well, good to know that there's a pause. Wait, how do I unpause? How do I unpause? Shit. Okay, there we go. Okay. Space. Oh, spacebar's pause. Oh my god. How did you know? Oh, am I supposed to talk to all these people? Does it count? Seasoned. 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 Okay, I'm pressing. I have like 200 hours plus. Oh, dang. See you scavenging. You sleep well. Oh my god. It's 550 for you. It's 450 for me. Where am I? Oh, there you go. What did I do? Did I use an ability by accident? I don't know. How do I proceed with the next stage, huh? Can I kidnap the child? Almost midnight? Is it a child or a halfling? Oh my god.
My time to shine.
You're right. Oh, right here. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna suck him off. Watch me. Not suck it. Suck. Like punching. Lovely. Oh my god. That is crazy. That was supposed to only do that. Okay. Oh my god! Holy fuck, okay. Throw darts. Oh, okay, hold up. Where's, where do I throw darts? There's no... oh, tap. Oh, that's just... citizens. Oh! Darts. Where are the darts, yo? Oh, right here. Because that's a high. Alright. That's the darts done. Get in! Oh, there it is. Something's happening, guys. The demons are here.
Crusader gods, behold Iomande, you poor imposter. Your city will fall to me. Your followers will feed my hunger.
No! No! I must run away. I did not sign up for this. Oh, there she is. She's gonna turn into a dragon.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
You're still awake? Oh no. Oh! Oh! Wait. She just died that fast? She just died like that?
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell. Right away. Stand still now. No fidgeting while I cast this on you.
Thanks.
Good luck. Try not to get eaten now.
Okay. Okay, but I don't have any weapons. She stood no chance. Oh.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
Behold, Iomade. Behold the death I saw.
Oh man. Hey! Listen! Oh man. Dragoon! Dragoon! Dragoon is
The
nuts!
silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
It just started and she died. She started and she just died. She just died real quick. Okay. How do I... Is it... what was that button? Was it F? There you go. What's this? Spell slot. What it is? Manifest the... Again, a powerful... Can I... Shift? What? Can I just cast it? Or do I need... Main hand, offhand, main hand. Okay.
How cute! Oh, holy mother of...
Nevea.
Hey, stay with me.
They don't read for me?
Actually got pretty lucky.
Skeleton.
You fell
I
down
know,
into a
right?
black
She just
hole.
died
But
real
at least you're...
quick.
I feel him all right. One say no to a little less feeling in him. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
Oh.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to...
Heal check.
Hey!
Okay.
Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
So tempted. So tempted.
Look at you! It's good to meet someone who uses brains first and brawn second.
Yeah, I'm smart.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Anevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though? Now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendev and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now. I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabras has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomade's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But
yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabras will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you? Call me superstitious if you want, or maybe cynical. But I just don't believe in chance or coincidences.
Look, I just happened to be here.
How many stories around the tavern table have started with those very words?
Right enough. I have this habit, see, anytime somebody starts yakking about blind chance, it always turns out that the thing was as far from a quirk of fate as you could want. Sorry, don't take it personal like.
Okay.
Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
Am I the one that doesn't care when a D&D story lampshades itself?
To summarize,
Wait, what do you mean by
there are 3 of
lampshades?
us with 5 working legs.
Also, this is
3 pairs of
Pathfinder,
decent hands,
so
2
the
clear
world's
heads,
a little bit
and 1
different.
made of
There's
wood.
some similar things
That's
though to
mine.
D&D.
Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up...
Oh, okay. I control everyone. How do I investigate? Oh, I don't.
So exciting!
Oh, there we go. Collect all. Wait, is she coming? Okay, I got all of them. Right?
A simple
So-
smile goes a long way.
Weapons. Oh, what is this? Cloak of resistance? Sure, why not? Oh, I have my blade. But I can... No, one hand. I can put my offhand. Right. There you go. And then... Oh, okay, and then go here. Oh, she has a blade already. Okay. Basically calling out the plot issue while still doing the plot issue. Wait, because of the coincidence stuff? We'll just so happen to meet at the same in... Oh, yes. Yeah, it's... So, like, you know when you're doing, like, running D&D, it's rough, you know? Wait, did I... Oh, I think my keyboard decided to die. Hold up a second. Wait, no, it's doing the thing. Wait. Well, that's quite strange. Loop?
No time for idling.
I think this... What's this? Maybe? How do I compare? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what is... Is this not a shield? The fuck is it? Okay, never mind. Edge scrolling with mouse might be on. Oh, I see. Okay, hold up. Controls. It's lazy writing. It's hard. It's hard, like, putting players in. I remember when I did my Persistrad, I sent a letter to my players. Wait, sorry, where was the, edge scrolling? There's so much stuff that, like, it's so overwhelming. Oh my god. Where is it? In control? You know what? I'll come back. I'll come back to it.
With grace?
Who's there? Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend. We're looking...
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the squid. Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves? That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
The players the synopsis, the plot, and why they're at their given destination.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him.
Do you also
Not to
play
sound
D&D?
like a heartless brigand or
Or do you
nothing,
play
but
other
we kind of need all the
role-play
supplies we can get right now.
Has the ability to cure light wounds. Ugh, okay. Nope, nope. Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
I hear the voice of the spirits.
Cure light wound. So, so you can cast it myself, right? I deleted it. I deleted it. Fuck. Where's the cure light wound? Where's her? Oh, here we go. How do I, How do I put it back on? Oh, fucking hell. Guys are fucked up.
I'll watch your back.
How do I place her thing? Guys, you know the thing that's pissing me off of this game is just the amount of text. There's too much text. Okay. I shouldn't have dragged it. What button is that? This is just... This... Spell what spell?
It should work. Is it flawed?
Is there trouble?
Oh my god. You know what? It's fine. We can go. We can just keep going. It's fine. It's fine. That's S at the top of the S bar. Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on. And hi, the armed man. Oh, okay. So you know what I was doing? I was pressing S on the keyboard, and I was like, "It's not working. It's not working." But maybe I'm just special. I think she's smite. Oh, wait, doesn't she have like? Can she attack? She can attack.
Into the fray.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Ah, my bad. That's not what I meant. Can I change that?
The light take you.
Oh, for some reason I thought she was a. Okay, whatever. Alright. So if I. Oh, this is bad. Wait, why they're not attacking? I clearly did not. I did not press button. I. Burning hand, right? Have I castled it? Oh my god. It takes time to cast? Hey, really? Okay. tab. Okay, so
What's on your mind?
Here.
I wonder.
Oh my god, she has all these spells. Okay, let's see. Cure. Show us the cure. Did I delete it? Like, wait.
Well,
am I looking at the wrong
A
person?
bright future awaits us.
You can trust me.
There's all these abilities. Oh my god, wait, I have to like put all these. There you go, she just healed herself. Guys, how do you play this? Like, how do you manage to play this? So I used a spell slot for this. Okay. So does that mean I can swap this around? Is it a cantrip? Disrupt on it. Bro. Wait. Not this. This is a Ray of Frost. And then there's all this. Inspire Rage. The character said, okay. I see. Fucking hell. Oh my god, how?
No reason to pause.
Oh no. You can also play in turn-based. Yes, turn-based. How do I turn it to turn-based? I am totally a turn-based girl. Options. Oh wait, game? Game shitty. Knowing the rules, yeah, I am not familiar with Pathfinder. No. So there's like a lot of turn-based mode. Enable turn-based mode. Yes, please. Auto end turn. Yes. Auto interrupt movement. What does that mean? Am I gonna interrupt character movement before the standard action? No. Okay. Lovely. Maybe the work at the bottom, or that. There's a work at the bottom. There's actually so much.
The world is full of wonder. Open your heart to me.
I still don't know. Oh my god, wait. Oh, I found it. Wait. Oh, I see. Oh my god, there's so much. You can do guidance as well. Oh, there's a lot to take. There's a lot to take in.
Adventures are exciting.
There's a lot to take into account. Okay. Alright, is there a button for like, you know, in the Baldur's Gate, if you like hold tab, you can like highlight things? I don't think there's a button for this, is there?
We are the light. They
Turn-based combat! Okay, well, he's within range. Oh, wait! Oh, my character's all the way here. I think I'll have to like move a little closer, right? And then... And then... Wait. Am I? How do I? Wait. That's like old school D&D with a large amount of hunger. Even though they're just auto level companions, as it can be daunting. Oh yeah, I'm going to auto level them. Okay, so it looks like that I can only move. I don't get it. No action? You moved too far. Oh, I see. Okay, so if I move out of the the aura thingy? Yeah. Ah, I see. Oh, I see right here. Oh my god, I am so freaking blind, aren't I not? Okay. We can just...
The spirits demand your blood.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
And then... Wait.
Into the fray.
And then how do I enter turn? How do I enter turn? Is this the button? Enter. There we go. Aha!
Your time is over.
Did I miss? Oh wait, we have another character. Wait, oh she's alive. Wait, is she not in our team? That helps prevent moving too far. I can't remember the code. Okay, let's see. Gosh, there is so much. There is so much. Okay, let's see. Do commentaries. I have a few hundred hours in this game. Oh, I can't remember that option either. Oh. Auto interrupt movement in turn-based section. Oh, auto wait. In here? Oh, wait. Turn-based action. Action. Auto interrupt. Where is auto interrupt? Oh, right here. On. Okay. There we go. Lovely. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. So, do I not control the other woman? Let's go this way.
Save the last one for me.
Get ready for battle. Okay. Close to it, and then if I just press it, okay, I have to actually wait.
The light.
Oh, that's surprised. Fuck. Is that what it is? She's surprised? I'm a kill. I mean, I'm killing them, aren't I? Standard action? No, wait. Hold on a minute. I can attack, so wait. I don't get it. Wait. So why can't I attack?
You are today's sacrifice.
Oh, if I just click on it, it's just attack. Oh. just a little too far from it. So let's do that. Okay. They're all gonna die, guys. Okay.
No glory without risk.
Did she miss? It's so embarrassing. Okay.
Go for their hearts.
Miss! Holy fuck! Okay. Miss. Hell yeah, baby. Alright.
The inheritor. Guide
Hell yeah.
my blade.
Alright. Alright, I'm getting it. I'm getting the hand of it, guys.
I'll cut you wide open.
Yeesh. Okay.
I'll watch
And
you back.
oh, okay. It's a level 1 spell. Yeah, it's fine. 9. It's fine. How much is it? D8. Okay. Oh,
A
wait.
simple
I
smile
can.
goes a long way.
I can. Oh, I thought it was loot by chance. I thought it was loot.
You offend me.
I'm sorry.
The spirits demand your blood.
The light take you.
I thought we healed her. Wow. Gosh, there's a lot of combat, huh? we didn't get a chance to do anything. Okay, can we? Is there like a? Like shield, you know? Oh wait. Let me do real fast. Cantrip, right? Because it's level 0? Right? Right?
You are today's sacrifice.
Oh! Golly gosh. Wait. Doesn't she have like a charge thing? Oh, okay, okay. So let me just like move here, and then I do charge.
Into the fray.
Wait, am I charging at it? Wow, was scam? Fucking hell. Got scammed.
Stand down.
Hell, wait, I hit it, right? You dealt 6 damage. I did 6 damage, guys. Do you like it?
Go for their hearts.
Hell yeah. So, do they have to like roll against you to hit? There's still party member is still in the way. They should consider not being in the way.
Guide my blade.
Okay. 10. It's about
Away,
to die.
rascal.
Miss. Charging is a full round action. Meaning you can only charge if it's the only action you take. Oh! I see. Wait, did I? There's nothing. There's nothing that highlights it, right? Oh, there's a fella here.
No, I can't.
Oh, I
just
remember this
walk
guy.
away. It's got to be here somewhere.
Wait, isn't Matt Mercer in this game?
When do I?
Lan, did you find it?
Who is that?
The roles are shown in the bottom right corner. Oh, do you guys want me to move so you guys can see it? Should I move to the other side so you guys can see it?
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interactables. What are you, a teacher?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the Underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusades' finest.
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a
Some
mouthful,
things you
so
won't
people
see
usually
unless
just
you
call us
visualize
mongrels.
me. Oh, hidden. Okay.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
Fun fact, one Dulag has the same voice actor as the vegetarian narrator. I kid you not, she has an impressive range. Oh my god, really? She's so talented. She has a
No
great
matter
voice.
what you call us,
She's
it's
so
not
talented.
going to stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
I will, guys. I'm gonna mod Baldur's Gate 3, and then I'll play that on stream at some point.
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this.
Wait,
Trust
is this Matt Mercy?
Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
It sounds like him. Is Lan Matt Mercy? Wait, he's not? Wait, is he even
This is
in?
where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
That's none of your
What, you can't say it?
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now
Guys,
it's
I feel
their
like
time to go up to the surface.
My
like all the
portrait is
legends
out of
foretold.
place. My portrait is
Except
out of
they don't have a
place for
clue
this.
what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Sul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the Underground Crusaders to take up arms. If we get the Holy Sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
Okay.
It's a fool's errand.
He's not in this game?
None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle.
He was for some reason. Wait, so who's the
Speaking of
voice
which,
for Lan?
you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible. Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
Ooh. Okay. I didn't.
I found something.
This is my time to shine.
Dude, what if this thing wakes up? Oh! Well, wait, look at that. The room looks like an invasive museum. Okay.
What's that there?
Oh. Fake.
There's something over there.
Fake. Okay.
I found something.
Oh, that's the blade, guys. From Wayland? Oh. Please read it for me. Guys, do you need me to read this? A strange... Oh, it's too much. It's so many paragraphs. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and Nina feels drop of the searing blood run down her chest. The wound healed by Terendelev reopened and weeps scarlet, but there's no pain or weakness. No tree, new tree. Hazy scene appears, a cave chamber. I give up. There's so much text. The perfect. But Nino is determined to fight off the illusions. Yes. My will is strong. Failed will check. Oh fuck. I've selected things, guys.
Hey! Are you alright? You were kinda glowing just now.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
I'm special.
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
L'Ariel? That really was L'Ariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
Now, Wendoag, don't be a sore loser. She is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before her, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff. Because she doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that.
They're like werewolves.
I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing! Heaven has truly blessed you.
You're welcome.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Ooh, she like a drow and she just stays under.
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras. Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
Okay. Devoured by darkness.
Now, what is that?
Oh.
Oh, I failed, didn't I? Oops.
Yeah, I don't need to know. Wait, did I get over finally? Holy shit. Wait, my dex is high though. Can I like pre-attack them?
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
I hate the voice of the spirits.
We will win this war. Do not fear. Do not waver.
Oh, I can change the position right here. Formation, I mean. Oh fuck, I forgot. I can get in the way of them. No! Okay, so...
They'll beg me to stop.
Is it one? Which one? Oh, I hit the big one.
No match for me.
Oh, and then... enter.
I'll cut you wide open.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh, yeah.
No glory without risk.
Miss!
Into the fray.
Your time is over.
Miss? Holy fuck, why is it... Why is it so strong?
I'll rip you apart.
How do I don't want to keep getting that pop-up.
The spirits demand your blood. You are today's sacrifice.
You won't survive me.
Holy shit, this thing is...
The inheritor, guide my blade.
We're just running real bad.
Glory without risk.
You offend me.
Wani? Am I missing something? Is it doing something?
They'll beg me to stop.
Finally, holy shit. Okay.
Into the fray. Rip you apart.
Oh wait, I've got this formation. What is this? Okay. I want it like... or like this, and then... maybe like this. Wait. We need, like, inspect wire to enable the inspecting. Oh, I see. That's the monster thing that pops up, isn't it? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Spellbook. Journal, map, camp, skip time. Long range weapon. Okay, but it's gonna. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine to continue. Are you a mage type character? Yeah. I picked Mogus. A Mogus. Mogus.
Go for their heart!
Yet another obstacle.
No. I don't mind. You can help out. You can help out.
Endure this.
Oh, they are British. Oh. Nice.
They'll beg me to stop!
Oh shit, nice. I think that's another one, right? Wait, where's... Oh, right here. I don't think we can make it. Wait. Just about to make it here. Yeah. Wait, did I? Oh, I did it again, didn't I? I dashed. Oh, there's another thing here as well. Okay, lovely. Okay. Shit. Magus is a mix of fighter and wizard. Yeah, I currently have a long sword at the moment. Magus. Mogus.
Make every strike count.
Oh, nice. Miss.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Oh my fucking hell! That's a big ass whale! What a big ass fish, man. Big ass fish.
How cute!
Oh, are you there?
They choose to stand against me?
Is that a big scooter? Giant spider. What are these? But you are using this feat before you make your attack roll. Okay, you can roll. Oh, okay.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Did you miss? Oh, I can't move after I've attacked? Okay, well, kinda good to know.
Stand down.
Miss.
No match for me.
I'll cut you wide open.
Miss.
Into the fray.
Young giant spider. I didn't even read that name. Okay. Hack tool.
You won't survive me.
You can't keep missing, buddy.
Away, you rascal.
Miss. Okay.
They'll beg me to stop.
Wendua is literally carrying us. You can't move, attack, then move. Yeah, so I have to move first.
The spirits demand your blood
before I can attack.
The light take you.
Hell yeah.
Hey, have a look.
Wait, where?
So exciting.
Oh, this buddy. Oh, maybe I should look what I have. Also, are these currencies? What are they? What is this? Flame tongue. Ooh. Oh wait, this cooking ingredient? Okay, that totally different to D&D, huh? Oh, okay. What's this? Bone meal. Wait, does this give us HP? We have it? No, I can't consume it, can I? Huh? You consume it? Is it like? Should we? Oh wait, she has a longbow already. Okay. Oh shit, what is this? Oh, nothing. Okay. What does it do? 1d8. 1d8. Wendy's not. 2d6. Wait, she can equip this. But she'll lose her shield. Where's her? She's a paladin already. She can handle it. Oh, I see. Armor class right here. If you haven't already moved, you can move. You can take a 5 feet step after attacking. You can move and attack or attack, then 5 feet step or 5 step. I see. Wait, the 5 feet step also functions as like a disengage? Moving without provoking attack. I see. If you move... Wait, what? Like, before? No. I really appreciate this. There's too much to learn. So if I move first, then it's like a disengage, and then I can attack it from range. Well, I mean, it'll be 5 feet away. If I have blank point, is it something like that? Oh, I think. Okay. No, we're not touching that. Equip that on her. Oh wait, what is this? Scroll of inflict light wound. Wait, do they have to equip? Do I have to equip this?
No, just no.
Damn, woman. Okay. D6. Okay, well, it's melee again. And then... Wait, she can have a heavy shield? What's the AC like? The AC is alright. Is she a rogue? If you move with a 5 feet, with a 5 feet step first, you can still attack. Yeah. Oh, I see. This longbow, right? Yeah, two-handed. What? What do you do with this? Can you eat it? It looks eatable. Ah, I see. You put it there. Oh wait, she doesn't have any armor. Does she get any disadvantages? Nah. 20 feet. Oh, wait. Why does she have 20 feet? It's because of her heavy armor? It would make sense, right? She is a fighter that uses a bow. Wait, who is... If held while selecting to move, it limits your movement to 5 feet. Ah! Shift. Okay, okay. I have to make note to do that. Oh, finally. Progress, guys. Oh. Okay, she said something. Oh, please read it for me out loud. I didn't want to, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Oh. Oh, let's go. Too much text. Heavy and medium armor reduce movement speed by 10 feet, even if you're proficient with it. Wait. Is that also... What's this? Artifact. Click to activate AI? Bro, what is that? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Quiet steps. Weapons ready.
Wait, have I entered the right place? Oh yeah, I can do it. CPU control them in combat. Ah, I see. Wait. Right. I'm so confused. No, I want to play my companion. I don't want to give them the companion role. I want to play it. Okay. Is it turned off? Okay, yeah, it's turned off. Oh! Mongrel. Oh, let's find. Oh, I'm guessing it's somewhere here. Ooh! We need to feed a class feature to remove the heavy speed penalty. Ah, makes sense. So much. There's so much info. Oh. Why they're not reading it for me anymore? Chief, so we found the angel sword. We found the one who can wield it. She had a vision. Okay, cool. Why they're not reading it for me? It's very rules and yeah. You weren't kidding. Land. Always dreaming of... Always talking. Too hasty. Too hasty. Their own good. It's going to get you in trouble. It's fun when you understand the thing. I think, yeah. I can imagine it being fun when you know everything about it. Make like a really complex character. An uplander with a light or heaven? That's too good for us. Okay, next. Guys, it says chaotic. Wait, this one compared to Baldur's Gate 3. You performed an action that was chaotic. I don't know why you're lying. Know that you had reason, but I know it's a lie, and you know it, and Wendu knows it. Lan turns to Wendu. Tell the Wendu. I saw the light shine between the rocks, and then it went out. Lan saw what he wanted to see. Oh my god, we liars! Even compared to BG3. Oh dang. I've GM'd Pathfinder for 14 years. Oh my god. Is up there for sure. Oh dang. Oh dang. Okay. Okay, are you guys saying that you've been reading every single thing? Why are you doing this? Doing what? Telling the truth? I'm gonna say nothing. He said when you don't answer. Right. You and Wendu have worked everything out between yourself. You've played me for a blind mole here. Lan barks a hollow laugh. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't read it? Everybody around me said that they didn't want to go anywhere or save anyone, but I didn't believe them. Now always have to take things further than anyone else. Isn't it that right, Chief? Fine. I see how things are. I don't need any more convincing. Lan offers a crooked smile. Peace. I played the game. I've played the beginning of this game 5 times. Did you understand it better? And miracles are not meant for us. We the tribe, we wait. If you're one of us, you will wait. We're not going anywhere. Okay. Lan is silent. His eyes shift from you and Saul to Wendu. You made the right choice. It was the lesser of 2 evils. And now, rest, so we can be at our best when we go into the maze. I promise to lead you to the surface, and I will. Okay. Oh fuck, we level up, huh? Alright. What do I get? Ah, here. This? Okay. 3 points. Damn. I suppose that would normally be unused. Okay. Let's go with athleticism, man. Studded armor? Wait. -1 studded armor. Let's see. Okay. Man. Wait, am I boosting them as well? Oh wait, I'm comparing it. Okay. Let's get some perception. Get some persuasion in there as well. Steve says, I have played this on July 15, 2024. Dang! Oh wait, I get 2 more spells. Okay. Let's get shocking grasp. Next. Let's just complete, right? Alright. How do I auto it for them? We said it's just yes, that's fine. Okay. How do I? Is it a setting, guys? Is it a setting? Is it a setting to auto level them up? You just hit next throughout. Oh, okay, hold on.
Rely on me.
Like this? Oh. Thank you. I'm sure it has best
your commands.
Yeah, I usually don't auto level them, but to be honest, Pathfinder's kind of difficult. Okay, so Where do I find bid? Loot. Wait, will I get in trouble? You let me loot? They let me loot, guys. They let me loot. Okay, so where's the me? You cannot rest here? What do you mean? That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh wait, do I need to speak to him? Have you killed this? No, no. Guest, wait, guest. Alright, how we gotta find the eep. Me. Oh wow. Oh. Finally, someone from the surface. I was beginning to lose hope. Oh, I remember this guy. Isn't he an asshole? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgus Gwen. Yes, that Gwen. You no doubt have heard of me if you've spent any time at all in the city. I have a business proposition for you. Yeah, your name tells me nothing. You truly are freshly arrived in the city then? No, I just don't want to know. I don't care about you. Wait. I told you already, I have a proposition for you. I don't know what's happening on the surface right now, but I am determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. And you're running to the surface of the city if there's anything left of it. You look like someone who can swing a blade as well as cast a spell a bit. Me. Businessman, so he has. Yeah. I don't trust him. I have no trust for him. He no trusty. No trust. Diplomacy. Who? Okay. Money first. I was glad I paid in advance, but all my wealth is no. I'm not. Pardon me, but you do not speak for everyone here. Wait! Shut up! Shut up, Camellia! Pardon? We are searching for a way to the surface, are we not? Gorm has the money. Everyone in the city knows it. So why turn down? It's not. He's shitting us. Gonna lurk? No worries. Thank you, Psycho, for lurking. I really appreciate it. I have to go. Go on. Don't forget how Grimmy when you find a way out. Be sure to tell me. No, I don't trust him. He's. I can smell it from miles away. I can smell it. I know. Isn't there like a woman somewhere like with... Oh, really? Okay. Oh wait, this is the way I came from, right? Oh, loot. There's loot here. How do I see where I have like... Oh my god. Where the loot at? I borrow. What's this? Can I take it? Can I eat it? Oh, it's right next to this guy. Thanks.
With grace?
Okay. Hey, Kakos. How are you doing, by the way, Kakos? You take care of yourself? Oh, those looks delicious. Mutated fish. Oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't eat those. Oh, loot here. No loot box. Oh, yes, let's trade. Okay, what do you have? Oh, this is the things he has. Brace of armor. Against the air, pleasant bonus to AC and also to luck to really will love fortune and saving throw. Only your main can equip this. Oh, where's my gold? Oh, fucking hell. Bulk sell. These are sellable items? Okay, I don't want this. Gosh, that's... Cooked paw. I think it can be used to brew potions. Oh, okay. Okay. What is this? Edible moss. Okay. Fucking broke. I'm fucking broke. Wait. Oh. Okay, yeah. Oh, I have all the. We'll sell stuff that only exists for selling. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I need to. But, oh, I've been this side, haven't I? I was heading this way. Maybe I will find myself some goodies. Or wait, have I been everywhere? Kinda. There's some goodies somewhere here, I believe. Let's go. Let's just do a spinny. Oh, I'm going completely the wrong way. Maybe it's just more fish, to be honest. Oh, wait, what? What? The fuck? Ah! It's my A button, guys. My A button's going crazy. Hold up. Look. It was actually my button. It was actually my button. Alright, so... Where do I sleep? Oh, loot. We want a loot bag! Loot bag! Not your everyday, ordinary loot bag! Okay. You cannot rest here. Where the hell do I rest then? Where do I rest? Do I need to find a different place to rest? I need to go somewhere else? Do I need to find the woman? Give me your bed. At the tent with the campfire. This one? Oh, it's not this one. It's not this one. Wait. Maybe I find my other...
You can trust me.
Is it this one? Am I blind? Am I? The one past the merchant guy. Oh, okay. Wait. That guy was... Did you know that I'm directionally challenged? Wait. It was the opposite way. Oh. Oh, bloody hell. I'm so going the wrong way. Oh boy. Oh, why? I realized there were so many tents with campfire. Yeah, they all look the same, don't they? Oh, wait, this is the guy. Wait, it's this guy, right?
We will win this war.
Adventures are exciting.
This one? This one? Wait, am I looking at the wrong campfire? Do I just... cannot I see? Wait, do I... What do I... What do I interact with? This one looks quite empty. Oh wait, it's not empty.
This is my time to shine.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's the right one. Wait, we haven't actually gone up here. Is there like a... Do you have like a big ass camp here? No, okay. Definitely not that way, huh? Definitely not that way. Oh my god! Ah! Oh no! Oh my god! That's embarrassing. Oh no! It's time. We're heading out now. Land won't get in our way. Oh. Where is he? On the way to his death, if he decided to go it alone, or maybe he's in a hole somewhere crying about how lonely he is. I don't care either way. What the fuck? You don't... do I look like someone who doesn't know? Okay, wow. Okay, whatever. Let's go. Okay. To the boats. To the boats, okay. Which boat exactly? Because, quite a few, I must say. Wait. This. Man. We missed land already. Oh boy. Guys, there's actually so much to Pathfinder. Yay. Formation. Oh, I already have formation. Lan, where are you? Where are you?
So exciting!
Oh, God. Guys, I think it... Wait, is it... No, it's not my mouse. It's not... What the fuck? What? Oh, I might need to get a new keyboard, guys, because it's broken. I do have a new keyboard, it's just in a box. Okay, hold up. Wait. I can't even... How do I, Look, save game. Okay. I'm gonna... Save game. Alright. I will stop for now. I've been 8 hours? Guys, 8 hours? I'm definitely gonna play more of this. I'm gonna play more of this. I will play more of it.
Welcome to the family, 2 Armed Man 15.
2 Armed Man! Thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate it, man. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. 4 hours character creation? No, it wasn't 4 hours. Excuse me, it wasn't 4 hours. It wasn't 4 hours. It was only... It wasn't even actually that long. There was a lot of text. I'll have you know there's a lot of text. Alright, let's rate someone, shall we? Shall we? Shall we rate someone? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay. Let's see. Do we raid? Let's raid Ace Wind. Where there's over too hot. Oh wait, I gotta pull out my keyboard again. That's what she said. God. Only 200. Is that the official? Is that just the official? Is there like more? Is there like more? Is there more stuff? More homebrew? Classes and subclasses. Oh my god. It's, you know what it reminds me of? Path of Exiles. Path of Exiles has a lot of classes. Oh, and what's it? Grim Dawn as well. Archetype subclasses. Oh golly gosh. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure it out. I can do it. I just have to believe. Alright, we're gonna be rating Ace Windholder. He does cool. He does a lot of metal rock music covers, and he's currently playing War Thunder. I think he's a huge fan of War Thunder actually. So we're gonna rate him. We're gonna send him a lots of love. And thank you guys for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. Most classes work fine, just taking them to 20. Oh, maybe can we multi-class? No, I should not make things difficult for myself. Anyways, we're gonna be heading off, guys. Thank you for being here. I love you all. Sleep well and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.